Chapter 2204. Wen Zishan smiled when he heard this. It would be great if such a good seedling could join the temple, but it still depends on the other party's intentions. However, it's not impossible to give it a try. Having said that, he turned to look at Gao Xueqi and said, "Elder Gao among us, you know him the best, so you'll be in charge of this matter." "I don't know him well either," Gao Xueqi replied calmly, "but since the temple master has given the order, this subordinate will give it a try." Wen Zishan nodded slightly and changed the topic. "Then, let's discuss what kind of reward should be given to those disciples." On Azure Sun Temple's soaring Swallow Peak, Yang Kai returned to this place. The palace that was damaged in the battle with Xueqi last time had been repaired. After Yang Kai entered, he activated the barrier and rested for half a day before he began to check his gains from this trip to the Four Seasons realm. Although he did not obtain the tribulation fruit in this trip to the Four Seasons realm, his overall harvest was not small. Not to mention the monster beasts' monster cores of different grades, the spirit flowers and rare grasses transplanted into the small sealed world's medicine garden were already considered a great harvest. Most of these spirit flowers and rare grasses were of the ice attribute. After all, when Yang Kai was in the Four Seasons realm, he spent the most time in the winter territory, and Little Snowflake led the way there. It could be said that at least 1/10 of the treasures in the entire winter territory fell into his hands. These spirit flowers and rare grasses were all picked by Yang Kai at that time, and immediately transplanted into the medicine garden. The medicine garden in the small sealed world had a special environment and excellent growth conditions. There was also a supreme treasure like the immortal tree that exuded amazing vitality. There was no need to worry about these flowers and rare grasses losing their vitality. On the contrary, their growth cycle in the medicine garden was greatly shortened. After planting in the medicine garden for a year, the medicinal age of these flowers and grasses would be at least 100 years. In addition to these, there was also the Flowing Time Great Emperor fruit obtained from the Flowing Time Temple. Although this thing was useless for martial arts cultivation, it had a miraculous effect in a certain aspect. If it could be refined into the Flowing Time Great Emperor pill, it would definitely make countless cultivators scramble for it. Take one pill. To those cultivators who were nearing the end of their lifespan, they could allow their body's condition to return to a few decades ago, or even a few hundred or 1,000 years ago. Especially women of all ages. Who wouldn't want to be younger? Although the effect of the Flowing Time Great Emperor pill was not as good as the legendary youth-retaining pill that could make one's face look youthful forever, the two had different effects, and it was hard to compare which was better. If an old woman with a face full of wrinkles had to choose, she would definitely choose the Flowing Time Great Emperor pill over the face-preserving pill because the face-preserving pill had no effect on her face. However, the Flowing Time Great Emperor pill could restore her vitality and youth. If a young and beautiful woman had to choose, the face-preserving pill would undoubtedly be more attractive. Yang Kai secretly planned to find an opportunity to collect herbs after leaving Azure Sun Temple, and refine the Flowing Time Great Emperor pill. Who knows, it might have some miraculous effect at a critical moment. In addition to these, it was just a bunch of messy stuff. These things included the spoils of war obtained by Yang Kai after killing people. There were also the spirit energy cores obtained from killing the puppets in the Flowing Time Temple, which were not of much use to him, so he could find an opportunity to exchange them for source crystals. After a short while, a jade bottle appeared in Yang Kai's hand. He opened the bottle cap, and a pill-like thing immediately appeared in front of his eyes. Emperor Authority Bead. It was the Emperor Authority Bead obtained from Wu Chong. The Emperor Authority Bead contained the full power of a master from the Emperor realm. Its power was unimaginable, and the difficulty of refining it was immeasurable. Generally speaking, only second-order Emperor realm masters were qualified to refine such a thing, and it was usually used as a life-saving consumable for their juniors. Every time an Emperor Authority Bead was condensed, the master from the Emperor realm would be weakened for a period of time. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, the Emperor realm was not willing to refine such a thing. Even if they were willing to refine it, it was only occasionally and in small quantities. Therefore, even in the entire star boundary, Emperor Authority Beads were rare treasures. And this Emperor Authority Bead was obtained from the Flowing Time Temple. It was something left behind by the Flowing Time Great Emperor Great Emperors. Although it was unknown when the Flowing Time Great Emperor refined it, its value and grade were definitely far beyond ordinary Emperor Authority Beads. Perhaps, it contained the power of great emperors or even a third-order Emperor realm master. All in all, this was indeed a life-saving trump card. At a critical moment, even if he was surrounded by thousands of soldiers and horses, a master would be able to turn the situation around. Yang Kai carefully put it away in an easily accessible place in his space ring before turning his gaze to the other 3 beads in front of him. These 3 beads, regardless of size or shape, were exactly the same. The only difference was the color of each bead. One was fiery red, which Yang Kai obtained from the Flowing Time Temple. At that time, there were so many good things in the temple, and Lan Xun had basically identified all of them, but she could not see through the origin of this fiery red bead. She did not even know what it was used for. Yang Kai also remembered what Xueqi Divine Spirit had asked Zhang Ruoxi to tell him. If he could enter the deepest part of the temple, he had to take the most useless thing. At that time, among the few treasures, besides this fiery red bead, everything else was useful. Whether it was the Pseudo-Emperor Artifact, Supreme Divine Water, Emperor Aura, or Emperor Authority Bead, they were all rare treasures in the outside world. So Yang Kai went straight for this bead. No one competed with him for it, allowing him to obtain it easily. The second bead was green in color, which Yang Kai obtained from the ice lake in the winter territory. The third bead was the one he exchanged from the round-faced woman at the octagonal door. At that time, if the round-faced woman had not taken out this bead, Yang Kai would not have exchanged the extraordinary treasure pill. This third bead was pale yellow in color, like the color of a withered leaf. It gave people the feeling that hundreds of flowers had withered and the autumn wind was rustling. 3 beads, 3 different colors, but no matter which one Yang Kai poured his source chi or divine sense into, there was no reaction. Their colors were distinct and clear at a glance. Combined with the 4 seasons realm, it was easy to associate them with spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The emerald green color undoubtedly represented spring, which was full of vitality. The dazzling fiery red light obviously represented summer, and the bleak light yellow color obviously represented autumn. With one of the 4 seasons missing, only the bead of winter was missing. Yang Kai secretly estimated that if he could find the last bead of winter, he might be able to unlock the mysteries contained in these 4 beads. But now that the 4 seasons realm was closed, even if he wanted to go in and search for it, it would be impossible. After observing for a while, Yang Kai sighed and put away the 3 4 seasons beads. He didn't know what to call these beads, so he decided to give them the name 4 seasons beads in his heart. In this life, if he was fated, he might be able to find the last bead, but if he wasn't, he might never see it again. In the vast star boundary, how difficult was it to find a single bead of winter? Overall, Yang Kai's harvest this time wasn't much, but it wasn't little either. Not to mention the benefits brought by the tempering of the principles of time, he obtained from the stairs of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, and the Emperor Artifact Pink Cloud's Phoenix Robe obtained by Zhang Ruoxi. Yang Kai tidied up a little and threw all the things he didn't need into the small sealed world bead and gave them to his embodiment. These things included all kinds of spirit pills, minerals, and even artifacts he found in other people's space rings. In any case, the embodiment had cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques and supplemented with the stone mongoose's innate divine technique. As long as it had world energy, there was nothing it couldn't devour. Yang Kai estimated that with the current embodiment, even if he gave it an emperor artifact, it would be able to swallow it and absorb it into its body to become stronger. After a while, Yang Kai formed a series of hand seals and his figure flickered, directly entering the small sealed world bead. He swept the small sealed world bead with his divine sense and imprinted all the movements in his mind. The embodiment was cultivating without any suspense. The stone mongoose's body didn't know the meaning of fatigue, so it spared no effort in cultivating. The 2 living people in the small sealed world bead, Zhang Ruoxi and Hua Qingxi, each occupied a pavilion at the moment and sat cross-legged there. Perhaps it was because the sealed world bead had swallowed a lot of world energy from the spirit Qi Si last time. But Yang Kai felt that the cultivation environment here was obviously better after coming in this time. It seemed that if there was a chance, he still needed to let the sealed world bead absorb a little more world energy from the outside world. At the very least, he would encounter a situation like the spirit Qi Si last time. He moved his divine sense slightly and deliberately concentrated the world energy in the small sealed world bead in the direction of the pavilions. This way, Zhang Ruoxi and Hua Qingxi could cultivate more efficiently. Zhang Ruoxi had broken through to the First Order Origin Returning Realm in the 4 Seasons Realm Spirit Qi Si last time, so she was still consolidating her cultivation. However, Yang Kai didn't dare to underestimate her because of her weak cultivation. This time, when Yang Kai brought Zhang Ruoxi into the 4 Seasons Realm, he saw a lot of incredible things. He clearly remembered that when Zhang Ruoxi was breaking through to the Origin Returning Realm, a huge valiant phantom suddenly appeared behind her. That phantom had the figure of a woman, and it was as if Zhang Ruoxi had been magnified countless times. That woman simply opened her mouth and absorbed the energy vortex in the sky. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Ruoxi successfully broke through without any hindrance. Then in the flowing time temple, when Zhang Ruoxi was about to be unable to withstand the baptism of the principles of time, it was the divine spirit Xueqi who saved her life and gave her a pink cloud's phoenix robe. Yang Kai wouldn't believe that Zhang Ruoxi didn't have any secrets. Xueqi was a fierce beast. Even in ancient times, it was a famous existence. Any cultivator it encountered basically had no hope of survival. However, such a divine spirit was willing to save a cultivator like Zhang Ruoxi. Chapter 2205. Xueqi obviously saw something in Zhang Ruoxi that Yang Kai didn't know. Also, why did the space spirit jade only react to Zhang Ruoxi? What did the lightning-like images on the space spirit jade mean? It was just that Zhang Ruoxi didn't know much about her own situation, so Yang Kai couldn't ask her clearly. How could he underestimate someone who was so secretive that even Xueqi had to save him? Yang Kai now only hoped that she could grow up quickly. Maybe when she became stronger, she would be able to figure out the mysteries of her own body unknowingly. Zhang Ruoxi was cultivating, so Yang Kai didn't disturb her. Instead, his figure flickered and he went directly to the loft where Hua Qingxi was. When he appeared, there was no movement, but Hua Qingxi seemed to have sensed something, causing her eyebrows to furrow slightly. After opening her beautiful eyes, she couldn't help but glare at Yang Kai and say, "You should have told me when you came, you scared me to death." "I didn't know you were so timid," Yang Kai grinned. "The Four Seasons realm is closed?" Hua Qingxi asked thoughtfully. Yang Kai nodded. "How was the harvest?" "So." Hua Qingxi couldn't help but curl her lips. "It's obvious you don't mean it. Did you get something good?" Yang Kai smiled a little. While speaking, he stretched out his hand and took out a white, flawless rolling spirit pill, pinching it between his two fingers. "This is..." Hua Qingxi's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she stared at the spirit pill, revealing a blank look. Although she didn't recognize what this spirit pill was or what it was used for, she instinctively felt that this thing was something extraordinary. It was very likely to be some kind of rare treasure. "Do you want it?" Yang Kai's lips curled into a subtle smile as he asked. "Based on our current relationship, and the fact that you can kill me at any time, plus the color and aroma of this pill, this shouldn't be a poisonous pill or a pill that's harmful to me, because you don't have to do that. In other words, this is the case. Is this spirit pill very useful to me?" Hua Qingxi didn't immediately answer Yang Kai's question. Instead, she carefully analyzed the situation. "I'm already at the Third Order Dao Source Realm, and I'm only one step away from the Emperor Realm. There aren't many elixirs in this world that are of great use to me, and I've never seen or even heard of the elixir you have." As she spoke, Hua Qingxi's beautiful eyes gradually lit up. "Then the only explanation is that this spirit pill is one of those legendary items." She couldn't wait any longer. I want it. Give it to me." Yang Kai, however, didn't immediately give it to her. Instead, he looked at her with a teasing expression and said, "Is it really okay for a woman to say such things? Go die." Hua Qingxi's face turned red from being teased. Gritting her teeth, she glared at Yang Kai and said, "Are you going to give it to me or not?" Yang Kai smiled slightly and stopped teasing her. Instead, he directly tossed the spirit pill over. Hua Qingxi happily caught it. First, she carefully observed it but couldn't figure out what it was. Then she leaned forward and sniffed it, even sticking out her pink tongue and licking it gently. "Is that necessary?" Yang Kai's face darkened. "Can't you just eat it? What kind of spirit pill is this?" Hua Qingxi looked up and asked. "An extraordinary treasure pill." As soon as these words came out, Hua Qingxi was stunned. Her beautiful eyes trembled violently as she stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. "You know?" Yang Kai looked at her with slight surprise. After all, in the Four Seasons realm, there were many cultivators who didn't know about the extraordinary treasure lotus and the extraordinary treasure pill, and it was only thanks to Lan Xun's explanation. It was only after Lan Xun's explanation that everyone realized how precious it was. But Hua Qingxi's demeanor made it obvious she knew what it was at a glance. "How could I not know?" Hua Qingxi replied matter-of-factly, her voice trembling inexplicably. "This is the famous, extraordinary treasure pill. An extraordinary treasure pill that may not appear even once in 1,000 years." She wasn't exaggerating. Although the extraordinary treasure lotus might appear every once in a while, the extraordinary treasure pill was extremely difficult to obtain because if the extraordinary treasure lotus was not taken or refined into a pill within 3 hours after it matured, its medicinal efficacies would be exhausted. For an extraordinary treasure pill to be born, 2 conditions must be met. The birth of the extraordinary treasure lotus. At the same time as the birth of the extraordinary treasure lotus, a skilled alchemist must be nearby. Both conditions being met at the same time was almost a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence, and even if they were met, the alchemist would still need to perform at a normal or extraordinary level. Otherwise, if the refinement failed, everything would be lost. It wasn't as if such a thing had never happened before in history. An alchemist who was under too much pressure while refining an extraordinary treasure pill ended up failing and dying. From this, it could be seen how precious and rare the extraordinary treasure pill was. "Sure enough, you know what's good for you," Xueqi grinned. "Where did you get it? Is there such a thing in the Flowing Time Temple?" Hua Qingxi was still shocked and was unable to recover her composure for a long time. "I refined it myself," Xueqi replied. "You're also an alchemist?" Hua Qingxi's expression suddenly became strange. "Can't I?" Xueqi responded unhappily before urging. "What are you still holding on to? Eat it. You're now in the 3rd order Dao source realm, so if you take it, it won't be long before you break through to the Emperor realm." "Are you really giving this to me?" Although Hua Qingxi asked this, her hand was still tightly clenching the extraordinary treasure pill. "Why would I take it out if I didn't give it to you?" Xueqi was amused by her and thought for a while before explaining. "Let's put it this way, although you reluctantly handed over your soul brand and formed an unsatisfactory relationship with me, with this bond in place, I'm not afraid of you betraying me or exposing my secrets. Moreover, the stronger you become, the more useful you will be to me. I also hope that you can break through to the Emperor realm as soon as possible. When that time comes, I'll take you around the world and let you out to bite whoever I don't like." "Am I a dog?" When Hua Qingxi first started listening, a grateful and touched expression appeared on her pretty face, but the more she listened, the more she felt that something was amiss. Her expression immediately turned cold, as if a layer of frost could be scraped off it. "Stop talking nonsense and hurry up and take it." Xueqi coldly snorted. "I understand now." Hua Qingxi squinted at him and sneered. "You have a sharp tongue but a soft heart. You want to be nice to others, but you're too embarrassed to do so. You're afraid that showing off too much will shake your dominant position, yet you still speak so viciously and ruthlessly. Do you believe I won't strip you naked and throw you out?" Xueqi threatened fiercely, feeling a little angry out of shame. "Come." Hua Qingxi's pretty face blushed, but she didn't back down and stood up straight, challenging Xueqi. "If you really dare to do that, I'll announce to the world that this old lady is your woman. Let's see if you'll be made a cuckold then." "So vicious?" Xueqi was shocked. "Humph." Hua Qingxi sneered. "If you're afraid, obediently call me elder sister and I'll be merciful enough to let you go." "You win." Xueqi angrily rebuked, gritting his teeth as his figure flickered and he left the small sealed world. If he continued to be entangled with this crazy woman, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to bear it. "Don't go, I haven't finished speaking yet," Hua Qingxi hurriedly called out, but there was no response. After a while, she pursed her red lips and looked at the extraordinary treasure pill in her hand, muttering to herself, "It seems that if I hadn't seen some of his secrets at that time, I wouldn't have fallen to my current realm. But if I hadn't fallen to this point, I wouldn't have been able to obtain this extraordinary treasure pill. Fortune and misfortune really come hand in hand. Forget it, for this spirit pill, what harm is there in being locked up for 100 years? Saying so, a smile appeared on her face. Although she now had the cultivation of the 3rd order Dao source realm, she didn't have the slightest confidence in breaking through to the Emperor realm. Her current cultivation had been slowly and steadily improved over time. But how to break through this bottleneck and pry into the mysteries of the Emperor realm was something she had never grasped. When she was in Star Soul Palace, she had looked for opportunities to consult the masters in the palace, but no one had been able to give her a satisfactory answer. No one had been able to guide her down a bright path. She secretly felt that if she didn't have a special opportunity in this life, it would be impossible for her to touch upon the mysteries of the Emperor realm. But now, this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity had suddenly appeared in front of her. How could Hua Qingxi not be excited? The reason why she knew about the extraordinary treasure pill was precisely because breaking through to the Emperor realm was a hopeless endeavor. So she had deliberately checked the ancient records of Star Soul Palace to see if there were any pills in this world that could help her break through. And all of these ancient books had recorded the words extraordinary treasure pill. According to the ancient records, this was a spirit pill that could directly break through to the Emperor realm. As long as one's aptitude wasn't too bad and their perception wasn't too low, after taking this pill, one could break through to the Emperor realm. As for the cultivator who cultivated to the third order Tao source realm, which one of them didn't have enough aptitude? It was just a matter of time. Someone like Xia Shang and Wu Chong might be able to break through to the Emperor realm within 5 or even 3 years after taking this pill. For those with less aptitude, it might take 10 or 20 years. But so what if it took 100 years? As long as one could break through to the Emperor realm, any amount of waiting would be worth it. This was already a great gift. Hua Qingxi knew that her relationship with Yang Kai was only that of master and servant because of the soul brand. So she never expected that the other party would be willing to give her such a spirit pill. This person's generosity and open-mindedness were really beyond her expectations. While contemplating, Hua Qingxi no longer hesitated and directly stuffed the extraordinary treasure pill into her mouth. Since she knew about the extraordinary treasure pill, she naturally knew that the sooner she took it, the better. Once the spirit pill entered her abdomen, she immediately sat down cross-legged and silently circulated her secret art to dissolve the medicinal efficacies. At the same time, in the palace wing of soaring Swallow Peak, Yang Kai appeared in a disheveled state, cursing and swearing, looking quite depressed. The furnace of extraordinary treasure pills he refined wasn't just 4 pills as he had told others, but 5. When the pill tribulation arrived, Lu Yan had wrapped up the extraordinary treasure pills and hid inside the sealed world bead, taking all of them away with her. After the pill tribulation, Yang Kai took advantage of the fact that everyone was still in a daze to quietly put back 4 of them, all without anyone knowing. Chapter 2206. With Yang Kai's current cultivation and alchemist level, being able to refine 5 extraordinary treasure pills at once was mostly due to luck. He had secretly estimated that he could only refine 3 pills, but he did not expect that when the final result came out, a big surprise would appear in front of him. The only thing that made Yang Kai feel regretful was that none of the 5 spirit pills had formed pill veins. This was understandable. Extraordinary treasure pills were not easy to form, and if they had formed pill veins, it would be too heaven-defying. For the next few days, Yang Kai had been living on Flying Swallow Peak, cultivating in peace and patiently waiting for news from Azure Sun Temple. Searching for the tribulation fruit was definitely not a matter of 1 or 2 days. The reason why Yang Kai gave a 3-month deadline was entirely for Qin Yu's sake. Her body and age could not wait any longer. And Azure Sun Temple was her and Yang Kai's only hope. Flying Swallow Peak was located in a remote part of the Azure Sun mountain range, so it was extremely quiet, so no one came to disturb Yang Kai. However, what Yang Kai did not expect was that after a few days, an unexpected guest would come to visit. The visitor was Gao Xueqi. This made him extremely surprised, but he did not neglect and welcomed Gao Xueqi into the main hall to accompany her. He thought that Gao Xueqi might have come to find him for something, but it was not what he imagined. This cold master of the Emperor realm stayed with Yang Kai for most of the day, just like an elder asking Yang Kai about the cultivation of a junior, asking him some questions about the martial Tao. Yang Kai thought carefully and answered them one by one. From Gao Xueqing's expression, he did not know whether the answers satisfied her or not. It was rare to have such a close contact with a master of the Emperor realm, so Yang Kai also took the opportunity to ask some things he did not understand. Gao Xueqi had no intention of hiding anything and explained to him in simple words. Yang Kai's harvest was not small. At the end, Gao Xueqi proposed to test the strength of Yang Kai's divine sense. In this regard, although Yang Kai was puzzled, he did not refuse. He condensed his divine sense slightly and blasted it at Gao Xueqi. The other party naturally received it calmly and was indifferent, but she gave Yang Kai a meaningful look, as if she saw that he did not use his full strength. In the end, Gao Xueqi left something for Yang Kai and left. After sending Gao Xueqi off, Yang Kai was confused. He didn't know why Elder Gao had come looking for him. From the last time she went to the Four Seasons realm with her, she knew that Gao Xueqi was not an easy person to get along with. It wasn't because he had a bad temper or a bad personality, but because he was born with an ice-cold temperament. His face always had an expression that kept people 1,000 miles away and kept strangers away. In fact, Yang Kai could feel that Gao Xueqi wasn't a bad person. He looked at something in his hand. Kai Yang's brow wrinkled. Muttering to himself, Yang Kai muttered, "There's no beginning or end. What is this for?" The thing in his hand was the thing that Gao Xueqi gave him before she left. It looked like a small bell, about the size of a palm. It was surrounded by a halo and looked extremely mysterious. It was also emitting strong energy fluctuations. Gao Xueqi called it the Purple Sun Profound Light Shield. This was a Dao Source grade low-rank artifact. Moreover, it was not an ordinary artifact. It was a soul-type artifact. Soul-type artifacts were often made of extremely special materials. They could only be controlled by the cultivator's divine sense. Source Qi had no effect on these artifacts. Soul-type artifacts were several grades more precious than ordinary artifacts in terms of rarity and value. Therefore, although this small bell was only a Dao Source grade low-rank artifact, its true value was not below that of an ordinary Dao Source grade high-rank artifact. In fact, it was even more valuable. And from the shape of this small bell, one could tell at a glance that it was a defensive artifact. If it was refined into one's body, it could protect one's knowledge, Qi and soul from external attacks. Yang Kai really did not have a soul-type artifact. When he was still very weak, he had a small offensive sword, but as his strength increased, that thing had long been eliminated. Moreover, he had comprehended the blossoming lotus secret technique on his own. Its offensive power was stronger and more mysterious than most soul-type artifacts. Therefore, he had never considered collecting this type of artifact. Gao Xueqing's gift to him could be considered to have made up for one of his shortcomings. With the protection of this artifact, coupled with Yang Kai's powerful soul, it would be very difficult for others to harm his knowledge Qi with a sneak attack. As the saying goes, one does not dare refuse a gift from an elder. Yang Kai was not a disciple of the temple, but Gao Xueqi was a master of the emperor realm. Therefore, when she gave Yang Kai this artifact, Yang Kai did not think much about it and just thanked her. At this moment, it seemed that it would take some time to refine it. Since he had nothing to do now and was only waiting for news, it was time to start refining the artifact. Thinking of this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated. He sat down cross-legged and released his divine sense, enveloping the Purple Sun Profound Light Shield. More than 10 days passed by slowly. Over the past 10 days, Yang Kai had been sitting cross-legged in his room, not taking a single step out as he worked hard to refine the Purple Sun Profound Light Shield. Through these days of hard work, he had only managed to refine a third of the artifact's barrier. He could store it in his knowledge Qi and barely activate a bit of its power. But if he wanted to completely refine it, he would need more time to accumulate power. This Purple Sun Profound Light Shield was worthy of being a Dao Source grade low-rank soul-type artifact. Its function seemed to be extremely powerful. Just now, it had turned into a purple light curtain that shrouded Yang Kai's knowledge Qi, forming a strong layer of protection. If others wanted to hurt Yang Kai's knowledge Qi, they would have to break through this purple protection first. Because it had not been completely refined, Yang Kai did not know if it had any other functions, but this alone was enough to make him look forward to it. On this day, Yang Kai suddenly felt something and quickly opened his eyes to look outside. Just as he opened his eyes, a person's voice sounded outside the door, shouting, "Brother Yang, I'm here to see you." When Yang Kai heard this voice, he knew that the person who spoke was Xiaosheng. As soon as the voice fell, Xiaosheng pushed the door open and entered. Another person's voice sounded, "Brother, he hasn't invited you in yet. What if you interfere with his cultivation?" This person was Xiao Baiyi. Yes, maybe junior brother Yang is comprehending some kind of secret technique. "Brother, don't be so rash." Murong Xiao Zhao's voice also sounded, seemingly very worried. Xiaosheng heard this and could not help but look embarrassed. He was in a dilemma and scratched his head, whispering, "What should I do then? I've already called out." "It's okay, please come in," Yang Kai responded. The expression on Xiaosheng's face suddenly relaxed as he laughed and stepped in. "Thank you for your hospitality," Xiao Baiyi said and walked in. Not long after, several people appeared in front of Yang Kai. To Yang Kai's great surprise, in addition to Xiaosheng, Xiao Baiyi, and Murong Xiao, Chen Muji was also there. He was not familiar with Yang Kai and had only met him a few times, so at this moment, they just nodded to each other as a greeting. Xia Shang, on the other hand, was very enthusiastic and introduced them to each other. This guest room was simple, so Yang Kai did not have the idea of inviting them to sit down. Instead, he looked at Xia Shang and said, "You all came together. Is there something you want to tell me?" Xia Shang nodded slightly, smiled mysteriously, and said, "Temple Master summoned us." "Me too." Yang Kai frowned. These people in front of him were all elites of Azure Sun Temple, so it was natural for them to be summoned. But the meaning of Xia Shang's words was that even he was summoned, which made Yang Kai a little confused. "Exactly." Xia Shang nodded and said, "Temple Master specifically asked us to come here and bring Brother Yang to see him." "Do you know what it is?" Yang Kai asked. "Good news." Xia Shang grinned. Xiao Baiyi said at this moment, "When we left last time, didn't Temple Master say that sentence? I think we are probably going to receive a reward this time." Receive a reward? Yang Kai's expression was extremely strange. "But, I have already made a request to Temple Master One. What else does Temple Master One want to reward me with?" Xia Shang smiled and said, "How can that small request make up for the merit of your 6 star seals? Temple Master has always been fair in his rewards and punishments. Brother Yang, you have made such a huge contribution to the temple this time, so it can't be offset by a small request." "Yes." Xiao Baiyi nodded. "You also noticed that this time, the Temple Master only summoned the few of us, and the few of us are the ones who obtained the extra star seals. Me, Xiao Xiao, and junior brother Chen were all rewarded for just turning in a single star seal, not to mention you turning in 6 at once." "Enough chit-chat. Let's go quickly. I can't wait to know what the Temple Master will reward me with," Xia Shang said with an impatient expression. "Then, I'll have to trouble you to lead the way," Yang Kai said politely. Immediately, the group of 5 each used their movement skills and secret techniques and flew towards the main peak of Azure Sun Temple. After a short while, they arrived at Myriad Saints Peak and went straight to the main hall. However, when they crossed the gate, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed slightly. At this moment, he felt a mysterious force suddenly appear and bless him. Before he could react, a feeling of weightlessness came over him. After they passed through the gate, Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. "Where is Brother Yang?" Xia Shang's expression changed drastically as he asked in horror. Xiao Baiyi, Murong Xiao Xiao, Chen Muji, and the others also looked shocked and dignified. "Don't worry. He was called by the Temple Master alone." A person's voice suddenly came from the front. Everyone looked up and found that the person who spoke was Gao Xueqi. At this moment, Elder Gao was facing the crowd and standing there quietly. She was like a blooming white lotus, clear and distant. They looked at each other. Although they did not know why when Zishan wanted to take Yang Kai away alone, they were no longer worried and immediately said in unison, "Greetings, Elder Gao." Chapter 2207. At the same time, Yang Kai mysteriously appeared in one of the rooms of the Myriad Saints Peak Palace. After regaining control of his body, Yang Kai immediately put on a defensive posture and looked around. Not far in front of him, Wen Zishan was lying lazily on a chair, looking at him with a smile. Greetings, Temple Master Wen." Yang Kai straightened his face and cupped his fists. Wen Zishan nodded and said, "You're welcome." Saying so, he stood up and walked to the table. He picked up a wine bottle and a jar of wine from the table and filled his cup. In an instant, the room was filled with the fragrance of wine. He took a sip and put on a look of ecstasy, as if he was savoring the taste. Looking at him like this, Yang Kai's mouth twitched slightly, but he did not disturb him and just waited quietly. After a long time, Wen Zishan seemed to have recovered from the pleasure and said with a satisfied expression, "You should know why I called you here, right?" Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, "I heard some guesses from Brother Xiao." "Haha," Wen Zishan laughed. "Boy, you're very cautious. Well, I called you here to give you a reward. Although you made a request to this king a few days ago, that request is not enough to offset your contribution to the temple. However, you're not a disciple of the temple, so you're an outsider. This king has been in a dilemma for a long time about the reward." "Boy, I don't ask for much," Yang Kai smiled slightly. Wen Zishan said, "What kind of reward do you want? Why don't you tell me, if possible? This king can satisfy you." He threw the initiative to Yang Kai. This approach seemed generous and open-minded. In fact, Kai Yang was well aware of what was going on. because he was just a cultivator in the first-order Dao Source realm, while Wen Zishan was a third-order Emperor Realm Master and a Sect Master. Therefore, what was precious and rare to Yang Kai might be ordinary to Wen Zishan. If Yang Kai proposed the reward, Wen Zishan might be able to get it easily. How could Yang Kai be so stupid? He naturally would not miss such a rare opportunity. He just said, "What reward can Temple Master Wen give this junior?" Hearing this, Wen Zishan showed a look of approval. When the two looked at each other, everything was understood without words. After a moment of silence, Wen Zishan said, "Based on the number of star seals you have handed, this king can open the gate of the temple's treasury and allow you to enter to choose any 3 items." Yang Kai's eyes suddenly. This was what Wen Zishan had said. However, the Azure Sun Temple's treasure vault did not belong to him. As one of the top sects in the Southern Territory, Azure Sun Temple's treasure vault was naturally filled with countless rare treasures. If Yang Kai could really enter and take 3 things, it might allow his strength to improve by leaps and bounds. Just as he was tempted, Wen Zishan said in a provocative tone, "There are many treasures in the temple's treasury. There are countless artifacts, including 2 Emperor artifacts, but as for what those Emperor artifacts are and where they are, you'll have to find them yourself. I won't tell you. In addition, there are all kinds of spirit pills that are difficult to find in the outside world, as well as secret arts and secret tomes that have never been taught to outsiders. With your cultivation, any one of them is a great opportunity. Moreover, there are many cultivation experiences and insights of the masters in the Emperor realm." Yang Kai's breathing slowly quickened. He really did not expect Wen Zishan to be so generous to him. No matter what, he was still an outsider, but Wen Zishan was willing to open the gate of the treasury to him. This alone was enough to make Yang Kai very grateful. However, although what Wen Zishan said was precious and rare, it still did not make Yang Kai immediately make up his mind. He did not care about the Emperor artifacts, and he could refine the pills himself. He did not particularly need them. He could also ignore secret arts because even if he took them, he would not have so much time to cultivate them. Instead, the cultivation experiences and insights of the masters in the Emperor realm made Yang Kai slightly tempted. These things could help him save a lot of time and avoid many detours. Seeing his expression change, Wen Zishan was a little surprised and said, "What? None of these things attract you?" Yang Kai took a deep breath and said, "Please forgive me, Temple Master One. I just don't know how to decide." Wen Zishan smiled and said, "This king understands. And if you don't like these things, how about this king personally teach you a secret art?" Yang Kai looked up at him and said in a deep voice, "Temple Master One, may I ask, what reward will Brother Xia and the others get this time? Will they be able to enter the treasury and take out any 3 items?" As soon as these words came out, Wen Zishan's smile immediately became meaningful. He pointed at Yang Kai and said, "Boy, you've asked the right question. It seems, the reward that Brother Xia and the others get is a little different from mine," Yang Kai said knowingly. "Yes, it is indeed different. After all, they are disciples of the temple, and you are not." Wen Zishan admitted bluntly. He was not worried that Yang Kai would throw a tantrum because the truth was right there. After all, people were still divided into close and distant. However, he changed the topic and said, "You also have a chance to get the same reward as them. I just don't know if you're willing." "I'd like to hear the details." Yang Kai looked solemn. Although he did not know what kind of reward Xia Shang and the others would get, since when Zishan admitted that the reward was different, it meant that Xia Shang and the others would get better rewards. Since there was such an opportunity, Yang Kai would certainly fight for it. However, he was very curious about what kind of reward would be better than entering the treasury and choosing any 3 items. Wen Zishan did not answer him immediately this time. Instead he said, "Do you know why this king built Azure Sun Temple here?" Yang Kai thought to himself, "That was hundreds of thousands of years ago. How would I know?" Although he was muttering in his heart, he put on a look of asking for advice and said, "I don't know. Of course, it's because there is something very special here," Wen Zishan said. As he spoke, a look of reminiscence flashed in his eyes, and he continued, 800 years ago, this king accidentally passed by the Azure Sun mountain range and found something. That thing had a mysterious effect. This king was already a third-order Emperor Realm Master at that time, so he wanted to collect that thing, but unfortunately, he did not succeed. I could only live here temporarily. As time passed, this place gradually grew to the size of a sect, so this king simply built Azure Sun Temple. Compared to the other top sects in the Southern Territory, this temple has only been around for a short time. So why is it able to compete with the other top sects? Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat and he whispered, "Is it because of that thing?" Wen Zishan suddenly showed a teachable expression and said, "Yes, although this king is a third-order emperor realm master and is not weaker than the other sect masters or temple masters, the strength of a sect is not just a matter of one person. It requires the support of many pillars. For Azure Sun Temple to develop to its current scale, that thing played an important role." "I wonder, what exactly is that thing?" When Yang Kai heard this, he was also very curious. He really could not understand what kind of thing could allow a sect to prosper to its current level. Wen Zishan stared at Yang Kai with a solemn expression and spat out 3 words, "The Divine Ascension Mirror." "Immortal Ascension Boundary?" Yang Kai listened blankly. "It's not the Divine Ascension Boundary, you know. It's the Divine Ascension Mirror, the Mirror of Mirrors." Wen Zishan explained, "This is a strange object that has existed since the beginning of the world. It forms a world of its own inside, and that world is very different from the one we are in now. As for what the difference is, this king will not explain it to you. If you have the opportunity to enter it, you will naturally understand. After entering it, the cultivator will also obtain a huge increase in strength." Back then, this king explored it but was unable to decipher the key to this object. Over the past few hundred years, most of the temple's elite disciples have entered it, and those who were able to come out alive have all become much stronger. Star Soul Palace has the 5-colored treasure pagoda, Orthodoxy Temple has the Astral Winds, and Heavenly Martial Holy Land has the Martial Intent Temple. These are the foundations of their respective sects and are the reason why these sects have been able to stand tall for so long. When Zishan said with a proud expression, "And my Azure Sun Temple has the Divine Ascension Mirror. As long as the Divine Ascension Mirror is not broken, my temple will be able to continue to pass on its legacy and never decline." "Can this brat go in?" Yang Kai asked with a fiery expression. Wen Zishan grinned and said, "Originally, this king would never allow an outsider like you to enter. Even in the temple, only those who have entered it know the secret of the Divine Ascension Mirror. The other disciples have never heard of it, and naturally, the other sects also know nothing about it. However, your contribution this time is not small, so if this king doesn't allow you to enter, it would be somewhat unreasonable, but allowing you to enter would also be against the rules." Hearing this, Yang Kai suddenly said, "Temple Master 1, do you still remember that when I fought with Xueqi last time, you said that if I won, you would agree to a request of mine that wasn't too excessive?" Wen Zishan was startled when he heard this and looked at Yang Kai. "What? You're going to use this request here?" "That's right." Yang Kai nodded and said, "In addition to my contribution of 6 star seals to the temple, there shouldn't be a problem, right?" "There shouldn't be a problem." Wen Zishan pondered, "You've already said so much, but are you sure you want to do this? You don't even know what the Divine Ascension Mirror can bring you." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Since Brother Xia and the others received this reward, it means that this is the best reward. Since it's the best reward, why should I hesitate?" "Good." Wen Zishan shouted, "Since that's the case, this king will agree to your request. However, you must also swear an oath that you will never reveal the secret of the Divine Ascension Mirror to anyone for the rest of your life. Otherwise, this brat understands." Yang Kai nodded and immediately swore an oath in front of Wen Zishan. Chapter 2208. Half a day later, Yang Kai returned to Flying Swallow Peak from Wen Zishan's place. During this half a day, Wen Zishan explained the mysteries of the Divine Ascension Mirror to Yang Kai in detail. The more Yang Kai learned about the Divine Ascension Mirror, the more surprised he became that such a treasure could be born in this world and that such a mysterious space existed. Wen Zishan was right. As long as one could enter the Divine Ascension Mirror and come out alive, any cultivator would receive a massive boost in strength. This kind of boost wasn't just a boost to one's strength, but rather a boost to one's foundation and overall abilities. This was a significant boost to any cultivator. At this point, he finally understood why Gao Xueting suddenly came to find him a few days ago and gave him the Purple Sun Profound Light Shield before she left. She had either anticipated this or was preparing ahead of time, so she specifically gave Yang Kai a soul-type defensive artifact in order to give him an extra layer of protection after he entered the Divine Ascension Mirror. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. After thinking about it for a while, he smiled bitterly and muttered under his breath, "The older the wiser." The reason he said this was because he understood one thing. Wen Zishan and the others had probably discussed this more than 10 days ago before he entered the Divine Ascension Mirror. But today, Temple Master Wen deliberately made things difficult for him and vaguely pointed out that the rewards Xia Shang and the others received were different from Yang Kai's, all in order to lure Yang Kai into using up his previous promise. In other words, even if Yang Kai didn't use Wen Zishan's promise, he should still be able to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror. Things had already gotten to this point. There was no point in regretting it. Yang Kai felt like he should be thanking Wen Zishan instead. He had opened up the great secret of Azure Sun Temple to an outsider like him, giving him a chance to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror. So what if he used up that promise? He was going to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror tomorrow, so Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry to refine the Purple Sun Profound Light Shield after returning to Flying Swallow Peak. After all, it would only take half a day, so no matter how hard he tried, it wouldn't have much of an effect. He simply sat down cross-legged and adjusted his condition to its optimal state. The next day, early in the morning, Yang Kai opened his eyes. His eyes were sparkling. It was obvious that he had rested well. Then, he set off towards a certain direction in the depths of the Azure Sun mountain range. About an hour later, Yang Kai landed at the foot of a high mountain. On the other side of the open space, there were already 4 figures standing there. Yang Kai glanced at them. He discovered that the 4 people were Xia Shang, Xiao Baiyi, Murong Xiao Xiao, and Chen Muji. I knew that Brother Yang would definitely come. Xia Shang looked at Yang Kai and laughed. Xiao Baiyi, on the other hand, was shocked because he thought that the Divine Ascension Mirror was related to the sect's secrets. Even if Yang Kai, an outsider, had made great contributions, it was also impossible for him to have the opportunity to enter. However, he did not expect his own Hall Master to be so generous. Junior Brother Yang. Murong Xiao Xiao smiled at Yang Kai and nodded in greeting. Brother Yang. Chen Muji also cupped his fists slightly. Although he wasn't familiar with Yang Kai yet, he had at least exchanged a few words with him. Moreover, everyone was going to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror this time, so they had to support each other, so there was no problem in building a good relationship beforehand. Yang Kai also cupped his fists in response, greeting everyone one by one and exchanging a few words with them. Only then did he change the topic. Are we the only ones entering this time? Is there no elder leading the team? Xia Sheng smiled. Of course there is. It's said that the Divine Ascension Mirror is quite dangerous, so the temple won't feel safe letting us Dao Source Realm cultivators enter alone. They will probably send an elder from the Emperor Realm to assist us. But we don't know who it is. Chen Muji smiled. Xia Sheng's face darkened as he muttered, "Please don't let it be Elder Gao." Last time, he was thrown off the ship by Gao Xueqi on the way to and from the Four Seasons realm, so he was quite afraid of her. After saying this, Xia Sheng turned his head suspiciously and looked at Murong Xiao Xiao with a puzzled expression. "Xiao Xiao, didn't you rest well last night? Why are your eyelids twitching?" "It's not that." Murong Xiao Xiao answered softly with an anxious expression on her face. "Humph." Xiao Baiyi coldly snorted and turned his gaze away. Chen Muji and Yang Kai, one of them looked up at the sky while the other looked down at the ground. Xiaxing suddenly seemed to understand something and couldn't help but shiver. Behind him, he felt a chill, as if a peerless demon god was standing behind him. Her tall figure covered the sky, making Xiaxing feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. "Ha ha." He suddenly let out a dry laugh. What did I just say? Before he could finish speaking, he felt a sharp pain in his head, as if someone had hit him hard. Then, he fell to the ground and lay there with his arms and legs spread out, not moving at all. "All of you follow me," Gao Xueting said indifferently as she turned around and flew upwards. "Yes." Several people responded and followed closely behind Gao Xueting. Before Murong Xiao Xiao left, she looked at Xiaosheng sympathetically, but she didn't have the courage to pull him up. She could only silently pray for her brother in her heart. Along the way, Gao Xueting didn't say a word, making the disciples feel a great deal of pressure. For some reason, when the disciples got along with Gao Xueting, they couldn't help but become serious, as if they were intimidated by her cold aura. Not long after, everyone arrived at the top of the mountain. At the top of the mountain, there was a flat and smooth cliff facing the abyss. Gao Xueting stopped in front of the cliff. Yang Kai and the others stood about 10 meters away from Gao Xueting and looked at the place curiously. Yang Kai's curiosity was understandable because he was not a disciple of Azure Sun Temple and was unfamiliar with everything here. However, Xiao Bai and the others were different. Although they had lived in Azure Sun Temple for many years and had been here to learn from their masters, and had passed by this place many times, they had never paid much attention to this place. They thought it was just an ordinary mountain peak, but they didn't expect that there was a huge secret hidden here. After entering, don't look at what you shouldn't look at, and don't say what you shouldn't say. Gao Xueqi suddenly said seriously. Especially you. When she said the last sentence, her majestic gaze was cast on Xiaoshang, who was hiding behind Murong Xiao. She didn't know when he had caught up. This disciple will become a mute now. When Xiaoshang heard this, he immediately reached out and drew a line across his mouth, as if he was sewing it shut with an invisible needle and thread. Only then did Gao Xueqi turn her head and face the flat cliff, calling out, "Is Grandma Yu here?" Xueqi is under the orders of the sect master to bring a few disciples into the Divine Ascension Mirror. "Grandma, please open the barrier." Her tone was extremely polite, not even when facing Wen Zishan and Qiu Ran. It was fine with Wen Zishan, but Gao Xueqi seemed to have been brought up by Wen Zishan. The two of them had a very close relationship, and Wen Zishan often did things that angered Gao Xueqi, so Gao Xueqi naturally didn't respect him. However, Qiu Ran, as the Vice Temple Master of Azure Sun Temple and a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master, had never been treated so politely by Gao Xueqi. Moreover, Yang Kai faintly felt that besides politeness, Gao Xueqing's attitude also had a trace of caution and nervousness. Coupled with the way she addressed herself as if she was a junior, Yang Kai immediately guessed that this Grandma Yu, who was guarding the forbidden area, should be an old antique with an extremely bad temper. This speculation surprised Yang Kai slightly, because he didn't expect that there would be such a person in Azure Sun Temple. After Gao Xueqi shouted, she kept waiting. After half an incense stick worth of time, a flash of light suddenly appeared on the cliff in front of them. Immediately after, a cave appeared on the originally empty cliff. When Gao Xueqi saw this, she whispered to everyone, "Follow me." Then, her figure flickered and she rushed into the cave, with the others following closely behind. After entering the cave, a cold atmosphere immediately enveloped everyone. Even though the weakest person present was a Dao Source Realm cultivator, they couldn't help but shiver and get goosebumps. The cave was quiet and secluded, and the light was dim. Gao Xueqi led the way at the front while the others followed closely behind. No one spoke, and even the sound of their breathing was suppressed to the limit. Only the faint sound of their heartbeats could be heard, adding to the eerie atmosphere. The path in the cave was full of twists and turns, and Gao Xueqi seemed to be leading everyone into the heart of the mountain. After walking for a long time, a light suddenly appeared in front of them. After a short while, everyone arrived at a spacious cave. Looking around, this cave was clean and monotonous, and there wasn't much in it. However, in the center of the cave, there was a flickering mirror-like object about the size of a table. Everyone's expression couldn't help but shake as they immediately understood that this was the legendary Divine Ascension Mirror. All of them looked in that direction, wanting to see it clearly. However, when everyone looked in that direction, they discovered that the Divine Ascension Mirror was extremely mysterious. The originally flat surface of the mirror had suddenly transformed into a huge vortex that released an unimaginable suction force. Immediately after, everyone's knowledge seas began to churn, and their souls became restless, as if their souls were about to be sucked away. Everyone turned pale with fright and hurriedly averted their gazes. No one dared to pay attention to that strange existence anymore, and all of them broke out in cold sweat. Young people always need to suffer a little before they realize how insignificant they are. Humph. Suddenly, an ear-piercing voice rang out, echoing throughout the spacious cave. It made everyone feel as if 100 claws were scratching at their hearts, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. If one really had to describe this voice, it was like the sound of two pieces of iron rubbing against each other. Yang Kai and the others felt their scalps go numb when they heard it. Along with the voice, a figure strangely appeared in front of everyone. No one noticed when she had appeared, and even Gao Xueqing's source qi seemed to have subconsciously surged the moment this person appeared, but she quickly suppressed it. Chapter 2209. Greetings, Grandma. Gao Xueqing's face turned solemn as she cupped her fists towards the figure. Yang Kai and the others also hurriedly looked towards the newcomer and found that Grandma Yu's figure was extremely short, only reaching up to Yang Kai's chest. Her waist was bent and she held a walking stick in her hand. She looked extremely weak and trembling. Grandma Yu's face couldn't be described with just the word ugly. Her face was full of potholes, traces of erosion from the flowing time great emperor. There were countless wrinkles on her face, and there were even many age spots on her face. It seemed like she didn't have long to live. Only her pair of green eyes were bright and full of spirit. Everyone felt their hair stand on end when they looked into those eyes. The first word that came to mind when looking at such a dignified gaze was ferocious. Murong Xiao Xiao, who was a little timid, already had her pretty face slightly pale. Even Yang Kai and the other men all had uncomfortable looks on their faces. But since she was in front of them, they didn't dare to not salute, so they immediately cupped their fists and said, "Greetings, senior." Grandma Yu nodded slightly and didn't say much, just sweeping her eyes over them. At the same time, an almost suffocating divine sense swept over everyone's bodies. Yang Kai turned pale with fright as he stared at the old woman in front of him in shock. Because he discovered that her divine sense was incredibly powerful. It was comparable to Aunt Feng, whom he had met before. They weren't any weaker. Aunt Feng was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, someone who was on par with Wen Zishan. However, the energy fluctuations coming from this Grandma Yu's body shouldn't have reached the third-order Emperor Realm. According to Yang Kai's experience, she should only be a first-order Emperor Realm Master. In other words, although this old woman only had a first-order Emperor Realm cultivation, her divine sense was comparable to a third-order Emperor Realm Master. He didn't know if it was because of her innate talent or because she had been guarding the Divine Ascension Mirror all year round. Yang Kai secretly felt that the latter was more likely because according to Wen Zishan, the greatest use of the Divine Ascension Mirror was to improve the cultivator's divine sense. She had been guarding the Divine Ascension Mirror all year round, so she must have obtained great benefits from this unique treasure. After Granny Yu scanned the crowd with her divine sense, she suddenly turned her gaze to Yang Kai, and as if she had discovered something, she chuckled strangely and said, "This little guy is quite interesting." Gao Xueqi glanced at Yang Kai. She frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. After Granny Yu made this comment, she did not comment further on Yang Kai. Instead, she said in an ear-piercing voice, "The others are just us." Gao Xueqi cupped her fists and said, "I'll have to trouble Grandma to send them into the Divine Ascension Mirror." "Humph, that little bastard Wen Zishan. You only know how to order me around." Granny Yu said. He suddenly cursed. Kai Yang and the others were all shocked, staring dumbfounded at the old woman in front of them, their faces filled with disbelief. Wen Zishan was the temple master of Azure Sun Temple, and since this Granny Yu was ordered to guard the restricted area, she should also be a member of the temple. As a cultivator of the temple, she actually dared to speak so rudely and call the temple master a little bastard in front of so many people. No matter how they thought about it, they felt that something was wrong. After Granny Yu finished cursing, she turned her head and glared at them with a hawk-like gaze. She said fiercely, "What? He trapped me here, and I can't even scold him? Do you have any objections?" Everyone hurriedly shook their heads, feeling like there was a lot of information in this sentence. On the other side, Gao Xueqi frowned and said, "Granny, you're only here because of the bet with the temple master. Why do you have to? What do you know?" Granny Yu's temper was really bad. After scolding Wen Zishan, she got angry at Gao Xueqi and said agitatedly, "You were just a little girl back then. What do you know?" Wen Zishan, that bastard. If this old woman wasn't his opponent, I would have torn him to pieces. She seemed to have recalled something very bad, so she started cursing endlessly. As she cursed, she banged the crutch in her hand so loudly that the entire cave was filled with loud noises. Yang Kai and the others stood in place, trembling with fear. They were afraid that this old woman would go crazy and attack them. With her powerful divine sense, which was comparable to a third-order Emperor Realm Master, if she really attacked, Gao Xueqi might not be able to protect them. Fortunately, although Granny Yu was furious, she had not lost her mind, so after cursing for a while, she suddenly shut up and stood in place, gasping for breath, as if she was tired. Gao Xueqing's expression was also very ugly. She suppressed the impatience in her heart and did not dare to interrupt her. She waited for her to finish cursing before saying, "Granny, let's send them in first. This old woman knows." The old woman replied impatiently, then turned to Gao Xueqing and asked, "Do you want to go in this time?" Gao Xueqing replied, "Yes." "Good, then each of you can find a stone room." After Granny Yu finished speaking, She suddenly pointed her crutch in front of them. Following the direction she was pointing, Xueqi and the others noticed that there were man-made stone rooms around the mysterious divine ascension mirror. There was a restriction token hanging on the door of each stone room. After a rough count, there were a total of 10 stone rooms, all of which surrounded the divine ascension mirror in a semicircle. Xueqi explained, "I'm sure you already know how to enter the divine ascension mirror. Only soul avatars can enter that place, so after we enter the restricted area, our physical bodies will not be able to move." These stone rooms were personally built by the temple master. While your divine sense is in the divine ascension mirror, as long as the restriction is activated, your safety will be guaranteed. Without the restriction token or the temple master personally acting, no one will be able to destroy these stone rooms. They will damage your physical bodies. Everyone listened. They nodded to express their understanding. "Isn't it all to guard against this old woman?" Granny Yu snorted in dissatisfaction and smiled wickedly. "Since you're so worried about this old woman, why didn't you just kill me back then? Why did you give this old woman such a heavy responsibility to guard this restricted area?" She talked to herself, but no one paid any attention to her. However, Xueqi and the others knew that she was telling the truth. Wen Zishan had specially built these stone rooms to protect the disciples whose soul avatars entered the divine ascension mirror. It was most likely to guard against Granny Yu. After all, Granny Yu gave off a very dangerous vibe. No one knew what she would do, and if she damaged their physical bodies while they were in the divine ascension mirror, they would probably be trapped in the divine ascension mirror for the rest of their lives. While she was speaking, everyone had already found a stone room. They took the restriction token hanging on the door and walked in. Xueqi didn't rush in and instead stood in place. She explained how to use the restriction token to everyone. Not long after, everyone understood and immediately closed the doors of the stone rooms before activating the restriction token and activating the restrictions of their respective stone rooms. After everyone was done, Xueqi chose an empty stone room and walked in. Before closing the door, she said, "I'll have to trouble Granny Yu next." "There's no need for your nonsense," Granny Yu replied. Xueqi didn't say anything else and activated the restrictions as well, waiting silently. A short while later, Granny Yu stood in front of the divine ascension mirror with her walking stick. Suddenly, she tossed her walking stick aside and opened her arms. At the same time, a wave of divine scent surged out and poured into the divine ascension mirror. She muttered something under her breath. It seemed like she was chanting some kind of incantation, but if one listened carefully, they wouldn't be able to tell what it was. Following her actions, the divine ascension mirror, which was originally flowing with light, immediately erupted with a dazzling divine light. At this moment, Xueqi and the others, who were sitting cross-legged in the stone room, were also enveloped by this light. Within this light, everyone felt extremely uncomfortable, as if their souls were about to leave their bodies. It was a terrifying feeling. However, no one tried to resist because this phenomenon was extremely normal. Every cultivator who entered the divine ascension mirror would experience this. *1. The huge divine ascension mirror suddenly started spinning faster and faster, gradually forming a wave of energy that swept out in all directions. Sand and stones were instantly sent flying in all directions as the stones smashed into the stone rooms and cave walls, causing cracking sounds. *Xio. 6 streaks of light shot out from each of the 6 stone rooms and disappeared into the spinning divine ascension mirror. At the same time, the figures of Xueqi and the others flashed across the surface of the divine ascension mirror. Granny Yu, who was in the middle of casting her technique, suddenly stared at the divine ascension mirror as if she had discovered something. She cried out involuntarily, "Impossible! That's impossible, right? That brat actually has such a precious treasure on him? Did this old woman see wrongly?" After saying this, she clapped her hands together and slapped them together. The spinning divine ascension mirror immediately stabilized and returned to its original state. However, Granny Yu's face was completely pale, and her forehead was covered in cold sweat. Her already short figure became even more bent, as if activating the divine ascension mirror this time had taken a huge toll on her. Damn it all!" she screamed. "Wen Zishan, you spared my life only because activating the divine ascension mirror requires the divine sense of a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Don't think this old woman doesn't know your sinister intentions. You'll pay the price sooner or later." After saying this, she quickly sat down cross-legged and took out some spirit pills from her space ring, stuffing them into her mouth like they were jelly beans. Whether or not this old woman saw wrongly, I still have to go in and verify it. If it really is that thing, Wen Zishan, you're done for. Ha ha. She started to laugh maniacally after talking for a while. At the same time, at Myriad Saint's Peak, Wen Zishan was looking into the distance. Chen Qian was beside him. When the divine sense of a third-order Emperor Realm Master appeared, Chen Qian said, "It looks like Sister Gao and the others have already entered." Wen Zishan nodded. Everything went smoothly. Temple Master. Chen Qian suddenly turned to look at Wen Zishan. Actually, there's something this subordinate doesn't understand. Chapter 22:10. Oh. Little Chen Qian also has things she doesn't understand? I thought you were a little mischievous and knew everything, Wen Zishan said with a faint smile. Chen Qian immediately glared at him and said, "Temple Master, Sister Gao was raised by you, so it's fine for you to speak to her in such a tone, but I'm not. If you continue to act like an old man, be careful that you won't be single for the rest of your life." Wen Zishan immediately broke out in a cold sweat and said with an uncomfortable expression, Let's change the topic. What did you want to ask just now? Back then, why didn't you kill Grandma Yu? Chen Qian's expression became serious as she asked in a deep voice. Wen Zishan's expression also became serious as he pondered for a moment before answering. It's not that I didn't kill her, it's that I couldn't. Chen Qian was puzzled. Subordinate doesn't understand. Wen Zishan said, when I first came to the Azure Sun Mountain Range, it was because I discovered the Divine Ascension Mirror that I settled down here. At that time, that old thing was already guarding the Divine Ascension Mirror. She seemed to have been living here for 2,000 years. When I first saw that kind of treasure, I was naturally excited and wanted to take a look. But you know that old thing's temper. She wouldn't agree no matter what I said. In the end, this king had no choice but to fight with her. In the end, you won and Grandma you lost. Yes, Wen Zishan nodded. Although my divine sense is about the same as hers. In the end, she was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master. In terms of overall strength, this king was still stronger. At that time, I realized that old thing wasn't a good person. She was cruel and her methods were cruel. If I could get rid of her, I wouldn't have held back. However, she had been with the Divine Ascension Mirror for a long time and seemed to have grasped a trace of its mysteries. She couldn't use the Divine Ascension Mirror to fight her enemies, but she could use a special method to control it and turn it off. If she was forced into a corner, she would turn off the treasure and it would be useless even if I succeeded. Hearing this, Chen Qian understood a lot and nodded. So Temple Master had some misgivings. That's right. Wen Zishan said. So I made an agreement with her that this king wouldn't take her life. She won't touch the Divine Ascension Mirror, but she has to cooperate with me when I need to use it. Realization dawned on Chen Qian's face. No wonder. When I went to the Divine Ascension Mirror to train back then, Grandma you seemed unwilling but had no choice but to open it. So that was the reason. It's not just you. Wen Zishan chuckled. Every time you open the Divine Ascension Mirror. Wasn't that old thing like that? She had always regarded the Divine Ascension Mirror as her personal possession. How can we allow others to taint it? At this point, Wen Zishan coldly snorted again. Over the years, although she has been quite cooperative, I don't know how many tricks she has played and how many elites of my temple have lost their lives. Hearing this, Chen Qian's pretty face changed as she stared at Wen Zishan in shock. Temple Master means, when Zishan sneered, she thought she did it without anyone noticing, but in fact, everything was under this king's control. However, she didn't go too far, so I didn't bother to expose her. But those disciples who died. Chen Qian revealed a pained expression. Wen Zishan let out a long sigh. That was also a kind of test. If you passed, you would naturally become stronger, but if you failed, you could only die. Everyone has their own destiny. Chen Qian looked like she was still afraid as she patted her chest. Fortunately, I passed back then. After a pause, she asked again, Temple Master, why were you willing to let an outsider enter the Divine Ascension Mirror this time? This is the temple's biggest secret, and even most of the temple's disciples don't know about it. There's no reason, I just wanted to test his ability. Wen Zishan smiled slightly. Chen Qian said, because of the great emperors of the secular world, right? That boy came with a token of the great emperors of the secular world, And I heard that Temple Master was raised by the great emperors of the secular world. That's definitely not true. Wen Zishan suddenly became anxious and glared at Chen Qian. This king grew up eating the food of the 100 families, and has nothing to do with that old guy, secular world. Oh? Trying to hide something only makes it more obvious. Chen Qian pursed her lips and smiled. You're spouting nonsense. You're just giving yourself away. Little Chen Qian. Wen Zishan suddenly softened his voice and called out affectionately. Chen Qian's pretty face suddenly changed as she hurriedly said, Temple Master, this subordinate remembers that she still has other matters to attend to, so she'll be leaving first. As she spoke, her figure flashed and she ran out of Wen Zishan's line of sight as if she was escaping. Her past experience told her that when Wen Zishan tried to change the topic and used this kind of tone to talk to her, it was best to run away immediately, otherwise, she would definitely be tortured to the point where she wished she was dead. Humph, little girl, you're too inexperienced, yet you dare to fight with this old master? You're overestimating yourself, wahahaha. Wen Zishan was proud of himself as he revealed an expression of invincibility, loneliness as he let out a bone-chilling laugh. In the strange space, 6 figures appeared one after another. The appearance of these 6 figures gradually solidified, and the entire process was extremely strange. After the 6 figures solidified, each of them let out a series of painful groans, as if they were in great pain. But soon, everyone regained their composure. They turned their heads and looked around, sizing each other up. Is this the Divine Ascension Mirror World? Xiaosheng asked in surprise. My body feels a little different, Murong Xiao said with a slight frown. It should be because of our soul avatars, Xiao Baiyi added. I'm not used to it. Chen Muji also complained. Yang Kai didn't say anything and only clenched his fists lightly, feeling the difference in his body. What he saw in front of him was basically the same as what he saw in the outside world. Whether it was their appearance or their clothes, they were all exactly the same as before. However, if he looked carefully, he would notice that everyone here didn't have a physical body. In other words, everyone here was condensed from pure energy. Although they had condensed into a physical form, they still didn't have a physical body. It's just as I told you before. Gao Xueqi quickly adapted, probably because she had been here before or because she was stronger. The ones who have entered the Divine Ascension Mirror World right now are just soul avatars. It was just his soul avatar. His physical body was still in the stone chamber of the smelted cave. The world inside the Divine Ascension Mirror World is completely composed of energy, so we can quickly and efficiently increase the strength of our souls here. If a cultivator's soul is strong enough, the speed at which they comprehend secret arts and cultivate secret techniques will greatly increase. There are also many other benefits. Aside from the physical body, the soul is the cultivator's most important foundation. That's why this trip will be an extremely rare experience for all of you. If you can increase the strength of your soul here to a certain extent, it will be easier for all of you to ascend to the Emperor realm in the future. Disciple understands. Xiao Baiyi and the others cupped their fists and replied. The energy in the Divine Ascension Mirror World is very different from the energy in the outside world, so we can cultivate outside. When we cultivate outside, we absorb world energy. This world energy will transform into source qi and increase our strength. But here if we cultivate, the energy we absorb will strengthen our soul. I think that all of you should be able to feel this by now, Gao Xueqi continued. Everyone nodded slightly. Yang Kai had indeed felt that the energy in this strange world was completely different from the outside world. Absorbing the surrounding energy into his body, he was able to strengthen his soul avatar. This made his soul even more resilient and powerful. If you want to strengthen your divine sense, other than cultivating here, you can also kill the living beings around you. There are other living beings here? Xiao Baiyi's expression changed slightly. Gao Xueqi glanced at him and said, This is a strange world, so why aren't there any other living beings? Xiao Baiyi was immediately rendered speechless by this question. Gao Xueqi continued, According to the Temple Master, the Divine Ascension Mirror is a unique treasure that was born at the beginning of the world. It is a world of its own, and although it isn't as vast as the star boundary and isn't even as large as the Southern Territory, since it is a world of its own, it has its own vitality. Here there are people, monster beast. Everything that exists in the star boundary exists here. However, they are all condensed from souls, and they don't seem to know this. They think that this is how the world has always been and have never experienced the feeling of having a physical body. Here, I must remind you to avoid contact with outsiders as much as possible. There are many powerful existences in the Divine Ascension Mirror, and those existences aren't people you can afford to provoke. However, if you can kill the living beings that have malicious intentions towards you, you can absorb their energy. The energy here is very pure and can be absorbed by our soul avatars to a large extent, strengthening our souls. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. If I explain it this way, you might not understand. So let's find one to experiment with. That way you should be able to understand. Saying so, Gao Xueqi closed her beautiful eyes and released her powerful First-Order Emperor Realm Divine Sense into the surroundings. After a short while, she opened her eyes and said, "Follow me." As he spoke, he had already sped away. Everyone followed behind him. This place was a plain with long grass and fat eagles. Birds chirped and flowers bloomed, but there was no sun in the sky. The entire world was filled with light, but no one knew where this light came from. Everyone followed Gao Xueqi for a dozen kilometers or so before a monster beast suddenly appeared in front of them. Everyone looked over and found that this monster beast was a species they had never seen before. It looked like a wild beast, but its body was enormous. It was as tall as a one-story building and its two sharp fangs were protruding out of its mouth, making it look extremely ferocious. The divine senses of the few Dao Source Realm cultivators immediately swept over it. After a brief investigation, they found that this monster beast was around the peak of the 10th order. In other words, it was equivalent to a monster beast at the peak of the Origin King realm. This kind of monster beast was naturally not worthy of anyone's attention, but it was perfect to be used as an experiment to facilitate Gao Xueqing's explanation. It seemed that Gao Xueqing had chosen a specific target. Chapter 22:11. When everyone scanned it with their divine senses, the wild boar-like monster beast seemed to have noticed them. It turned around in an instant and glared at the group with its scarlet eyes. Immediately after, it moved its four hooves, and its huge body stirred up a gust of wind as it charged towards the group with a murderous aura. "Xia Shang, I'll leave this scarlet-eyed evil boar to you," Gao Xueqing said indifferently. "Then, this disciple will go." Xia Shang's expression turned serious when he heard this. He tapped his foot and charged towards the scarlet-eyed evil boar. He obviously understood that Gao Xueqing wanted him to fight this monster beast so that she could explain it in more detail, so he didn't refuse. In the blink of an eye, the man and the beast closed the distance between them to about 10 feet. Xia Shang's figure paused, and he lowered his waist slightly. He stood in place with one hand on his chest and the other slowly pushing forward as he shouted, "Great Chaos Palm." Because he didn't know if the monster beast in this world had the same battle prowess as the one in the outside world, Xiaxing immediately used a secret technique. He didn't underestimate the scarlet-eyed evil boar even though it was only at the peak of the 10th level. Yes, because we entered this world as soul avatars, most of the secret techniques and cultivation methods we normally cultivate are useless here. Gao Xueqing's words rang in everyone's ears. The few of them nodded thoughtfully. On the other side, Xia Sheng's expression changed slightly. Because when he used this secret technique, he didn't do anything. Unexpectedly, nothing came out of it. It was just an empty stance. After hearing Gao Xueqing's words, he immediately understood that he had made a big mistake. In the blink of an eye, the scarlet-eyed evil boar was already 10 feet away from him. He didn't panic in the face of danger. He stretched out his hand and grasped at the air, as if he wanted to take out some kind of secret treasure. He shouted aggressively, "Don't be so arrogant, you evil beast. Hand over your life." Gao Xueqing spoke again. "You can't use secret treasures either, because activating secret treasures requires the cooperation of source qi and physical strength." As soon as she finished speaking, Xiaxing shouted, "Oh my God!" As he shouted, he turned around and ran towards Gao Xueqing, shouting in panic, "Elder Gao, save me!" Gao Xueqing looked at him coldly and sneered, "Your acting is too much. Although I know that you are doing this to let them understand the peculiarities of this world, but are you insulting your own intelligence or your junior brother and junior sister's intelligence? Quickly get rid of it." "Understood." Xia Sheng nodded. Turning around in an instant, Yong Kai waved his hand and summoned a long saber-like artifact into his grasp. This artifact gave off an unusual fluctuation of power and was obviously a soul-type artifact. Xia Shang poured his divine sense into it. He chopped at the scarlet-eyed evil boar. There were no flashy moves. There was no graceful movement. It was just a simple and direct attack. The blade flashed, and a miserable howl sounded. The violent energy spread out in all directions. The scarlet-eyed evil boar was directly split into two halves by the blade. Due to inertia, its huge body continued to charge forward for a long distance before suddenly falling to the ground. Xia Shang sheathed his saber, his expression cold and confident. There was no blood. There were no stinky innards. After the scarlet-eyed evil boar was killed, it just lay quietly on the ground. Under everyone's gaze, its body gradually faded, as if it had turned into energy and dissipated into the world. What was left in the place where half of its body had disappeared was a bean-sized yellowish ball of light. Everyone couldn't help but look at it in amazement. Under the sweep of their divine senses, Yang Kai and the others couldn't help but be moved. This was because they discovered that this bean-sized yellowish ball of light contained extremely pure spiritual energy. This energy didn't seem to be mixed with any impurities. It was unimaginably pure. This is a soul source. Gao Xueqi explained, in this world, every living being has their own soul source. As long as they are killed, their soul source will be left behind. We can easily absorb it and strengthen our souls. While she was speaking, Xia Shang had already run over to the ball of soul source and reached out to grab it. Strangely enough, the moment he grabbed it, the ball of soul source actually merged with his palm and fused into his body. Xia Shang immediately closed his eyes, revealing an expression of extreme comfort. After a while, he opened his eyes again and shouted, "Awesome!" Gao Xueqi said indifferently, "According to my estimation, this ball of soul source is equivalent to 7 or 8 days of bitter cultivation." The eyes of Yang Kai and the others lit up when they heard this. The soul source left behind by a peak 10th grade monster beast was enough to give them such great benefits. If it was an 11th grade monster beast, then it would take at least 1 to 2 months, right? 1 was so much, 10 was about a year, and 100 was about 100 years. 100 years of bitter cultivation in seclusion could increase the strength of one's divine sense, but it only required the soul source of a 111th grade monster beast. This was simply unimaginable. Don't get too excited. Gao Xueqi poured cold water on everyone's enthusiasm. Although the soul source left behind by these creatures is very pure and easy for us to absorb, it's still an external force. It's not something that comes from one's own cultivation, so if you feel any discomfort in your body, you must stop absorbing it. Otherwise, you might lose your mind, and the consequences would be unthinkable. Everyone's expression froze. Only now did they realize that this kind of absorption wasn't unlimited, but it wasn't obvious. Of course, if you can find a soul jade, then it'll be a different story, Gao Xueqi said again. Soul jade. Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. The others also looked confused. It's a unique product of this world. It's formed from the purest soul energy. In this world, it's a kind of jade that can be absorbed without any worries. This kind of thing, no matter how much you absorb, there won't be any problems. Gao Xueqi explained. I've entered this place 4 times, but so far, I've only obtained 1 piece of mid-grade soul jade. Even in this world, soul jades are extremely rare. Hearing this, everyone immediately understood that soul jades were probably things that could only be found by chance. Also, there's a soul crystal here. There's something called a soul crystal. Although it's only 1 word different from a soul jade, they're 2 completely different things. Gao Xueqi tried her best to explain more comprehensively so that the newcomers could have a more intuitive understanding of this world. You can think of soul crystals as origin crystals in our world. They're the hard currency of this world. Although they can be used for cultivation, the effects aren't ideal. Disciple understands. Xia Shang and the others nodded seriously. There are many strange products in this strange world. Most of these things are of great help to one's soul. If you're lucky enough to come across them, you'll naturally understand. Gao Xueqi looked around and said calmly, also from Xia Shang's battle just now, you should be able to see that. Here you can use them. Only soul-type artifacts and soul-secret techniques can be found here. When we passed through the Divine Ascension Mirror, we couldn't bring most of the items we brought with our physical bodies, but items related to our souls could pass through unimpeded. Everyone, check yourselves and see what you can use so that you won't be caught off guard when you encounter a powerful enemy. As soon as she spoke, everyone immediately began to check themselves. Yang Kai scanned his body with his divine sense and immediately found the purple sun profound light shield that Gao Xueting had given him. This was a soul-type artifact, so it was only natural that he could bring it into the divine ascension mirror world. Yang Kai only needed to circulate his strength slightly to create a layer of purple light around his body that looked extremely sturdy. However, other than this soul-type artifact that he could naturally bring in, Yang Kai also discovered a few other things that he hadn't expected at all. Soul-warming lotus. Yang Kai stared speechlessly at a certain part of his body where a 7-colored lotus bloomed and muttered to himself. Although the soul-warming lotus isn't an artifact, it's related to one's soul and has always been placed in my knowledge sea, so it's only natural that I could bring it in, but why did these guys come in as well? These guys he was referring to were the soul-devouring insects he had obtained in Tongxian realm many years ago. He had obtained these soul-devouring insects countless years ago, and because of the special attributes of his conflagrated knowledge sea, he wasn't afraid of this kind of nemesis that affected one's soul. Instead, he was able to use the soul-warming lotus's effects to command them to fight for him. Over the years, the soul-devouring insects had been raised on the 7-colored island formed by the soul-warming lotus. They had been nourished by the soul-warming lotus and had become stronger and stronger. Most importantly, when Yang Kai had become the demon race outside Maplewood City, these soul-devouring insects had gone berserk once. At that time, they had madly devoured the demonic chi of the ancient great demon in Yang Kai's knowledge sea, causing them to undergo a huge transformation. They had become pitch black and were filled with an evil and ruthless aura. At a glance, it was obvious that they weren't to be trifled with. At this moment, these soul-devouring insects had arrived with the soul-warming lotus, occupying the soul-warming lotus and being nurtured in Yang Kai's soul avatar. When he discovered these soul-devouring insects, Yang Kai's face couldn't help but darken. There was no other reason. If these guys were exposed, Gao Xueting would quickly associate them with the ancient great demon. This was because Yang Kai had fought with Gao Xueting in his demon avatar outside Maplewood City. How could someone like Gao Xueting, who was in the Emperor realm, not remember this unique power? If something went wrong, Gao Xueting might recognize Yang Kai as the demon from that day. If that really happened, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to explain himself. Thinking of this, Yang Kai secretly decided that no matter what, he couldn't let these soul-devouring insects appear in front of Gao Xueting. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. After inspecting the soul-warming lotus and the soul-devouring insects, Yang Kai saw another thing in his soul avatar. Something he had never thought of before. This thing counts as a soul-type artifact? I never knew about it. Chapter 22:12. The item Yang Kai was referring to was a saber. A saber that he had yet to fully refine and had never used before. Unexpectedly, it had also passed through the divine ascension mirror and followed his soul avatar here. Yang Kai was both shocked and pleasantly surprised by this discovery. It had been many years since he obtained this saber, but this was the first time he had learned that it was actually a soul-type artifact. Now that he had this saber with him, it might be able to play a miraculous role in a crisis. Yang Kai's expression remained the same as usual as his thoughts. Gao Xueting glanced at him and observed the defensive capabilities of his purple sun profound light shield before nodding slightly. After all, she had only given this artifact to Yang Kai not long ago. It was already quite rare for him to be able to refine it to the point where he could use it as he wished in such a short amount of time. After a while, Gao Xueting saw that everyone was more or less done with their inspection, so she said, "Next, I will take you to a place. That is the training ground for the temple's disciples every time they enter this place. Just stay there obediently and don't wander off." "Yes," everyone answered loudly. However, Xia Shang was keenly aware of something and looked at Gao Xueting suspiciously. "Elder Gao won't be coming with us?" From her words, it seemed that Gao Xueting was only responsible for sending everyone there and wouldn't be staying. Gao Xueting shook her head. She said, "I have other matters to attend to. But don't worry, that training ground isn't too dangerous. As long as you behave yourselves, there won't be any major problems." "Understood." Xiaxing nodded seriously. "Elder Gao, please rest assured. With this disciple here, they will definitely be safe." Gao Xueting looked at him approvingly. She waved her hand and said, "Let's go." As she spoke, she had already rushed off in a certain direction. Everyone hurriedly followed. Along the way, they would occasionally encounter a few monster beasts blocking their way. Every time they encountered such a situation, Gao Xueqi would send one of Yang Kai and the others to fight so that they could familiarize themselves with the situation and the characteristics of the creatures here. These Dao Source Realm cultivators were all elites among elites, so they were naturally impeccable in terms of adaptability. Basically, everyone no longer felt the initial discomfort, and they were able to fight freely. Generally speaking, if one fought with their soul avatar, the strength they could display was much lower than if they used their physical body, and the methods they could use against the enemy were also much fewer. This was understandable, because he didn't have a physical body. There were no ordinary artifacts. They also couldn't use most of their secret arts. When they fought, they could only rely on soul-type artifacts or pure soul energy. As such, most of the battles in the Divine Ascension Mirror were simple and direct. There were no flashy moves or flashy moves. Yang Kai's abnormality was vividly reflected here. When he was outside, others would only pay attention to his cultivation. The realm of the First Order Dao Source Realm was not worth mentioning in the eyes of experts. But in this world dominated by soul avatars, Yang Kai was a little different. The strength of his soul avatar was even slightly inferior to Xia Shang's. Not to mention Xiao Bai Yi, Murong Xiao Xiao, and the others. He was originally the one with the lowest cultivation among them, but after entering the Divine Ascension Mirror, he suddenly became the strongest. This kind of sharpness couldn't be hidden. This sudden and obvious contrast naturally surprised Xia Shang and the others. Everyone was very curious as to how Yang Kai cultivated his spiritual energy and how he could cultivate his soul to such a level. However, they weren't from the same sect after all, so it wasn't appropriate for them to ask about the secrets of others. Even Gao Xueqi showed a surprised expression from time to time. A day later, a mountain range that stretched for an unknown number of kilometers appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Gao Xueqi led everyone to the foot of the mountain and stopped. This is the Heavenly Monster Mountain of the Divine Ascension Mirror World. There are countless monster beasts inside. After you enter, you can freely hunt them and obtain their soul sources to strengthen your divine sense. However, this queen must remind you that some of the monster beasts in the Heavenly Monster Mountain are existences that even this queen can't afford to offend. So don't go too deep into the mountain range. It shouldn't be too much of a problem if you only move about 20,000 kilometers outside. Hearing her say this, everyone's expression couldn't help but become serious as they nodded to show that they understood. There aren't just monster beasts in the Heavenly Monster Mountain. There are also some Divine Ascension Mirror cultivators who travel here. If you encounter them, try not to come into contact with them. Even if you do, don't reveal any information about the outside world. This is very important. Of course, aside from this, there are also the soul jades and soul crystals I mentioned to you before. This queen's mid-rank soul jade was obtained in the Heavenly Monster Mountain. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this, and they couldn't help but rub their hands together. In addition, your soul avatar can't leave your physical body for too long. Otherwise, there might be some unpredictable consequences. So, you will only be able to train here for 1 month. After 1 month, the seal on the token in the stone room will be activated. At that time, it will forcefully pull your soul avatar back to the outside world, so you must make good use of this time. Elder. Murong Xiao Xiao suddenly asked, if we encounter some danger that we can't withstand, what should we do? Run. Gao Xueqing's words were concise and comprehensive. If you can't escape, then stall for time until the 1-month deadline. After saying this, she swept her beautiful eyes across everyone and said, this is your training. If you can't endure it, she furrowed her brow slightly and didn't continue speaking, but everyone knew what she meant. The growth of a cultivator was accompanied by all kinds of dangers, so everyone had already gotten used to the current situation, so there was nothing to complain about. All right, this queen will lead you here. The rest will depend on yourselves. Go in. Gao Xueqi finished speaking. She waved her hand at everyone. Xia Shang and the others looked at each other. Then, they nodded and turned to head towards the Heavenly Monster Mountain. Gao Xueqi stood in place quietly and waited until everyone's figures disappeared from her sight before her figure flickered and shot off in another direction. She had entered the Divine Ascension Mirror this time for 2 reasons. Firstly, she was responsible for leading the way for Xia Shang and the others and explaining some general knowledge about this place. Secondly, she needed to refine one of her soul-type artifacts in a special place here. This soul-type artifact had been with her for many years. After pouring Emperor Intent into it and nourishing it with her own Emperor Qi, It was already close to becoming an Emperor artifact. An Emperor artifact soul-type artifact was an extremely rare treasure. Even in the entire star boundary, there weren't many of them. An ordinary cultivator from the Emperor realm might have 1 or 2 Emperor artifacts that they spent a great deal of effort to refine, but a soul-type Emperor artifact, 90% of the Emperor realm didn't have one. If this operation was successful, Xueqi would have won. When that time came, she would be able to attack with all her strength when facing an enemy without having to guard against the gaps in her souls. This was equivalent to gaining a huge advantage. The last time she entered the Divine Ascension Mirror World, she had saved the life of a cultivator here. That cultivator also had a cultivation base from the Emperor realm. However, he was being pursued by a fierce monster beast. He was severely injured. When Xueqi saw this, she didn't hesitate and went forward to help. In the end, the two of them worked together to kill the monster beast. That cultivator was grateful for Xueqi's generosity and invited her back to the sect. Xueqi also wanted to inquire about all kinds of information in the Divine Ascension Mirror World, so she naturally didn't refuse. After going to the sect called the Soul-Seizing Sect, Xueqi found out that the person she had saved was actually the sect master of this sect. The sect master of the Soul-Seizing Sect wasn't an evil person and had been saved by Xueqi. Naturally, he treated her as an important guest. Moreover, Elder Gao's strength was extraordinary and she was beautiful. Aside from her slightly cold temperament, everything else about her could be said to be perfect. As such, this sect master treated Xueqi with great respect and would try to please her from time to time in an attempt to win her heart. It was during their last chat that Xueqi learned that there was a unique place in the Soul-Seizing Sect called the Soul-Seizing Lake that could help her soul-type artifact evolve. This time, Xueqi was preparing to go to the Soul-Seizing Sect to ask the sect master to let her use the Soul-Seizing Lake. In Xueqi's opinion, since she had saved his life before, there shouldn't be any problems with this trip. At the same time, in a certain part of the Divine Ascension Mirror World, there was a huge city. This city covered an area of several tens of thousands of kilometers and was extremely vast. The city walls were all more than 100 meters tall and surrounded the entire city like an iron barrel. From afar, a grand and magnificent aura could be felt. The city was bustling with people, shoulder to shoulder, bustling with activity. Although this was a city in the Divine Ascension Mirror World, at first glance, it looked no different from a city in the outside world. Hawkers and shops were everywhere, and the wide streets were crisscrossed with each other. This was the capital of Divine Ascension Country, Divine Ascension City. Unlike the outside world, there were countless sects and clans. Every clan and sect was in charge of a piece of territory. In their own territory, the clans and sects were the dominant existences. In the Divine Ascension Mirror World, Divine Ascension Country was in charge of everything. All sects and families were under the jurisdiction of the Divine Ascension Country. In this place, the Divine Ascension Country had supreme status and authority, and it led everything. It was said that a long, long time ago, there was no such thing as Divine Ascension Country. The structure of this world was the same as the outside world, with families and sects occupying their own territories. However, ever since the current ruler of Divine Ascension Country was born, he had unified the entire Divine Ascension Country, and no one dared to disobey his orders. The current ruler was a heaven-shaking genius with the ability to split open the heavens and create a new world. He recruited a large number of experts to work for him. His lofty and magnificent image was known by all, and the unworldly merits he created were also widely spread. Under his rule, the entire Divine Ascension Country was thriving, and its future was bright. Although this entire world was basically a one-man dictatorship, the emergence of Divine Ascension Country had indeed prevented a lot of unnecessary killing and conflict. This was a supreme achievement. Chapter 22:13. At this moment, in a large hall within the Divine Ascension City Palace, the Divine Ascension Country's Country Protector General, Xueqi, was enjoying fine wine and delicacies. Xueqi was born with the waist of a bear and the back of a tiger. He had a ferocious appearance and was 9 feet tall. In his early years, he had followed the Divine Ascension Country's emperor and fought everywhere, contributing greatly to the founding of the Divine Ascension Country. As such, after the Divine Ascension Country was founded, Xueqi received a proper reward and was made the Country Protector General by the Divine Ascension Country's emperor. In the current Divine Ascension Mirror World, there had been no wars for 100 years and no wars for 1,000 years. As the country's country protector general, Zhou Jian had nothing to do and was bored to death. He was already a third-order emperor realm master, and his cultivation had reached the peak of perfection. His strength had reached perfection, and he felt that there was no point in continuing to cultivate, so he began to let loose. Normally, he would stay in his palace and collect beauties from all over the world, living a carefree life. At this moment, below the hall, a group of young women were singing and dancing. Their clothes were revealing, and as they danced, their beautiful figures were faintly discernible. All of these women were extremely seductive. Their charming eyes fluttered as they displayed their most private and beautiful sides in front of Zhou Jian, trying to capture his attention. Zhou Dian's left and right hands were holding beauties of different temperaments and drinking fine wine. He was eating spirit fruits, with a look of enjoyment on his face. Inside the Divine Ascension Mirror world, there were many unique products that could not be seen in the outside world, such as the spirit fruits placed in front of Zhou Jian. These were all specialties of the Divine Ascension Mirror world. After consuming them, they would greatly benefit one's soul and were extremely precious, but Zhou Jian treated them like food. Gorging himself on them was truly a waste of God's gifts. Giggles, seductive voices, coquettish voices, and Zhou Dian's unrestrained laughter filled this palace, making it seem extremely obscene. At a certain moment, these sounds suddenly stopped. All sounds seemed to have been isolated by an invisible force at this moment. An unimaginable pressure descended from the sky as a figure slowly walked in from outside the palace. Even if they couldn't see that figure, the singing and dancing women below could also feel a huge shadow appear behind them. This shadow seemed to be able to block out all light, causing them to tremble all over. Zhou Jian also opened his mouth wide, his eyes trembling as he stared at the figure walking in from outside. A grape-like spirit fruit fell out of his mouth. He didn't notice. This figure seemed to be coming very slowly, but in the blink of an eye. As far as the eye could see, this person was wearing a wide pitch-black cloak that completely covered him. He was also wearing a ghost mask on his face, which made him look extremely ferocious and terrifying. Just from this person king, it was impossible to tell if this person was a man or a woman. If this person were to walk in the palace, at least 90% of the people would not recognize him. But Zhou Jian recognized him. At the instant that person appeared, Zhou Jian wiped his mouth and his body trembled. He sent the two women in his arms flying and hurriedly came down from above. He came to within 30 feet of this person. With a solemn expression, he bent his waist and knelt down on one knee. He shouted in a low voice, "The great general of the state, Zhou Jian, pays his respects to the king." As soon as he said this, all the singers were shocked. Because although they knew that the emperor lived in the palace, none of them had seen him since they came here. Usually, when they were playing with Zhou Jian, they would joke that Zhou Jian would take them to see the emperor. They wanted to see this peerless genius who had created the Divine Ascension country almost single-handedly. But every time, Zhou Jian would casually change the topic and never promise them. But today, this legendary figure had suddenly appeared in front of them. This naturally shocked them. While they were shocked, they also curiously looked at the person who had come. But as far as they could see, they couldn't see the emperor's features at all. The large black cloak and the ghost mask covered the emperor completely. Not even a piece of his skin was exposed. From his body, they couldn't see his gender. If they took another look, they couldn't help but feel dizzy. They were so shocked that they hurriedly looked away. "Rise," the person in front of Zhou Jian said faintly. The voice was hoarse and had a neutral tone. It was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Zhou Jian shouted and stood up, but he still bowed slightly. He looked at the emperor strangely and asked, "Your Majesty, what orders do you have for the subordinate this time?" Since the creation of the Divine Ascension country, Wang Shan hadn't asked Zhou Jian to do anything, but this time, the emperor actually took the initiative to come here. Zhou Jian had a faint premonition that something big was about to happen. After asking, Zhou Jian waited quietly for an answer. The emperor didn't speak for a long time. After a long time, the hoarse voice said, "The Star of Calamity has appeared in the heavenly monster mountain range, shaking the country's fate. Chaos is coming." "What?" Zhou Dian's expression changed as he exclaimed, "There's such a thing?" He gritted his teeth fiercely, a fierce look on his face. The cruelty that he usually hid was revealed at this moment. He sneered, "Rest assured, Your Majesty, this subordinate will send someone. You go personally." The emperor didn't wait for him to finish speaking and interrupted him. Zhou Jian was stunned when he heard this, but he quickly responded, "This subordinate will obey." "This subordinate will not disappoint your majesty." "Very good," the emperor said faintly before turning around and leaving. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. In the distance, a voice floated over. "Capture him alive." Zhou Jian cupped his fists in the direction of the voice. "Yes." After he finished speaking, he laughed out loud and muttered in a cold voice, "Finally, there is something to do. I hope that this trip will be successful. This general won't be bored. Take this servant with you, okay? This servant also wants to see Master's unique style." "I want to go too." Me too, me too." A group of women gathered around, chattering non-stop. Zhou Jian grinned maliciously as he looked around. Suddenly, he snorted coldly as an invisible force spread out from him. All the women were sent flying. Falling to the ground, many of the beauties howled miserably, their bodies flickering with a bright light. Obviously their souls had suffered heavy damage. When men do things, women get lost. After Zhou Jian said this, he strode out of the palace. He had treated the women who had been affectionate just a moment ago without the slightest hesitation, abandoning them as if they were worthless goods. It was obvious that this person was really temperamental. What a cruel and ruthless fellow. Not long after, Zhou Jian gathered his troops and led a group of people out of the palace in an aggressive manner, heading straight in the direction of Mount Tianyao. Heavenly Monster Mountain. In a valley, a peak 11th Order Profound Earth Tortoise was struggling. Several figures were undulating around it as they fought. Xia Shang slashed out with his divine sense. His power passed through the blade and turned into a shocking light that cut into the Earth Tortoise's neck. In an instant, the Earth Tortoise howled in pain and turned to flee. Xiao Baiyi's soul-type artifact was similar to the one he used for his physical body. Both were sword-type artifacts. And here, he was using his spiritual energy to display the secret techniques he had learned. Although they were somewhat nondescript, they were still quite powerful. The sword chi condensed from his divine sense slashed out, blocking the profound Earth Tortoise's path of retreat. Murong Xiao Zhao's expression was solemn. Her long whip danced in the air, creating numerous afterimages. All of the attacks were focused on the monster, making it unable to advance or retreat. However, although the long whip danced beautifully, it lacked a lot of killing intent. The soul-type artifact used by Chen Muji was a flying dagger that he infused with his divine sense. As he threw it, it rolled up a monstrous aura, constantly wearing down the monster beast's energy. Yang Kai used the Purple Sun Profound Light Shield to engage in close combat with the Profound Earth Tortoise, each punch filled with power and violence. 5 Dao Source Realm cultivators besieging a peak Dao Source Realm monster beast were unable to defeat it for a long time. This was not the fault of Yang Kai and the others, but the defensive power of this monster beast was simply too amazing. Its thick turtle shell seemed to be impregnable, and as soon as it was attacked, it would retract its limbs and head. As soon as its attack slowed down, it would stick out its head and spit out a mouthful of energy bombs, making it difficult for Yang Kai and the others to defend themselves. Of the 5 people here, only Yang Kai dared to engage in close combat because he had a defensive artifact. The other 4 did not dare to get too close, lest they be caught off guard. If it were not for its slow movements, Yang Kai and the others would have already been too lazy to fight with it. However, it was this monster beast that allowed everyone to quickly understand their shortcomings in battle. After fighting for a long time, Xia Shang saw that the surface of the Earth Tortoise's body was flashing with light and it seemed to be on the verge of death. He let out an explosive shout and his body followed the movement of his blade as he leaped up. Soon after, he fell from the sky like a meteor. Xiao Baiyi and the others also used all their strength to attack the monster beast. Seeing this, Yang Kai made a feint and retreated to avoid being caught in the crossfire of everyone's attacks. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk a series of explosions rang out as the energy around them became chaotic and lasted for a long time. When the dust settled, the earthen tortoise was already quietly lying on the ground, motionless. Under the gazes of everyone present, its body gradually faded away and slowly dissipated from this world, leaving behind a ball of light that was about the size of a broad bean. Whether it was the color, brightness, or size of this mass of light, it was not comparable to the monster beast they encountered for the first time. After all, the one in front of them was at the peak of the 11th Order. However, although the spoils of war were before their eyes, no one was in a hurry to take them. Instead, All of them stood where they were with their brows tightly furrowed and revealed expressions of contemplation. As their expressions fluctuated, everyone seemed to have gained something. Our previous combat experience doesn't seem to be of much use here. Xia Shang was the first to speak. Xiao Bai nodded. I think all of you have also noticed that when we fight here, our hands and feet are always tied, and it's difficult for us to let loose. Chapter 22:14. Is it because he's a soul avatar? Murong Xiao followed up with a thoughtful look. That's probably it. Chen Muji nodded in agreement. Because he was a soul avatar, he couldn't use many of the secret techniques and skills he was used to, let alone the artifacts he normally used. Naturally, this made everyone feel very uncomfortable in battle. Furthermore, this kind of divine soul battle had always been avoided by all cultivators at all costs. Under normal circumstances, if two cultivators with similar strength were to meet, they wouldn't choose to use their divine sense to battle, because this kind of battle was too dangerous. The slightest mistake could cause one to lose their consciousness and become a cripple. However, in this divine ascension mirror world, everyone couldn't choose any other method of battle and could only use their souls as the main body. As a result, many problems that had never been considered before would arise. For example, if an attack landed right in front of one's eyes in the outside world, one might be able to easily counter it or even use it to counter it. However, in this place, when such a ferocious attack landed right in front of one's eyes, everyone's first reaction would be to dodge, to avoid injuring their souls. It seems that we still have a lot of room to grow. Xia Shang smiled bitterly and continued. Let's not think too much about it for now. This soul source. His gaze swept across everyone before finally stopping on Chen Muji. Junior brother Chen, absorb it first. Then he looked towards Yang Kai. He asked, Brother Yang, you don't have any objections, right? No. Yang Kai shook his head. Xia Shang nodded slightly. Chen Muji didn't refuse. After thanking him, he reached out and grasped the soul source, silently circulating his secret art to absorb it. Not long after, the divine soul origin was completely absorbed. Although it wasn't obvious, the strength of Chen Muji's soul had undoubtedly increased by a tiny bit. This could be seen from the happy expression on his face. After all, this was a peak 11th order monster beast, which greatly increased the strength of one's soul. The person who absorbed it could clearly feel it. Let's continue, Xia Shang said, then continued to lead the way in search of prey. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 days, Yang Kai and the others supported and cooperated with each other in Mount Tianyao. They encountered many monster beasts, but each time, they were able to kill it safely. Under Xia Shang's supervision, the spirit sources obtained from killing the monster beast were more or less evenly distributed. Yang Kai had absorbed a total of 9 level 9 monster beast, 5 10th level and 2 11th level monster beast spirit origins. His spiritual energy was noticeably more solid than when he first entered this place. Naturally, the others had also gained a lot. For example, Chen Muji, whose spirit power was the weakest, had grown tremendously. There were indeed countless monster beasts in Mount Tianyao, and they ran amok. There was no need for them to search for it. Thus, they would often encounter each other. They didn't plan to kill the monster beast whose strength was too low, because even if they killed it, they wouldn't gain much from it. The monster beasts that they killed were basically all level 9 and above. However, perhaps because they were still in the periphery, they hadn't encountered a 12th level monster yet. Of course, if they really did encounter a 12th level monster, they could only flee. After 2 days of high-intensity fighting, everyone's current state was very different from before. Obviously, they had grown a lot. If they encountered the Black Earth Tortoise again, with their current strength and experience, it would probably only take half a cup of tea's time to kill it. In other words, everyone had completely adapted to this place, to their current bodies, and even to their current fighting style. During the break, Xia Sheng suddenly said, Everyone, I have a suggestion, but I don't know if I should say it. Split up. Xiao Bai stared at him with a look that seemed to say, I know what you're up to. Xia Sheng grinned. Xiao Bai understands me. He continued, It's indeed very safe for the 5 of us to stay together, but moving like this is really too inefficient. Elder Gao also said that we can only stay in this world for a month. After a month, the seal on the token will activate and forcibly bring us back. Who knows when we'll be able to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror again? If we don't take advantage of such a great opportunity, how could we face ourselves? Compared to moving together safely, brother, I'm more inclined to split up. Although there will be a certain amount of danger, with our potential. Isn't it only forced out in times of danger? His eyes flashed with inexplicable excitement and confidence. If we grow in a safe environment, it'll be too late if we really encounter danger. Actually, Xiao Baiyi continued slowly, that's what I think as well. What he meant was that he had some misgivings about not saying this out loud. Split up. A trace of hesitation flashed across Murong Xiao Zhao's face, but she quickly made up her mind and nodded, no problem. Seeing that she nodded in agreement, Xia Sheng turned his gaze to Chen Muji. The latter smiled slightly and said, brothers and senior sister, there's no need to worry about me. Although my soul cultivation is the lowest here, I'll do what I can. After all, I'm still a disciple of the temple. Good. Xia Sheng gave him a satisfied look before turning to Yang Kai and grinning. Brother Yang definitely won't have any objections. I'm fine with anything. Yang Kai replied faintly. Entering the Divine Ascension Mirror this time was a chance encounter in the first place, so he didn't demand too much. If Xia Shang and the others insisted on moving together, he would have cooperated, but since they had to split up, he was happy to see that happen. Of course, in comparison, he was more inclined towards the latter. Because he was moving together with Xia Shang and the others, he didn't dare to use many of his abilities, so he always felt like he couldn't use his full strength. Then, brother will wish you all the best. Xia Shang swept his gaze over everyone. His expression was solemn. Have a safe journey and return alive. We'll take our leave first. Xiao Baiyi acted decisively. After discussing how to split up, he immediately set off in a certain direction. Take care, brother. Murong Xiao Xiao said to Xia Shang before looking at Yang Kai and Chen Muji, you too. Sister Murong, please be careful as well. Yang Kai replied with a smile. Murong Xiao Xiao nodded. Her delicate body flickered as she shot off in another direction. Then I'll be leaving as well. Chen Muji stood up as he spoke, nodded slightly to Xia Shang and Yang Kai, then used his movement skill to disappear. Soon, only Xia Shang was left. Xia Shang looked at Yang Kai with a smile and asked, Brother Yang, which direction are you going? This way. Yang Kai pointed in a different direction from the others. Xia Sheng's eyes narrowed slightly as he said, going deeper inside. Brother Yang, you have to be careful. Elder Gao has said before. Elder Gao said that there are many existences in Heavenly Monster Mountain that even she doesn't dare to provoke. I will also act according to my ability. I won't be greedy. Yang Kai smiled slightly. That's for the best. Xia Sheng nodded. Then, this Xia will take his leave first. See you when we get out. Xia Sheng said. Then he floated up. He flew in a certain direction. Looking at his direction, he also wanted to go deeper into Heavenly Monster Mountain, but it was different from the direction Yang Kai chose. Soon, Xia Sheng's figure disappeared. Yang Kai slowly stood up, turned his head to look at the interior of Heavenly Monster Mountain, and whispered, It's time to go all out and do something big. At the same time, at the foot of Heavenly Monster Mountain range, a team of hundreds of people arrived. They stopped at the empty space at the foot of the mountain. This group was clearly a well-trained army, because even though there were several hundred people gathered together, their formation was not messed up, and their movements were orderly. The several hundred people stood there in complete silence, and only a solemn and cold aura lingered in the surroundings. That aura was like a crouching dragon that had emerged from the world, and it coiled above this group of people, causing the wind and clouds in the sky to surge. In the team, there was a large flag that fluttered in the wind. On the back of the flag, there was a lifelike picture of a fierce tiger descending from the mountain. It bared its fangs and a fierce aura that almost seeped out of the flag, causing people to feel suffocated. On the front of the flag, there was a large Job character. It was written with vigorous and forceful strokes. This was the National Guard of the Divine Ascension country, and was also the elite division under Zhou Dian's command. At that very moment, Zhou Dian was riding on a snow-white nine-horned dragon beast. He was not wearing any armor, and was only wearing ordinary clothes. However, the murderous aura he emitted was still enough to make others tremble in fear. Staring at Heavenly Monster Mountain, which was close at hand, Zhou Dian sneered. How nostalgic. The last time I came here was more than 2,000 years ago. I never thought that I would come here again in this lifetime. He muttered to himself, but none of his subordinates dared to respond. After a while, Zhou Dian suddenly shouted, Lian Yan, Ban Qing, Yu Man, Yuan Qing. The 4 people responded and stepped forward, cupping their fists in unison, subordinate is here. These 4 people were all powerful First-Order Emperor Realm Masters. These 4 were also Zhou Dian's 4 capable generals. This time, they were ordered by the Emperor to capture the Star of Calamity in Heavenly Monster Mountain Range, so Zhou Dian naturally brought them along. There were 3 men and 1 woman among the 4. Besides the master called Yu Man, who was a woman, the other 3 were all men. Among them, Lian Yan had a head full of red hair that reached his back. He looked extremely flamboyant, and from the faint red light on his body, this person's spiritual energy seemed to have some special power. Ban Qing was short and had an extremely ordinary appearance, but he was an expert in concealment and assassination. Even someone as strong as Zhou Dian could be killed by Ban Qing if he wasn't on guard. Yu Man looked to be around 30 years old. She had a voluptuous figure and a mature charm that could be seen in her every movement. She had a high nose bridge that showed a beautiful curve. Her seductive red lips caused endless reverie. Her soft breasts were slender and her round buttocks were perky. The last one was Yuan Qing. It was unknown what kind of secret technique or secret art he cultivated, but he gave off an extremely feminine feeling. His appearance was also extremely beautiful, to the point that many women paled in comparison to him. Chapter 22:15. These 4 were all the founding fathers of the Divine Ascension country. They had followed Zhou Dian in his early years, conquering the world from north to south and rarely meeting a worthy opponent. Even in the entire Divine Ascension mirror world, they were all famous masters. However, in front of Zhou Dian, their strength was overshadowed by the sharpness of one person. Split into 4 groups and search the mountains. You must capture those stars of calamity in the shortest amount of time possible and bring them to King. Zhou Dian pointed and shouted in a deep voice. Yes. The 4 responded in unison and immediately split into 4 groups, quickly disappearing into the Heavenly Monster Mountains. Zhou Dian was the only one left on the spot. A noisy wind blew past, ruffling Zhou Dian's hair. After a long time, he pushed off the ground and urged the 9-horned dragon beast beneath him to slowly move forward. The monster beast he was riding was at the 12th order. Even though it was only at the early stage, it was still equivalent to a first-order Emperor Realm cultivator. Even so, it could only obediently allow Zhou Dian to ride it. Back then, Zhou Dian had spent a lot of time and effort to subdue this monster beast before finally succeeding. Gazing into the depths of the Heavenly Monster Mountains, Zhou Dian's eyes inexplicably flashed with fighting spirit. It was as if he was in the middle of a mountain forest. It was as if an opponent he cared about was waiting for him. Yang Kai and the others, who had entered the mountains to train, were naturally unaware of what was happening outside. None of them had expected that a simple training exercise would cause such a huge commotion. At this moment, Yang Kai was facing off against a Thunder Cyan wolf in the Heavenly Monster Mountains. This monster beast was only at the peak of the 10th order, about the same level as the first monster beast they had encountered after entering the Divine Ascension Mirror. However, Yang Kai's expression was solemn. This was because this monster beast seemed to be a little different from the others. It could actually control the power of lightning. The arcs of lightning flashing around its body were extremely lethal, causing Yang Kai to feel a little apprehensive. He was currently in his soul avatar, not his physical body. If he was injured, he wouldn't be able to heal so quickly. Even with the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai didn't dare to recklessly come into contact with this kind of power. Fortunately, he had no intention of doing it himself. He moved together with Xia Shang and the others. Many of his techniques were not easy to show to others. His hands and feet were tied when he fought, making him very uncomfortable. But now that he was alone, he naturally had nothing to worry about. The Thunder Cyan wolf had obviously sensed that Yang Kai was not to be trifled with. However, it was wary of the difference in strength and could only confront Yang Kai from afar. From time to time, he would bare his teeth and roar. He wanted to scare Yang Kai away. But how could Yang Kai let it do as it wished? Come out! Yang Kai suddenly shouted. As the voice rang out, his body trembled slightly. As his sleeves trembled, a dense mass of black dots suddenly and strangely appeared. At first, there weren't many black dots, but in the blink of an eye, there were countless of them, and they quickly gathered into a black cloud. The black cloud was about the size of a table. If one looked closely, they could see it clearly. This black cloud was made up of tiny insects that were almost invisible to the naked eye. Soul-devouring bug. They should be called soul-devouring bug. Ever since they had devoured a large amount of pure devil chi in Yongkai's knowledge sea, these soul-devouring bugs had all turned pitch black. If each of them were enlarged, they would appear ferocious and terrifying, and their killing intent was overwhelming. As soon as the bug cloud appeared, a buzzing sound could be heard. The Thunder Scion wolf clearly did not know what this thing was, but its instincts told it that something was wrong. Seeing that the insect cloud was charging towards it, it actually opened its mouth, and lightning flashed in its mouth. Accompanied by a crisp cracking sound, an arc of lightning struck out, right above the insect cloud. The bug cloud was instantly scattered. But soon, they gathered in one place again. After releasing that attack, the Thunder Scion wolf actually turned around and fled. It had no intention of staying any longer. Chase, Yongkai said. In fact, there was no need for him to give any orders. The soul-devouring bug's instincts had already driven them to do so. The insect cloud was like a maggot in a tarsal bone as it directly covered the Thunder Scion wolf. Even though the latter's speed was not slow, it was still caught up in an extremely short period of time. The insect cloud only pounced downwards and completely enveloped the demonic beast. Miserable howls sounded in an instant. The continuous wails were extremely horrifying. The bug cloud rolled and wriggled like a living creature. Yongkai stood quietly in the same place, watching everything. The Thunder Scion wolf's aura gradually weakened at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. The power is still a little lacking, Yongkai thought. Although the unique characteristics of the soul-devouring bug made countless creatures extremely fearful, Yongkai's soul-devouring bugs had grown up from a very low level. All these years, he had not paid much attention to them, simply allowing them to live and evolve freely on the island transformed by the soul-warming lotus. Even though they had grown quite a bit after such a long time, they were still unable to meet the needs of Yongkai's current battle. A 10th-order monster beast was only equivalent to an Origin King realm cultivator. In the outside world, if Yongkai attacked, he would be able to decide the outcome of the battle with a single blow. However, it would take some time for the soul-devouring demon insects to attack. However, this divine ascension mirror world was practically a paradise for the soul-devouring demon insects. If it was used well, these soul-devouring demon insects might be able to undergo earth-shattering changes within a month. When that time came, Yongkai would definitely have another trump card in his hands. Moreover, it would be a trump card that would be impossible to defend against. As such, Yongkai made up his mind to take advantage of the uniqueness of this place. He would make use of the remaining time. He would properly nurture the soul-devouring demon insects. While he was deep in thought, the insect cloud began to roll faster and faster. The Thunder Scion wolf's howls also gradually weakened until they finally stopped moving. Yongkai observed carefully and discovered that the Thunder Scion wolf's body was being rapidly devoured by the soul-devouring demon insects. After all, the creatures here were all soul avatars and did not have physical bodies. They were the most delicious food for the soul-devouring demon insects. If Yongkai were to attack and kill it, after the Thunder Scion wolf died, most of its spiritual energy would dissipate and return to the space of this world. Only the spiritual energy origin would be left behind. However, if it was devoured by the soul-devouring demon insects, it would be different. The energy that should have dissipated would all enter the soul-devouring demon insects' bodies and become their capital to grow stronger. The only thing Yongkai had to worry about was that the soul-devouring demon insects would not devour the monster beast's soul source as well. If that really happened, then he would gain nothing. That was not what he wanted to see. In this experience, strengthening himself was the most important thing. Letting the soul-devouring demon insects grow was just a matter of convenience. Yongkai was still very clear about the importance of this. Therefore, after waiting for a while, Yongkai's divine thought moved slightly and spread out toward the insect cloud. He sent a message. The insect cloud was obedient. Perhaps it was because it had been in Yongkai's knowledge sea for so many years, so it carried out his instructions meticulously. As soon as the message was sent, the insect cloud immediately left the Thunder Scion wolf's body and flew back into Yongkai's sleeve. As far as the eye could see, the Thunder Scion wolf had almost been completely devoured. Only a yellow light the size of a bean was left behind. Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction. He walked forward and absorbed the light into his body. Not long after, he set off again. He walked forward. Along the way, he did not encounter any powerful monster beast. Once the insect cloud appeared, all the monster beast became food for the soul-devouring demon insects. Yang Kai only needed to stand aside and wait for a while to obtain the spirit origin left behind by the monster beast after its death. It was unimaginably easy. This was also the advantage of working alone. He did not need to put in too much effort to reap the rewards. If he was with Xueqi and the others, he would never release the soul-devouring demon insects. As time passed, Kai Yang gradually discovered something that piqued his interest. That was, even if the soul-devouring demon insects stayed in his sleeve, they seemed to be able to absorb the strange energy from the heaven and earth and continue to grow stronger. Thinking about it carefully, this was to be expected. The spirit chi of the heaven and earth in this world was completely different from the spirit chi of the outside world. The spirit chi of the outside world could be absorbed by the cultivator's physical body, allowing the cultivator to gradually become stronger. However, the spirit chi of this world could be absorbed by the spirit avatars of all living creatures to strengthen their spirit. The soul-devouring demon insects were no exception. The omnipresent spirit chi of the heaven and earth was a delicacy that they yearned for the most. This was definitely a treasure trove. Yang Kai was excited. Along the way, he had gained a lot. In just 2 days, Yang Kai had used the soul-devouring demon insects to kill at least 70 to 80 monster beast. All the monster beast bodies were completely devoured by the soul-devouring demon insects, and the spirit origin left behind was naturally easy for Yang Kai. This made his divine sense, which was already comparable to the third-order Dao Source realm, stronger and firmer, showing signs of advancing to the Emperor realm. Not to mention that Yang Kai's divine sense was gradually becoming stronger. The growth of the soul-devouring demon insects was also obvious. In the beginning, the soul-devouring demon insects needed the time to finish off a level 10 Thunder Scion Wolf, but now, this time was shortened by more than half. Their growth was much more obvious than Yang Kai's. Such a huge gain made Yang Kai wild with joy. He increasingly felt that splitting up with Xueqi and the others was a wise decision. According to Gao Xueting, absorbing the spirit origin of a level 10 monster beast was almost equivalent to 7 to 8 days of hard cultivation, and absorbing an level 11 monster beast was equivalent to about 20 days. In just 2 days, Yang Kai's benefits were almost equivalent to 3 to 4 years of cultivation. Moreover, this was a result that could only be achieved with the use of a special soul cultivation secret technique. If he had been with Xueqi and the others, he definitely would not have obtained such growth. However, he was the only one who could do such a thing. Because he had the soul-devouring demon insects, he only needed to observe every battle and then wait for the spoils to be collected. He did not need to exert himself, so naturally, he did not need to rest. Chapter 22:16. Another day later, Yang Kai's body suddenly swayed slightly after absorbing the soul of an 11th grade monster beast. He couldn't help but frown. At that moment, he felt a slight discomfort. This discomfort was indescribable, but it was very clear and made him feel uncomfortable all over. Is this the limit? Yang Kai didn't panic and understood the reason after thinking for a while. Gao Xueting had said before that although absorbing the soul origins left behind by the creatures here could quickly strengthen one's soul, it wasn't without consequences. When one absorbed to a certain extent, there would be a state of saturation. Once this happened, one would be unable to absorb any more soul origins, otherwise, there might be some side effects. Kai Yang's current situation was undoubtedly a sign that he had reached a saturation point. Thinking about it, it made sense. In just 3 days, he had driven the soul-devouring demon insects to kill over 100 monster beast and absorbed the soul origins of over 100 monster beast. There was no lack of 11th grade existences among them. This number and speed was simply shocking. Yang Kai estimated that Xueqi and the others couldn't even get a fifth of what he did. This was because he didn't need to rest at all during this journey. He only needed to drive the soul-devouring demon insects to wrap around his prey when he found it. Xueqi and the others had to fight every battle. They all needed to recover for a while. Naturally, it wasn't very efficient. What a pity! He muttered to himself, a look of regret on his face. He had originally planned to follow this momentum and let his soul strength reach the level of the Emperor realm. Once his soul strength reached the Emperor realm, his future cultivation would be smooth sailing. But now that he had reached his limit, there was no other way to solve it. He could only wait slowly, wait for his soul avatar to completely digest the soul origins he had absorbed over the past few days. He didn't slow down and continued to move forward at his original speed. This was because although he couldn't absorb more soul origins, the soul-devouring demon insects could, so it wasn't a waste. The deeper Yang Kai ventured, the higher the average level of the monster beast he encountered. In the beginning, when he had separated from Xiaoshang and the others, he could still find a few monster beasts of the 8th or 7th rank or even weaker. Naturally, he had no interest in these monster beasts and ignored them all. But as time passed, these weak monster beasts disappeared without a trace and were replaced by higher-level existences. At this point, Yang Kai could no longer see any monster beast of level 9 or below. All the monster beasts were at least level 10. According to his estimation, the 10th level monster beast would never appear in front of him again if he were to walk further in. At a certain moment, just as he was looking around for prey, suddenly, in the middle of the jungle, a fishy wind blew, causing the trees to sway. An unusual pressure rapidly approached from afar, and Kai Yang could also hear a strange sound. His expression couldn't help turning solemn as he stared in that direction. Asterisk crash. Asterisk it seemed like something was hitting the trees in the forest with great force, causing the trees to sway and leaves to fall. After a short while, a purple light suddenly shot out from the front at an incredible speed. Kai Yang's face was filled with surprise. This was because he discovered that the purple light that was rushing towards him was actually a small monster beast that was about the size of a human's arm and looked like a raccoon. Although the strength of a monster beast couldn't be determined by its size, when Yang Kai scanned it with his divine sense, he could clearly see that this purple squirrel was at level 9. He hadn't seen a level 9 monster beast for a while now, because level 9 was no longer suitable for living in this area. Therefore, when this purple squirrel appeared in front of him, Yang Kai was slightly surprised. He didn't know how such a weak monster beast could survive in this area. However, its speed was indeed very fast. Yang Kai discovered it and checked its level in an instant. Before Yang Kai could attack it, this guy had already dashed behind Yang Kai with a whoosh. When the man and beast brushed past each other, Yang Kai clearly saw a look of surprise flash through the purple squirrel's eyes. It kept looking at him, as if it had discovered something new. This was obviously a sign that it had gained intelligence. None of the monster beast Yang Kai had encountered before had this ability. Those monster beasts only followed their killing instincts. When they met Yang Kai, even if Yang Kai didn't attack, they would still attack him. This purple squirrel was obviously different from the others. However, Yang Kai didn't have time to think about its problem. Instead, he continued to look ahead with a solemn expression. This was because behind the purple squirrel, there was an extremely fierce guy. Asterisk walala. Asterisk there was another loud sound of trees swaying and falling to the ground. Immediately after, a flat head the size of a rice jar suddenly poked out from the front. Its head was covered in scales and scarlet stripes, making it look extremely ferocious. Its 2 eyes were the size of a human brain, and its green pupils were vertical, making people shudder. It opened its huge mouth and spat out a red tongue, making a hissing sound. This was a giant python monster beast. For some reason, it chased after the purple squirrel all the way to Yang Kai. As soon as it appeared, the giant python fixed its 2 vertical pupils on Yang Kai. Immediately after, a body as thick as a person's arm slowly appeared. Its head was raised high, coiled in midair, and it continued to spit out its tongue as it stared at Yang Kai maliciously. Shifting the calamity to the east, you sure know how to play. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced darkly at the purple squirrel, who was hiding behind a tree and poking out its small head. The purple squirrel saw him looking at it and couldn't help but shrink its neck. However, it quickly looked back. Quietly looking over, it seemed to want to see if Kai Yang was able to drive the python away. I'll deal with you after I deal with it. Yang Kai sneered and turned back to face the giant python. There was no reason for him to give up now that his prey was right in front of him, so he was still prepared to attack. As if it had realized that Yang Kai wasn't someone to be trifled with, the giant python didn't attack immediately after it appeared. Instead, it looked down at Yang Kai from above. An extremely dangerous glint flashed in its eyes. Yang Kai's divine sense swept across its body, and his expression became even more solemn. This was because he realized that this giant python was the strongest monster beast he had ever encountered. The strength of its soul was comparable to his own. In other words, this guy had reached the peak of the Dao Source realm. If it was given a little more time, it would definitely be able to advance to the Emperor realm. In this world, the only way to advance was to have a strong soul. Because it didn't have a physical body, as long as its soul reached the requirements, it could easily advance to the next level. The giant python in front of him undoubtedly had one foot in the door of the Emperor realm. After a moment of confrontation, the giant python lost its patience, and its killing instinct drove its actions. However, within his eyes, there was a glint in his eyes. A green light flashed. An invisible force rushed towards Yang Kai. In an instant, a purple light burst out from Yang Kai's body, and the purple sun profound light shield appeared. On the surface of the transparent light curtain, a layer of ripples spread out in an instant. Moreover, it was bombarded by an invisible force, causing it to sink inwards by a lot. Soul attack. This was a soul secret technique that every monster beast here, and even every living creature, had mastered. It was just a method to attack the enemy with their soul strength as the foundation. Simple and direct, but powerful. Especially in a situation where there was a great disparity in strength, this attack could often decide the outcome of the battle. Yang Kai had encountered hundreds of monster beasts along the way, and almost every time, he would be dealt with by this move, so he was already used to dealing with it. The Purple Sun Profound Light Shield was a Dao Source grade soul artifact. Even if Yang Kai hadn't completely refined it and couldn't display its full power, it still had a good defensive effect. There had never been a monster beast that could break through the defense of this artifact. However, the soul attack of the giant python caused the Purple Sun Profound Light Shield to flash wildly, almost shattering it. Yang Kai himself staggered a few steps back, his face slightly gloomy. As expected of a peak 11th order monster beast, its attack was extraordinary. Moreover, while releasing the soul attack, it also swung its body, sweeping its steel whip-like tail horizontally towards Yang Kai, rolling up a gust of wind. The trees along the way were broken at the touch of the tail, showing how strong the tail was. Seeing this, Yang Kai's face turned solemn, and he naturally didn't dare to face it head-on. His figure flickered, and he disappeared from where he was. Kacha. Accompanied by a loud noise, countless trees broke, but the giant python's attack didn't have any effect. Not only that, it also lost track of Yang Kai in its field of vision. Its battle instincts made it a little uneasy, and the frequency of its snake tongue spitting in and out of its mouth obviously increased. It didn't know if it sensed something, but it suddenly raised its head and looked towards the sky. As far as its eyes could see, Yang Kai had already arrived above its head, and he was quite angry, shouting sternly, "Evil beast, eat my move too." As soon as he finished speaking, he also used the soul attack, condensing the power of his own divine sense into an invisible blade that slashed towards the giant python's eyes. Clang clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out, and sparks appeared on the giant python's eyelids. When Yang Kai's attack arrived, the giant python actually closed its eyelids, causing Yang Kai's attack to fail. However, in the next moment, a buzzing sound rang out. The moment the giant python closed its eyes, Yang Kai released the soul-devouring demon insects. Black clouds appeared, rolling up a monstrous demonic chi. The demonic insects surged, bringing with them an unparalleled might. When the swarm of soul-devouring demon insects appeared, a human-like look of panic appeared in the giant python's eyes, as if it was extremely afraid of the soul-devouring demon insects. Behind Yang Kai, the purple squirrel hiding behind a tree and secretly observing the battle was already trembling. Its eyelids rolled back, and it fainted on the ground. From the looks of it, the soul-devouring demon insects seemed to have brought great fear to these two monster beasts. Chapter 22:17. This was not surprising, as the soul-devouring insects were the nemesis of all spiritual energy. Apart from being afraid of strange energy like the conflagrated knowledge sea, there were very few things that could kill them. Although Yang Kai's soul-devouring insects originally had some drawbacks, as they grew, these drawbacks had long since disappeared. If one wanted to kill these soul-devouring insects, they would need to be like Yang Kai and possess the conflagrated knowledge sea to restrain them. There was no other way. Moreover, Yang Kai did not know if the conflagrated knowledge sea was still effective against them. The reason why he could still control these soul-devouring insects to serve him was largely due to the soul-warming lotus. How could the giant python and purple squirrel not be afraid of such a strange creature? When the black cloud swooped down, the giant python actually opened its mouth in panic and spat out a dark green cloud that covered the cloud of insects. In an instant, a fishy stench filled the air. Poison of the divine sense! Xueqi exclaimed in surprise. He did not know what kind of opportunity this giant python had obtained, or if it was born this way, but it was actually able to make its divine sense extremely poisonous. It obviously wanted to use its special spiritual energy to deal with the soul-devouring insects. Moreover, it did not plan to stay any longer. After spitting out that cloud of poison, it actually ignored Xueqi and the purple squirrel and turned around to flee. However, it had obviously underestimated the strangeness of the soul-devouring insects. The dark cloud of insects and the dark green cloud of poison collided. They collided. At a visible rate, the dark green quickly disappeared, and in less than 3 breaths of time, only the dark cloud of insects remained. From the looks of it, it seemed that all of the poison cloud had been devoured by the soul-devouring insects. The poison cloud was also formed by spiritual energy, so it was naturally a delicacy for the soul-devouring insects. After devouring the poison cloud, the cloud of soul-devouring insects did not stay any longer. They directly covered the giant python, and in the blink of an eye, its head was completely covered. The cloud of insects closed its eyes, and the giant python could not see anything at all. Its huge body began to continuously twist and turn around like a headless fly, its actions without any pattern. Xueqi watched quietly for a while and couldn't help but frown. This was because he found that the soul-devouring insects, which had always been successful, didn't seem to have a good way to deal with this giant python. The giant python's entire body was covered with dense scales. Even the tiny soul-devouring insects were unable to break through the protection of the scales to nibble at its body. At this rate, the soul-devouring insects might not be able to kill the giant python unless they could break through its defenses. With a thought, Xueqi's eyes lit up and he immediately gave an order to the soul-devouring demon insects. He controlled the soul-devouring insects. It wasn't as easy as controlling Xiao, the stone mongoose. This was because the former had no intelligence at all. Although Xiao's intelligence wasn't high, she could still understand Xueqi's commands. Comparing the two, it would undoubtedly take more effort to drive the former. Fortunately, the insect swarm was quite obedient. Xueqi only had to use a little bit of effort to get them to enter the python's body through its mouth and nose. After several dozen breaths of time, the pitch-black insect swarm had disappeared, leaving only a buzzing sound coming from the python's abdomen. At this moment, the giant python seemed to be suffering some kind of inhumane torture and unbearable pain, constantly rolling on the ground and knocking down countless trees. But this kind of attack from inside its body was something it couldn't resolve. It could only wait for death to come. While struggling, the giant python didn't seem to be willing to just sit there and wait for its death. Its soul attacks bombarded the surrounding area almost aimlessly, causing Xueqi to tremble in fear, not daring to get too close. As time passed, the light on the giant python's body constantly flickered and its struggles gradually weakened. At a certain point, the giant python raised its head and finally fell to the ground. The light on its body also suddenly dimmed at this moment. Xueqi stood in place with an indifferent expression, waiting quietly. After a short while, a hole suddenly appeared somewhere on the giant python's body. From this hole, countless soul-devouring demon insects swarmed out and flew back to Xueqi, returning to his sleeve. Xueqi walked forward, squatted down, and looked at the remaining python skin. This layer of python skin was as thin as a cicada's wing and covered with scales. Xueqi didn't know what it was made of, but not only was it extremely sturdy, even the soul-devouring demon insects had no interest in it. So after devouring all the essence of the giant python, the soul-devouring demon insects flew out. If this thing could be taken out, perhaps it could be used to refine a good soul-defensive artifact. Thinking so, Xueqi stretched out his hand and knocked on the layer of python skin, but to his surprise, as soon as he touched it, the python skin actually loosened, like a piece of rotten wood that had been there for a long time, completely shattering. This result left him stunned. He secretly felt that the reason why the giant python's defense was so amazing was probably because it had some kind of strange energy supporting it. Since the python skin was useless, Xueqi naturally didn't need to waste any effort to take it out. Moreover, he didn't know how to take things out of this world, unless it was some kind of special item that could be absorbed into his soul avatar, such as a soul artifact. But whether or not there were any soul artifacts in this world was another matter. After all, everything here was composed of a strange energy similar to soul power. Even the mountains, the ground, and the trees were all soul artifacts. There were none of the precious minerals needed to refine soul artifacts. He turned around again and returned to where the purple squirrel had been. What surprised him was that the purple squirrel, which should have fainted on the ground, had disappeared without a trace. Xueqi was truly surprised. It seemed that the purple squirrel, a 9th-rank monster beast, had not been able to survive in this area by luck. However, when Xueqi scanned the area with his divine sense, he immediately locked onto the purple squirrel's current location. At the top of a large tree, the purple squirrel was quietly hiding. There was an indescribable intelligence in its small eyes as it vigilantly sized up the area below it. Just as it was focusing on observing, Xueqi suddenly disappeared from its field of vision. The purple squirrel's fur stood on end almost instinctively. Humph! Did you think that I wouldn't be able to find you if you hid? Xueqi's cold laughter came from behind it, not waiting for the purple squirrel to react. He had already reached out, grabbed it by the neck, and brought it in front of him. The purple squirrel immediately trembled, its eyes filled with fear as it looked at Xueqi timidly. It seems that other than being fast and having some intelligence, you don't have any other abilities. Xueqi looked at the purple squirrel thoughtfully. If it had any other abilities, it would have already used them. However, it didn't react even when Xueqi was holding it, so it was obvious that it was helpless. Just as Xueqi was speaking, the purple squirrel seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly reached out with its claws, reaching towards its abdomen. Xueqi's gaze moved downwards, and he immediately saw something that surprised him. Because he had discovered something. This was the purple squirrel's abdomen. There was actually something that looked like a pocket, as if it had been there since birth. He couldn't help but be amazed by this. At this moment, the purple squirrel took out something from the pocket at its abdomen. It looked like a spirit fruit, and it looked like a grape. It was completely purple and gave off a strange fragrance. After Xueqi sniffed it, he immediately felt refreshed. The discomfort caused by absorbing too much spirit source actually showed signs of alleviating. His eyes lit up. His gaze was fixed on the purple spirit fruit. After the purple squirrel took out the spirit fruit, it held it with both its claws and handed it directly to Xueqi. Then, it looked at Xueqi pitifully as if to say, "Please kindly accept this spirit fruit, and let this little one live." Its actions made Xueqi feel that this guy was full of intelligence. It obviously wanted to use this spirit fruit to gain his favor so that he wouldn't attack it. Xueqi immediately felt that this was interesting. He smiled and glanced at the purple squirrel, but he didn't make things difficult for it. Instead, he put it down. The purple squirrel couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief when it landed on the treetops. However, it still held the spirit fruit, stood on its hind legs, and handed it to Xueqi. "Then I'll gladly accept it." Xueqi coughed lightly and took the fruit from its hands. To be honest, he was also very curious about this spirit fruit. Although Xueqi had said before that there were many strange products in this world and that many of these things had miraculous effects and uses, Xueqi had never thought that spirit fruits could grow in this world. As for this spirit fruit, it was obvious at a glance that it was extremely beneficial to the divine soul. Since he couldn't take it out with him, Xueqi naturally gave up on this idea. He picked up the spirit fruit and looked at it for a while, then directly put it into his mouth. After a few chews, Xueqi swallowed it, and his expression immediately brightened. This was because he could clearly feel that this spirit fruit had turned into a miraculous energy when it entered his stomach. Not only did it strengthen his body, but it also greatly alleviated the discomfort he felt. Xueqi estimated that if he had 3 or 4 more of these spirit fruits, he would be able to completely eliminate the discomfort in his body. "This thing. Do you have more?" Xueqi looked down at the purple squirrel and gestured as he communicated with the monster beast. Unexpectedly, the purple squirrel immediately understood what he meant. It extended a small paw and pointed at the place where the giant python had died, then pointed at the depths of Heavenly Monster Mountain as it squeaked. Xueqi frowned and thought for a while, then said, "You mean, this giant python was guarding the spirit fruit, and because you stole one, it chased you all the way here, and there are even more spirit fruits where it lives?" The purple squirrel nodded vigorously when it heard this. "Then what are you waiting for? Lead the way." Xueqi waved his hand and shouted excitedly. The discomfort in his spirit not only prevented him from absorbing any more spirit origin energy, but it also affected his body's condition. If he could quickly resolve this, it would undoubtedly be a good thing. Therefore, Xueqi couldn't wait to find more of those spirit fruits. Chapter 22:18. In the forest of Heavenly Monster Mountain, a man and a beast were rapidly running. The purple squirrel was leading the way in front with Xueqi following closely behind. After interacting with Xueqi for a while and confirming that he had no ill intentions, the purple squirrel no longer seemed to be afraid of him. It didn't even show any signs of escaping. While leading the way, it would stop from time to time and wait for Xueqi to get closer before continuing on its journey. The purple squirrel's actions were very purposeful. They didn't encounter any other monster beast along the way, and it was unknown what kind of ability it used to avoid them. 2 hours later, the man and beast arrived at a mountain valley. The mountain valley was surrounded by mountains on all sides. If one wasn't familiar with the terrain, they might not be able to find it. When the purple squirrel arrived not far from the entrance of the mountain valley, it suddenly stopped and stopped moving forward. Instead, it waited until Xueqi arrived before it extended its little claws and gestured towards the mountain valley. Then, it used its 2 claws to grab its own neck, making it look like it was having difficulty breathing and its eyes were rolling back. In the end, it fell straight to the ground. Xueqi frowned and said, "You mean that there's danger in the mountain valley?" The purple squirrel flipped over and stood up again, nodding at Xueqi. "Let me take a look." As Xueqi spoke, he looked towards the mountain valley. With just one glance, he immediately understood what the danger the purple squirrel was referring to was. Inside the mountain valley, it was filled with a dense, dark green poisonous cloud. Whether it was the color or shape of the poisonous cloud, it was the same as the one that the giant python had spat out. However, the area it covered was far too large. The dark green poisonous cloud covered everything in the mountain valley, making it impossible to see what was inside. "I'm very curious." Xueqi smiled as he glanced at the purple squirrel. "What method did you use before? You stole a spirit fruit from here." If the mountain valley was covered in poisonous clouds all year round, the purple squirrel wouldn't have been able to enter with its 9th level strength. Naturally, it wouldn't have been able to steal a spirit fruit. But in reality, it was because the purple squirrel had stolen a spirit fruit that the giant python had chased it all the way to Xueqi. Faced with Xueqi's question, the purple squirrel blinked and looked at him blankly. At this moment, it couldn't understand him again. "Playing dumb." Xueqi coldly snorted, but he didn't try to get to the bottom of it. Instead, he waved his sleeve, and the soul-devouring insects flew into the valley with a buzzing sound. Seeing this, the purple squirrel immediately waited expectantly. The scene of the soul-devouring beetles devouring the poison cloud. It had seen everything clearly from the side. Naturally, he knew that the poisonous clouds in the valley were no exception. As long as the poison cloud was dispelled, the spirit fruit inside would be easily obtained. This was indeed the case. Wherever the black insect swarm passed, the dense poisonous clouds would disappear at a speed visible to the naked eye. All of the soul-devouring demon insects' poisonous spiritual energy was devoured by them and turned into their own strength. In less than an hour, the poisonous clouds in the valley were completely swept away and disappeared. And after devouring such a large amount of poisonous clouds, the soul-devouring demon insects seemed to have gained a lot of benefits as well. They flew back into Xueqi's sleeve. "Let's go." Xueqi called out to the purple squirrel and walked into the valley as if he was taking a stroll in his own backyard. The purple squirrel was also showing off and taking advantage of the situation. It walked with its little legs and was extremely arrogant. This must be the fruit tree of the spirit fruit. Xueqi went straight to the center of the valley and looked at a green fruit tree that was about half the height of a person. Xueqi had noticed this fruit tree when he was observing at the entrance of the valley. It was just that the insect swarm hadn't finished cleaning up the poisonous clouds at that time, so he didn't dare to enter rashly. The fruit tree had a unique spirituality, and there were some traces of large-scale activity around it. It looked like they were left behind by the dead giant python. Xueqi's gaze swept across the fruit tree and his eyes immediately lit up. He discovered that there were a total of 5 spirit fruits on this fruit tree, and they were exactly the same as the one the purple squirrel had given him earlier. As a Dao Source-grade alchemist who had received all of Gong Sun Mu's knowledge, Xueqi could even recognize something like the extraordinary treasure lotus. However, he really didn't know what this spirit fruit was called. It could only be said that this spirit fruit was a unique product of the Divine Ascension mirror world and had never been seen in the outside world. However, its effects were extraordinarily powerful, and it was especially suitable for a cultivator like Xueqi who had entered this place from the outside to gain experience. He didn't hesitate and directly reached out to pluck one from the fruit tree, tossed it into his mouth, and swallowed it with a few chews. In an instant, not only did the discomfort in his body ease significantly, even the strength of his spiritual energy seemed to have increased slightly. Not bad, not bad, Xueqi said as he plucked another one and ate heartily. Gudong. A sound came from the side. Xueqi glanced sideways and glanced at the purple squirrel that was half squatting by his feet. This guy was staring at Xueqi pitifully with its round eyes. The gulping sound from before was obviously caused by this guy. Even if you look at me with such sincerity, Xueqi said as he tossed a third fruit into his mouth and mumbled, I don't have any extra for you. The purple squirrel's eyes immediately dimmed and it drooped its head, looking dispirited. Ha! Xueqi let out a long sigh. Fine, I'll give you one. As he spoke, he reached out and plucked the last two fruits from the fruit tree, ate one himself, and handed the other one to the purple squirrel. The purple squirrel immediately became spirited and its eyes lit up. It stood up straight and held the fruit with its claws, carefully sniffing it a few times before revealing a look of ecstasy. In the end, it stuffed the fruit into its belly pocket in satisfaction and hid it away like a treasure. 4 spirit fruits entered his stomach, plus the one that the purple squirrel had given him before. The discomfort in Kai Yang's body had already been swept away, and he once again felt like a dragon and a tiger. His heart inexplicably gave birth to a feeling of being reborn. He glanced at the purple squirrel and chuckled. The purple squirrel immediately covered its pockets with its claws and looked at Xueqi vigilantly, as if it was afraid that he would go back on his word. What kind of person do you think I am? Xueqi snorted coldly with a serious expression. Don't look down on me, you bastard. How can I take back what I've already given away? The purple squirrel looked at him, not quite understanding. Little guy. Xueqi looked at it with a smile. Are you very familiar with this place? The purple squirrel was silent for a while before it nodded. Then lead the way. If we find anything good, we'll split it like before, okay? Xueqi had a kind expression as he tried to persuade it. As he spoke, he patted the purple squirrel's belly pocket with a seductive expression. As long as you cooperate with me, it'll only be a matter of time before I fill your pocket. The purple squirrel's eyes lit up and it became excited. As it squeaked, it nodded. Its head bobbed like a chicken pecking at rice. It didn't wait for Xueqi to give any more orders before it took the initiative to lead the way. Xueqi raised his eyebrows and followed closely behind. The purple squirrel was indeed very familiar with the heavenly monster mountains, and it knew where there were good things. However, most of these good things were guarded by some powerful monster beast, just like the giant python. It wasn't an existence that the purple squirrel could afford to provoke, so it could only sigh helplessly. However, with a powerful guarantee like Xueqi, it had nothing to worry about. All it needed to do was bring Xueqi to that place. Then, Xueqi would take action and deal with the monster beast guarding the treasure. What followed was naturally the joyous matter of splitting the spoils of war. Xueqi kept his word. Every time he found something good, he would give some to the purple squirrel. As for whether he would split it evenly or not, that would depend on how one interpreted it. In just 2 days, Xueqi and the purple squirrel swept through the nests of many monster beasts within a radius of several tens of thousands of kilometers. They obtained countless spirit fruits and countless monster beast soul sources, making for a great harvest. These spirit fruits that grew in the Divine Ascension mirror world were all useful to one's spiritual energy. However, there were also some that were harmful. Xueqi accidentally ate one of them, causing him to feel dizzy and unable to regain his senses for a long time. If it weren't for the rainbow soul-warming lotus in his body, just that spirit fruit alone would have taken his life. As a result, although Xueqi had absorbed a lot of soul sources, his soul avatar was once again in a state of discomfort. This state didn't affect his body much, but it made it impossible for Xueqi to continue absorbing soul sources. Compared to Xueqi, the growth of the soul-devouring demon insects was even greater. After all, they had devoured most of their spiritual energy. In less than 10 days since they entered the Divine Ascension mirror world, the strength of the soul-devouring demon insects had almost doubled. Moreover, Xueqi could faintly feel that his soul-devouring demon insects seemed to be changing in a direction that no one knew about. He could clearly feel that these soul-devouring demon insects had become even more savage, violent, and rebellious. Sometimes, they would even ignore his orders. He didn't know if this was a good or bad thing. The small pouch on the purple squirrel's abdomen was also basically full. This guy was very strange. Although it obtained a lot of good things, it never ate them. It seemed to only have a desire to collect them, constantly stuffing the spirit fruits that Xueqi gave it into its pouch. In the end, it couldn't fit anymore. It wasn't big to begin with, so how big could its pouch be? Xueqi finally had a legitimate reason to monopolize all the spoils of war. The purple squirrel didn't seem to care too much and continued to lead the way diligently. It led Xueqi through the heavenly monster mountains like a laborer. At a certain moment 2 days later, Xueqi stood quietly in front of the entrance of a cave with the purple squirrel sitting on his shoulder. After these 2 days of interaction, the purple squirrel was no longer afraid of Xueqi and had instead become more familiar with him. At this moment, the man and the beast both had a focused expression as they listened attentively to the movements coming from the cave. They seemed to be concentrating their attention. Chapter 22:19. Miserable howls could be heard coming from inside the cave, mixed with the sound of something huge crashing into the cave walls. There was also the sound of rocks falling down like rain. How tragic! Xueqi sighed. The purple squirrel nodded in agreement. A moment later, the sounds coming from inside the cave gradually weakened and finally disappeared. The soul-devouring insects had obviously finished off the monster beast in the cave. In the Divine Ascension Mirror world, any prey targeted by the soul-devouring insects would never have a good ending. After confirming that he was safe, Xueqi stepped forward and walked into the cave. The cave was dim, but that didn't hinder Xueqi's vision. After all, he was a soul avatar, so everything in the cave was imprinted in his mind after he scanned it with his divine sense. This cave wasn't very deep, nor was it very wide. Everywhere he went, there was a mess, and there were traces of a struggle everywhere. The owner of this cave had obviously suffered a lot at the hands of the soul-devouring insects and had fiercely struggled for a while before he died. Xueqi didn't even know what kind of monster beast was inside, because by the time he arrived, the monster beast had already been completely devoured by the soul-devouring insects. Not even a scrap was left behind. In his current state, he couldn't absorb any more soul sources, so he didn't have the soul-devouring insects leave anything behind. After recalling the soul-devouring insects, Xueqi began to examine everything in the cave. After scanning it with his divine sense, he found nothing. There were no spirit fruits or other treasures in this cave. It seemed to be a place where the monster beast rested. Xueqi couldn't help but feel a little disappointed at this discovery, but he didn't pay it much mind. After all, not every powerful monster beast was guarding a treasure. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, his body suddenly paused. His gaze focused in a certain direction in the cave. There was a strange object there that attracted his attention. After observing it for a moment, Xueqi walked forward and bent down to pick up the object from the ground. The moment he touched it, Xueqi's body suddenly shook and his eyes shone brightly. At the same time they gasped. Xueqi's abnormal reaction gave the purple squirrel a fright. Its fur stood on end as it scurried away from Xueqi's side. This is... Xueqi fumbled with the item in his hand as he scanned it with his divine sense. Soon he figured out what this thing looked like. It was a disc-like existence. It was about the size of a millstone, and its entire body was as white as jade. Previously, when Xueqi's divine will scanned the area, he didn't find anything special about it, but he felt that its shape was quite strange, so he picked it up to take a look. However, the moment he touched it, Xueqi's soul resonated with it, causing his soul avatar to tremble slightly. Meanwhile, inside the white jade millstone, a stream of pure spiritual energy flowed into Xueqi's body, making him feel as comfortable as if he was soaking in warm water. This feeling made his entire body relax and feel extremely comfortable. He couldn't stop himself as if he was about to fly. If he had to describe it more specifically, this feeling was similar to what he felt when his soul fused with Su Yan's in the past. Soul Jade. All sorts of thoughts flashed through Xueqi's mind, causing him to cry out in surprise. He had never seen a soul jade before and didn't know what it looked like. In fact, he had only heard about its existence from Xueqi a few days ago, but at this moment, he He was 100% sure that the thing in his hand was the soul jade that Gao Xueting was talking about. According to Gao Xueting, even in the divine ascension mirror world, soul jades were treasures that could only be found by chance. She herself had entered this place 4 times, but she had only obtained 1 mid-rank soul jade so far. Just that 1 mid-rank soul jade alone had greatly benefited her. Yang Kai didn't know how soul jades were categorized, but he felt that the one in his hand was definitely not mid-rank. It was very likely to be a high rank or even a peerless soul jade. Soul jades were formed from the purest spiritual energy in the divine ascension mirror world, and they could be easily absorbed by a cultivator to strengthen their soul without any worries or hidden dangers. However, Gao Xueting had described them to be so rare that Yang Kai didn't think he would be lucky enough to obtain one. Unexpectedly, however, he actually obtained one here. It's so big. Yang Kai was so excited that he couldn't close his mouth. He had a troubled expression on his face. How long will it take to absorb it? As he spoke, he tried to absorb the energy within the soul jade to see if it was as miraculous as Gao Xueting had described. A strand of pure energy was born from the soul jade and flowed into Yang Kai's body through his arms. His entire body immediately felt warm, and he couldn't help but reveal a look of ecstasy. As this energy flowed into his body, Yang Kai discovered that it was just as Gao Xueting had said before. Absorbing the energy from the soul jade wouldn't cause any harm to his body. His current soul avatar was still in a saturated state, so he couldn't absorb the soul source left behind by the monster beast at all. However, absorbing the energy from this soul jade wasn't hindered at all. Yang Kai could also clearly feel the terrifying energy contained within the soul jade. He couldn't help but think, I'll go into seclusion here and absorb the energy from the soul jade until the time limit is up. If he really did that, Yang Kai estimated that by the time he left this place, the strength of his soul would definitely be comparable to that of the Emperor realm. At that time, he might not even be able to finish absorbing the energy from the soul jade, so he could have his soul-devouring insects absorb the energy as well. With ample time and energy reserves, he would be able to maximize the benefits he could obtain from this place. However, just as this thought surfaced in his mind, another force suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's body. In the dim cave, a rainbow-colored light suddenly bloomed. It was extremely dazzling, illuminating the entire cave in a rainbow of colors. The rainbow-colored light expanded and retracted. As it rolled up, Yang Kai suddenly felt his hand lighten. The soul jade had disappeared. This shocking change caught Yang Kai off guard. With a face full of shock, he hurriedly looked inside his body. Very quickly, he found traces of the soul jade in a certain part of his body. At that moment, it was actually wrapped in the rainbow-colored soul-warming lotus and was lying quietly in the center of the lotus. And when Kai Yang saw it, he couldn't help but discover an inconceivable scene. That piece of soul jade was like a snowflake under the blazing sun. It quickly melted and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The surging energy from the soul jade was completely absorbed by the soul-warming lotus. Not a single drop was left. After absorbing the energy from the soul jade, the soul-warming lotus seemed to glow even brighter. At the same time, a gentle and steady stream of energy spread out from the soul-warming lotus and slowly poured into Yang Kai's soul avatar. What's going on? Yang Kai was completely dumbfounded. His mind was a mess. He had just found a piece of high rank or even peerless soul jade, but it had been sucked away by the soul-warming lotus. After absorbing it, it had been slowly fed back to his soul avatar. Was this a good thing? Or a bad thing? Yang Kai couldn't figure it out. Losing the soul jade was undoubtedly a loss. However, the soul jade hadn't been stolen by someone else. Instead, it had been absorbed by the soul-warming lotus. Then the soul-warming lotus slowly fed that energy back to his body. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai secretly felt that this shouldn't be a bad thing. This way, it seemed to be beneficial to both him and the soul-warming lotus. Moreover, although the rate of this feedback was much slower, it could be done step by step. It would allow him to gradually adapt to his stronger spirit and be able to control it as he wished. On the other hand, if he were to personally absorb the energy from the soul jade, he definitely wouldn't be able to do anything else, let alone finish absorbing it in the remaining days. But now, he didn't need to worry about the soul jade anymore. He would do what he needed to do. It's definitely a good thing, Yang Kai said with certainty. After saying this, he turned his head and looked around. At a corner, he found the purple squirrel staring at him in fear. The purple squirrel didn't understand the sudden change just now and immediately distanced itself from Yang Kai. Now that it saw that he was safe and sound and was even waving at it warmly, it naturally walked over slowly. After making sure that Xueqi was fine, it jumped onto Xueqi's shoulder again. But for some reason, it actually sniffed at Xueqi a few times. Then, it revealed a confused expression, as if it felt that Xueqi's scent was different from before. Next, Kai Yang walked around the cave one more time, carefully inspecting everything. After making sure he hadn't missed anything, he walked out of the cave. He still had a lot of time left, so he naturally wouldn't waste it. He had just walked out of the cave when he heard a whoosh coming from nearby. Immediately after, a figure suddenly landed in front of him. Xueqi was shocked. He instinctively activated his spirit power and summoned the Purple Sun Profound Light Shield. At the same time, he tapped his foot and floated backwards. He never thought that he would meet someone else in this place. The newcomer obviously didn't think of this either. When he saw Xueqi, he also activated his spirit power and looked over vigilantly. Their eyes met. That person frowned and looked suspiciously at the purple light shield around Xueqi. A strange expression appeared on his face. Just as Xueqi had expected, in this world, cultivators didn't have secret treasures to use. This was because they lacked the materials to forge and refine secret treasures. The battle between martial artists was a contest of divine souls. What they relied on was divine soul secret arts, and even weapons condensed from divine soul energy. Soul-type secret treasures were definitely rare items for cultivators in this world. After the Purple Sun Profound Light Shield was summoned, it would form a purple light shield around Xueqi's body. Although it looked similar to some defensive secret techniques, it was fundamentally different. This cultivator who had suddenly appeared wasn't weak. He was at least at the level of the Third Order Dao Source Realm, so he naturally saw through it. Chapter 22-20. While the newcomer was sizing up Xueqi, Xueqi was also vigilantly observing him. With a sweep of his divine sense, Xueqi could see the cultivation of the other party's Third Order Dao Source Realm at a glance. From his face, Xueqi could tell that he was a middle-aged man in his 40s. His expression was calm and determined, but at this moment, there was a hint of panic and fear in his eyes. Xueqi was certain that the other party didn't have any hostility towards him. However, this was the first time Xueqi had encountered a cultivator from the Divine Ascension Mirror World, so he was naturally very curious. Upon closer inspection, Xueqi discovered that the other party's body was just like his own soul avatar. They were both formed from spiritual energy and didn't have a physical body. This world was truly filled with all sorts of strange things. Xueqi clicked his tongue in amazement. If you don't want to die, hurry up and run. At this moment, the other party suddenly shouted with a solemn expression. What? Xueqi furrowed his brow. The other party's words were so random that he couldn't understand them at all. However, the newcomer obviously wasn't in the mood to explain too much. Pushing the energy in his body, he fled in a certain direction while shouting again, "It'll be too late if you don't run now." As soon as he said this, Xueqi suddenly had a bad premonition. He faintly realized that there seemed to be some powerful existence chasing after this person, and that existence was undoubtedly extremely dangerous and cruel. Thinking of this, he made a prompt decision and hurriedly tried to leave this dangerous place. He had only been brought into this world by Gao Xueqi to gain experience, so he naturally wasn't interested in getting involved in the grudges between the original forces of this world and the cultivator. After all, he could only stay here for a month at most. With this thought in mind, Xueqi was about to make a move. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A powerful pressure that belonged only to the Emperor realm suddenly appeared and descended from the sky. This pressure was so heavy that it was almost tangible. When it pressed down, it gave people the illusion that the sky was collapsing. Xueqi's body instantly shrank, and his expression became extremely ugly. At the same time, from the corner of his eye, suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a ghostly figure emerging, directly appearing at the side of the martial artist from before. This figure was not tall, but rather short. However, before he appeared, Xueqi did not notice him at all. It was as if he had always been in that position but had not been detected by anyone. When this unknown powerhouse from the Emperor realm appeared, there was a flash of light in his hand and a dagger-like weapon suddenly appeared. This weapon was formed from the power of this person's spirit. It was not a soul-type artifact. The dagger flashed with a cold light, and before the middle-aged man could react, the man had already stabbed forward. A soft poochie sound rang out, causing Yang Kai's scalp to go numb. The third-order Dao Source Realm-level middle-aged man who was trying to escape didn't even have time to defend himself before his chest was pierced through. In the outside world, this was definitely a fatal injury. Because that was where the wound was. It was where the heart was. No matter how strong a cultivator was, if their heart was struck like this, they would probably die immediately. Unless they cultivated some kind of heaven-defying secret technique or used their powerful cultivation to suppress the injury, they would only be able to survive. However, in the Divine Ascension Mirror World, because living beings did not have physical bodies, this injury was not fatal, even though it looked serious. After this attack succeeded, the powerhouse from the Emperor Realm stopped attacking and coldly glanced at the middle-aged man. There was no emotion in his eyes, as if he was looking at a piece of wood. On the other hand, the middle-aged man let out a pained cry as his body stiffened in place. Looking around, Kai Yang saw that the dagger was still embedded in the middle-aged man's chest, and with the wound as the center, a strange energy radiated out in an arc, converging into a complex pattern, like a layer of inexplicable and powerful seals. It was this strange energy that restricted the middle-aged man's movements, preventing him from moving even a single step. There were also traces of spiritual energy leaking out from his wound. It was obvious that his strength was being drained. If this wound was left untreated, the middle-aged man's spiritual energy would definitely flow out along with the wound. When that happened, he would definitely die. "You're the Star of Calamity?" The powerhouse from the Emperor Realm asked indifferently after he succeeded. "Master, what did you say?" Although the middle-aged man had been severely injured by the sneak attack, he didn't dare to act up. He only looked at the other party with pleading eyes and asked blankly. "Forget it." The short powerhouse from the Emperor Realm heard this and replied dully, "Whether you are or not, we'll know after we bring you back to the palace for interrogation." After saying this, he no longer paid any attention to the middle-aged man. The palace. On the contrary, the middle-aged man seemed to have heard some strange information from his words. He stared at the other party with wide eyes, and after changing his expression several times, he asked with difficulty, "Dare I ask, could it be Sir Ban Qing Ban?" Ban Qing looked at the middle-aged man with surprise. "You recognize me?" The middle-aged man saw that he didn't deny it and couldn't help but bitterly smile. Who doesn't know the names of the 4 vice-commanders under Master Zhou Dian? Since there are 4 people, why are you so sure it's me? Can't it be someone else? Ban Qing didn't seem to be in a hurry to deal with Yang Kai. Instead, he chatted with his prey with great interest. The middle-aged man said, "Vice Commander Lian Yan has a head of red hair, which is very obvious. Vice Commander Yu Man is a woman, and Vice Commander Yuan Qing. It is said that Vice Commander Yuan is as beautiful as a flower, and his skin is as white as jade. Even normal women lose their luster in front of him. Since you are from the palace and have such cultivation, I can't think of anyone other than Ban Qing." Ha 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 ha. Ban Qing suddenly laughed loudly. "What a beautiful flower. So that's how the world talks about Yuan Qing. I wonder what he would think if he heard this. Yes, your analysis is correct. This lord is indeed Ban Qing." Seeing that Ban Qing finally admitted it, the middle-aged man completely gave up and said with a dispirited expression, "Seeing is believing. Master Ban's concealment and assassination techniques are truly superb." Humph. Ban Qing coldly snorted in disdain, not caring about the other party's flattery. "But, Master Ban, I have no enmity with you. Why are you?" Although the middle-aged man couldn't move, he still wanted to beg Ban Qing to let him go. However, Ban Qing clearly didn't plan on giving him this chance. He had entered the Heavenly Monster Mountain under Zhou Dian's orders to capture the Star of Calamity. Although he couldn't kill for no reason, injuring or seriously injuring someone was no problem. Thus, before the other party could finish speaking, Ban Qing reached out and clenched his fist. The dagger stabbed into the middle-aged man's chest suddenly released a ray of light. Immediately after, the strange energy radiating from the dagger suddenly became much more solid under the influence of this light. The middle-aged man's entire body shook as if he had been struck by lightning. He fell straight to the ground, completely unconscious. Although he hadn't died, he had completely fainted. Even if he woke up, he probably wouldn't be able to return to his peak state. Ban Qing's attack had clearly damaged his foundation. After doing all this, the dagger flew back into Ban Qing's hand. He turned around and coldly sized up Yang Kai. Yang Kai's mind was actually racing at this moment. He didn't really understand what had happened before, but after listening to the conversation between the two in front of him, he vaguely understood the whole story. He even had his own speculations about the overall situation here. These two people were talking about the existence of a palace, so there was probably a country in the Divine Ascension Mirror world. And in this country, the ruler was supreme. Under the ruler, there seemed to be a great general who protected the country called Zhou Dian. Under Zhou Dian, there were 4 other masters like the one in the Emperor realm in front of him. At this moment, they should all have entered Heavenly Monster Mountain to capture the so-called Star of Calamity. The middle-aged man was either the target of capture or an innocent bystander. Yang Kai guessed that he was the latter, because from what the middle-aged man had said before, he didn't know anything about the Star of Calamity. And Yang Kai was probably the same. Ban Qing and the others didn't know who they were trying to capture at all, so they simply spread the net wide to catch as many fish as they could. Anyone who was caught by Ban Qing definitely wouldn't be able to escape. How unlucky! Kai Yong secretly cursed in his heart. It was rare for him to be able to gain experience in this world, but he ended up encountering a dispute between the cultivator here, and it was someone from the Emperor realm. Yang Kai couldn't help but complain. Not bad, kid. Ban Qing looked at Yang Kai for a while before suddenly nodding with a smile, his expression amiable. What do you mean? Yang Kai asked in a low voice. What this lord means is, you know your limits and know that you are no match for this lord, so you didn't run away. Yes, if you are obedient, this lord can make you suffer less, Ban Qing said calmly. After saying this, he changed the topic and said coldly, but if you don't know what's good for you, you will end up like him. As he spoke, he pointed at the middle-aged man lying on the ground. Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. After thinking for a while, he said, This master, don't talk to this lord about being innocent or not. Ban Qing seemed to know what Yang Kai wanted to say and interrupted him before he could speak. He impatiently said in a low voice, This lord is following orders. If you really are the Star of Calamity, then consider yourself unlucky. If you aren't, then you will naturally be safe and sound. As he spoke, he stared intently at Yang Kai and said, Are you going to surrender yourself, or do you want this lord to make a move? Let me tell you first, if it's the latter, this lord can't guarantee that you will be unharmed. So it's like that. Yang Kai's negotiation failed and he helplessly sighed. With a heavy expression he asked, This kid still has a question to ask. Speak. Ban Qing coldly replied. First, please listen to the conversation between master and this friend. It seems that there are 3 other people like you. I wonder if those 3. They are leading a team to search elsewhere. Right now, Mount Tianyao has been completely sealed off, so don't even think about escaping. It's meaningless. Chapter 22-21. Hearing him say this, Yang Kai's heart instantly sank. Then master your subordinates. Yang Kai asked again. They'll be there soon. Ban Qing frowned impatiently. This king likes to move alone. After saying this, he looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. Why are you asking this? It's nothing, Yang Kai took a deep breath and said slowly. This junior just wants to offend you. After saying this, he turned into a streak of light and charged straight at Ban Qing. Yang Kai understood that since the Heavenly Monster Mountains had been sealed off, and there were 3 other masters from the Emperor realm searching in other places besides Ban Qing, and Ban Qing's subordinates hadn't arrived yet, now was the best time to deal with him. Escaping was unrealistic. Not to mention, Ban Qing was an expert in concealment and assassination techniques, and his movement skills were exquisite. Yang Kai might not be able to escape. Even if he escaped, where could he run to in the vast Heavenly Monster Mountains? If he wasn't careful, he would run into someone else. At that time, he would be pincered, and there would be no hope. It was better to fight Ban Qing while he was alone. If he couldn't win, it wouldn't be too late to escape. If he could win, then there would be no need to escape. Ban Qing raised his eyebrows, as if he hadn't expected Yang Kai to be so bold. Not only was he bold, but he also had the ability to move freely under his pressure. Previously, he hadn't put Yang Kai in his eyes because there was an absolute difference in strength between the two. Once the pressure of the Emperor realm was released, a Tao Source realm cultivator wouldn't be able to move at all. The middle-aged man lying on the ground was the best proof. In Ban Qing's eyes, Yang Kai's cultivation was on par with the middle-aged man's. They were both at the level of the third-order Tao Source realm. It was just that the strength of Yang Kai's soul was a bit more condensed, as if he was about to reach the Emperor realm. But this still didn't have much meaning. If he didn't cross the threshold of the Emperor realm, then there would always be a difference between heaven and earth. He felt that under his pressure, Yang Kai would not even be able to move a finger. But when Yang Kai really moved, he was as fast as the wind and as fast as lightning. It was as if he wasn't affected by his pressure at all. Ban Qing was a little surprised by this discovery, and he was also a little angry from embarrassment. With a cold snort, he stood where he was and did not move an inch. Instead, he released all of his pressure, which completely enveloped Yang Kai. Halfway through, Yang Kai let out a muffled groan. His body suddenly stopped. At that moment, he felt as if the space around him had solidified. This greatly hindered his movements. Your courage is commendable, but it's extremely stupid. Ban Qing looked coldly at Yang Kai, his eyes full of disdain. Master, is it really okay for you to look down on me like this? Yang Kai roared, his spiritual energy bursting out, igniting a layer of raging flames around his body. The flames burned and danced. It made Yang Kai look like a man on fire. The surrounding temperature also seemed to rise by a lot. The lush trees even withered in the blink of an eye, and the ground was scorched. Conflagrated divine sense. Ban Qing's pupils shrank as he cried out in shock. Mutated divine sense was extremely rare no matter where it was, but it could not be denied that it was extremely powerful. This was especially true for the fire attribute divine sense, which was known for its tyrannical and destructive power. Ka-cha-cha. A series of cracking sounds came from the surrounding space. This was the sound of Ban Qing's pressure being shattered from the Emperor realm. As soon as Yang Kai released his conflagrated divine sense, the pressure on him was greatly reduced. He turned into a streak of flames and pounced in front of Ban Qing. He clenched his hand into a fist, which was surrounded by raging flames, and smashed down. No wonder you're so arrogant, so you do have some ability. Facing this terrifying attack, Ban Qing did not show any signs of panic. Instead, he calmly commented before tapping his foot and retreating. With this retreat, he seemed to cross the barrier of space. When he reappeared, he was already more than 30 meters away from Yang Kai. That ferocious punch instantly hit nothing but air. At the same level of cultivation, there are probably very few people in this world who can be your match. But Ban Qing coldly smiled. This king is from the Emperor realm. Are you still dreaming? HM? When he roared out that last word, the already heavy pressure suddenly increased by several degrees. The flames on Yang Kai's body instantly flickered wildly, and his body sank as if he was being pressed down by a mountain. Under the immense pressure, Yang Kai roared and endured the pain from all over his body. His body swayed, and he once again charged in front of Ban Qing despite the restraints of the pressure. Brat, do you want to die? Ban Qing revealed a grave expression for the first time as he roared. This was because Yang Kai did not care about the pressure on his body and forcefully broke through under Ban Qing's pressure. This was actually very damaging to his body, and the slightest carelessness could result in the destruction of his soul. However, Yang Kai did not seem to care at all, nor was he worried about such an outcome. He looked like he was going to trade his life for Ban Qing's. Ban Qing had never met such a person before. To describe such a person, there was only one word that was most appropriate: a fugitive. Since you can't see reality clearly, then this king will let you see it clearly. Ban Qing was enraged and pushed his hand forward. Vigorous energy burst forth from his palm, creating a wave of energy that engulfed Yang Kai. Thump thump thump. Yang Kai's figure rapidly retreated as he continuously groaned and groaned in pain. The flames on his body also dimmed significantly. Yang Kai had clearly been injured by this attack. As an Emperor Realm Master, the moment he made a move, it would be extraordinary. However, with the soul-warming lotus as a foundation, Yang Kai did not have much to worry about. If it was anyone else who had suffered such injuries, they would have already thought of retreating and would only think of quickly finding a place to heal. However, Yang Kai did not need to. As long as his soul was not shattered or destroyed, the soul-warming lotus could be repaired with time. He had the capital to be crazy. Yang Kai's body staggered, and his expression dimmed. Before he could regain his balance, Ban Qing suddenly disappeared from where he stood. Immediately after, his voice sounded from Yang Kai's side, his tone indifferent. "Now, you should understand, right?" It had to be said. Ban Qing was indeed very skilled at concealment and assassination. His attack came without warning and was simply impossible to guard against. From the moment he disappeared to the next attack, there was no gap in time at all. In his hand was still that dagger condensed from spiritual energy. This attack of his was aimed directly at the center of Yang Kai's chest. It was exactly the same method he had used to deal with the middle-aged man. But at this moment, the corners of Yang Kai's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a subtle arc. In the next instant, a purple light flashed and a light curtain inexplicably appeared on the surface of Yang Kai's body, forming a light shield that enveloped him. Asterisk ding. Asterisk a crisp sound rang out. Ban Qing's attack hit the purple sun profound light shield. This light shield, formed from a Dao source-grade low-rank soul-protecting artifact, could not withstand this terrifying attack and shattered at the point of contact. In the blink of an eye, it turned into specks of light and disappeared. Ban Qing had broken the purple sun profound light shield's defense with just a casual move. The spirituality of this soul-type artifact had been greatly damaged. If he wanted to use it again, Yang Kai would have to continuously nourish and repair it with his spiritual energy. However, this was already enough. What the hell is this? Ban Qing was stunned. He was one of the 4 vice commanders of Divine Ascension Country. However, he had never seen anything like a soul-type artifact in his life. So, after destroying Yang Kai's purple sun profound light shield, his first reaction was to feel that something was wrong. Before he could figure it out, the world suddenly buzzed. Accompanied by this buzzing sound, Ban Qing inexplicably felt his soul tremble. This kind of trembling and fear came from his own instincts. It was an innate reaction when facing an unstoppable danger. Ban Qing couldn't help but widen his eyes and stare at Yang Kai's hand. He discovered that a saber had appeared in Yang Kai's hand at some unknown time. It looked like an extremely ordinary saber. Its shape was neither ostentatious nor exaggerated. It seemed to be everywhere, but it was this saber that caused Ban Qing to feel fear from the bottom of his heart. The faint buzzing sound coming from the saber was like a soul-stirring rune that terrified Ban Qing to the extreme. The halo circulating around the saber seemed to be able to devour his soul and make him fall into an eternal abyss. Ban Qing immediately felt that something was wrong and hurriedly tried to retreat. However, it was already too late. The surrounding space suddenly froze at this moment. The power of the law of space. Although Yang Kai had entered this place as a soul avatar without a physical body and couldn't use ordinary secret treasures or secret techniques, he could still use his comprehension and control of the law of space. However, he couldn't use secret techniques like Moonblade and Banish because these secret techniques required the support of source chi and spiritual energy. Neither could be missing. This was something he had already verified in his previous battles with the demonic beasts. This was because these secret techniques not only required the use of the law of space, but also the use of the physical body as a foundation and source of power. With the addition of the law of space, even though Ban Qing was a powerhouse of the Emperor realm, his movements still paused. At this moment, Yang Kai grinned sinisterly and slashed down with his saber. "I don't know if you've noticed, Master, but you especially like to attack from your opponent's right side and attack their chest. Is this a habit, or do you want to show off your strength, Master?" Yang Kai's words sounded in Ban Qing's ears, full of ridicule. However, how could Ban Qing be in the mood to pay attention to this? When the saber slashed down from the bottom, he actually heard the call of death. An aura that made him tremble with fear rushed towards him. Profound dragon seal. Ban Qing roared, and the power of his divine sense suddenly surged. In the next moment, a thick barrier of light appeared in front of him. This was clearly a soul secret technique, and it was quite powerful. Because the cultivator in the Divine Ascension mirror world didn't have any secret treasures or physical bodies, they could only strengthen their souls and cultivate soul secret techniques if they wanted to increase their strength. It was also for this reason that the cultivator's mastery of soul secret techniques in this world had reached perfection. It wasn't something a cultivator from the star boundary could compare to. Chapter 22-22 Profound Dragon Seal was a defensive secret technique that Ban Qing had comprehended on his own and was the culmination of a lifetime of cultivation. Ever since he had broken through to the Emperor realm, he had only used this secret technique 3 times, and each time, his opponent had been a master from the Emperor realm. But today, in front of Yang Kai, a Dao Source realm cultivator, he had no choice but to use it again. Because he could feel that if he didn't use this secret technique, he would definitely die. This feeling was baseless, but Ban Qing firmly believed it. Dragon shadows appeared, entangling and intertwining, condensing in front of him. In the blink of an eye, a square shield-like protective light screen appeared. On it, a few lifelike images of real dragons could be faintly seen. After using this move, Ban Qing's heart calmed down slightly, and the feeling of fear and trepidation in his heart finally subsided. However, the profound Dragon Seal, which could defend against a full-powered attack from a master from the Emperor realm, was like a piece of tofu in front of the sharp weapon in Yang Kai's hand. Without a sound, the solid barrier was cut in half, and the blade went straight for Ban Qing's chest without any hindrance. If this attack landed, even someone as strong as Ban Qing would be cut in half by the strange attack power of this blade. Ban Qing's expression changed drastically, and he no longer dared to hesitate. He pushed his spiritual energy and retreated with all his strength. Chi. A soft sound rang out as Ban Qing forcibly broke free from the constraints of space principles and narrowly avoided this fatal blow. However, there was a wound about 2 feet long on his chest and abdomen. This wound started from his abdomen. It extended diagonally all the way to his shoulder, almost cutting off his arm. There was no blood flowing out of the wound, and there were no signs of flesh being torn apart. There wasn't even any bone, but pure spiritual energy flowed out of the wound and dissipated into the world. What a pity! Yang Kai looked at him. He grumbled unwillingly. Earlier, he had recklessly charged in front of Ban Qing twice in order to lure him into lowering his guard and then find an opportunity to deal him a fatal blow. Although the plan had been successful, Yang Kai's 2 reckless actions had undoubtedly caused Ban Qing to underestimate his abilities. Thus, he had directly approached Yang Kai, giving Yang Kai a chance to counterattack. However, the Emperor realm was the Emperor realm. In the face of fatal danger, his reaction speed was abnormally fast. He was able to dodge such a sudden attack at such a close distance. Not far away, Ban Qing was heavily injured. His eyeballs trembled violently. His expression also changed a few times. He stared at the saber in Yang Kai's hand and shouted, "What the hell is this?" Soul Cutter. Yang Kai flung the long saber in his hand and pointed it at Ban Qing from afar. He smiled nastily and said, "Don't hurt the flesh, only the soul." In this trip to the Divine Ascension Mirror World, apart from his soul avatar, Yang Kai had only brought 3 things with him. The first was the purple sun profound light shield that Gao Xueqi had given him. The second was the 7-colored soul-warming lotus in his knowledge sea. The third was this soul cutter. This was the Insect Emperor's possession. Back on Shadowed Star, the Insect Emperor had wreaked havoc throughout the world, so Yang Kai had killed him and obtained the Insect Enslavement Bracelet and the Soul Cutter. The Insect Enslavement Bracelet had a special effect on all kinds of insects. Yang Kai had used the Insect Enslavement Bracelet to escape death several times. As for the Soul Cutter, he had never used it before. He didn't even know that this thing was a soul-type artifact. That was why when he first entered this world and checked his body, he was shocked to find the Soul Cutter. Even though he had never refined this Emperor artifact before, he still couldn't deny how powerful it was to the soul. With the Soul Cutter in hand, Yang Kai had been able to severely injure a master like Ban Qing with a single blow. If he could refine it a little, in this special world of the Divine Ascension Mirror, it would be a piece of cake for him to take Ban Qing's life. Learning from his mistakes, Yang Kai secretly made up his mind that after returning from this trip, he would find an opportunity to refine the Emperor artifacts on his body. He hadn't refined them before because he wasn't strong enough, but now that he had reached the Dao Source Realm, his divine sense was comparable to a peak Dao Source Realm cultivator, so refining them shouldn't be a problem for him. Whether it was the Soul Cutter or the Insect Enslavement Bracelet, they would both be very useful in certain special situations. Damn it! Ban Qing gritted his teeth and shouted. Although he didn't understand what Yang Kai meant by not harming his flesh, he clearly understood the threat that the Soul Cutter posed to him from that blow just now. It was definitely a fatal threat. Ban Qing was now seriously injured while Yang Kai was completely unscathed. Coupled with the fact that Yang Kai seemed to know some strange divine technique, Ban Qing already had thoughts of retreating. Although it would be a bit shameful for an Emperor Realm Master to be scared away by a Dao Source Realm cultivator, Banqing didn't care about that at this moment. Saving his life was the most important thing, not losing face or anything else. Furthermore, Banqing's secret arts and secret techniques were all used in conjunction with concealment and assassination. Generally speaking, those who cultivated this kind of secret art and divine technique were usually very cautious, but to put it bluntly, they were as cowardly as mice. They would always retreat thousands of kilometers away after failing to kill their target. They would never get entangled with their enemy because in a direct confrontation, their strength would be greatly reduced. If the person standing in front of Yang Kai at this moment was a master like Lien Yen, even if he was caught off guard by Yang Kai, he wouldn't have immediately retreated. How could the absolute disparity in strength be made up for by a little injury? In short, after Banqing said those words, his figure flickered as he wanted to retreat first and plan his next move. But right at that moment, he suddenly lost track of Yang Kai's whereabouts. A moment ago, that Dao Source Realm brat was still standing not too far away from him, but in the blink of an eye, the other party had disappeared. What? Banqing was shocked. He was a master who was extremely skilled in concealment techniques, but at this moment, he discovered that there was always someone better than him in this world. Yang Kai's sudden disappearance was undoubtedly much more advanced than his own. It was a space divine technique that truly ignored the obstruction of space. He hurriedly released his divine sense, trying to find Yang Kai's location, but immediately afterwards, a cold wind blew from behind his head. This cold wind seemed to have come from the depths of hell and seemed to be able to freeze one's soul. Banqing's eyes widened as he realized where his enemy was. He didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly turned around while pushing out his spiritual energy, transforming it into a pure attack visible to the naked eye, to meet the attack behind him. Kong. With a violent collision of energy, Yang Kai was sent flying by this blow. His body flashed wildly in mid-air while Banqing remained motionless. In the end, there was an absolute disparity in their realms. Even though Yang Kai had used his space secret technique to launch a sneak attack, he still couldn't achieve the desired result. It seemed that if Banqing hadn't been too careless just now and didn't understand the existence of soul-type artifacts, he wouldn't have been injured by Yang Kai's attack. If he had been a little more aware of the power of the soul-splitting saber and had been a little more vigilant, Yang Kai wouldn't have succeeded. Ha! Yang Kai landed on the ground and let out a muffled roar as his expression changed several times. This kind of impact to his soul was simply unbearable. This kind of pain was thousands of times more unbearable than physical pain. His soul felt like it was about to be torn apart, and there was no way to suppress it. There was no other way but to endure it. However, Yang Kai was smiling, because his method had worked again. Wang Wang. A strange sound rang out. Banqing was stunned for a moment, but he quickly realized where this sound was coming from. He quickly lowered his head and saw that the wound on his body was covered in a dense layer of pitch-black dots. Upon closer inspection, Banqing's scalp went numb. This was because these pitch-black dots were actually tiny insects. There were countless of them and they were densely packed together. No one would be able to endure having these insects crawling all over their body. What terrified Banqing the most was that these tiny insects were actually drilling into his body through the wound. One after another, more than half of them had drilled into his body in the blink of an eye. Banqing's face completely paled. With his cultivation in the Emperor realm, he could naturally feel that these insects were feeding on his energy after drilling into his body and were wantonly devouring it. His energy was continuously draining away. What is this? Banqing couldn't help but stumble back a few steps. He looked down at his body and shouted in fear. What is this now? Ever since he met Yang Kai, he had already asked this question several times. For a cultivator who was born and raised in the Divine Ascension Mirror world, there were too many things that he didn't understand about the methods Yang Kai had used today. Most importantly, even though Banqing didn't recognize the soul-devouring insects, he felt an instinctive fear when he saw them. This fear was buried deep within his soul and was innate. It was like a frog encountering a snake, or a rabbit encountering an eagle. As he roared, Banqing's body shook and an invisible aura enveloped him. The soul-devouring demon insects that hadn't been able to drill into his body were sent flying by this attack. However, the pure spiritual energy flowing out of Banqing's wound was simply the most delicious food for the soul-devouring insects, so how could they let it go? Without waiting for Yang Kai's orders, they gathered together again and turned into a cloud of insects that enveloped Banqing. a scene that caused Ban Qing to despair appeared. His protective aura in the Emperor realm was unable to obstruct these insects at all. They just lay outside the aura and continuously gnawed at it. It wasn't long before they gnawed a hole in the flawless aura and covered his body once again, drilling into his body through his wound. Saint insects. Ban Qing suddenly seemed to remember something and his expression changed drastically as he screamed in fear. These are saint insects. As he screamed, his eyes couldn't help but reveal a miserable expression. Even when facing the soul-splitting saber, he hadn't felt so helpless, but when facing the soul-devouring insects, this powerhouse from the Emperor realm actually showed despair. Chapter 22-23. The Divine Ascension World. According to ancient legends, there was a group of special insects on this land. These insects were the nemesis of all living creatures. No matter how strong one was or how high one's cultivation was, they were no match for these insects. Moreover, they could never be killed and would constantly devour the bodies of living creatures to grow stronger. These insects were called saint insects by the creatures of the Divine Ascension World. When the saint insects first appeared, there was no warning. No one knew where they came from, and no one cared because they were still very weak at the time. However, as time passed and they continued to devour and grow stronger, the terror of these saint insects gradually became known. Wherever they went, all living creatures would disappear. No one dared to approach their nests within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. In the ancient flowing time Great Emperor, there were countless masters in the Divine Ascension World, and third-order Emperor realm masters could be found everywhere. When the saint insects became a disaster, these masters could no longer sit idly by. Thus, they joined forces and prepared to use all their strength to destroy these saint insects that were wreaking havoc on the world. No one knew what happened in that battle. However, it was also after that battle that all the masters in the Divine Ascension World disappeared, and so did the saint insects that caused people to tremble in fear at the mere mention of them. Some people guessed that those masters had perished together with the saint insects. Otherwise, how could this final result be explained? Others guessed that those masters had wiped out all the saint insects, changed their names, and fled far away into the mountains. Some even guessed that the saint insects had devoured all those masters and were evolving in some unknown place. If one day the saint insects reappeared, it would definitely be the end of the world. These were all just rumors, and no one had ever believed them. No one had ever seen the so-called saint insects, let alone know what they looked like. Almost no one took the so-called saint insects seriously. However, today, Ban Qing understood that these rumors were not fabricated. There really were saint insects that made people despair. These tiny insects were just as the rumors said, feeding on the energy of living creatures. They could not be killed or destroyed, and could only be watched as they slowly grew stronger. Then they would sweep through the world and turn it into a scorched earth. When these ancient rumors suddenly appeared before his eyes, Ban Qing completely lost the will to fight with Yang Kai. He couldn't understand it at all. Yang Kai was just a Dao Source Realm cultivator, so how could he command these saint insects to fight for him? Wasn't he afraid that these saint bugs would devour it until not even its bones were left? Miserable howls and roars rang out. Ban Qing struggled in pain, as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss and was facing unbearable torture. When those soul-devouring worms were rampaging in his body. As Ban Qing devoured his divine soul, he experienced the terror and despair of having his divine soul slowly eaten away. As if he had gone mad, he wantonly unleashed his power. All kinds of marvelous soul-secret techniques Yang Kai had never seen before were released from his hands. The surrounding space became unstable. Yang Kai hurriedly dodged and looked at Ban Qing from afar. He didn't expect that this expert from the Emperor realm would go crazy after shouting. Could it be that the soul-devouring insects have something to do with this world? Otherwise, why would he say it's a saint insect? Yang Kai frowned and thought hard. He couldn't figure it out. However, the current situation was what he wanted to see the most. He had used the soul-splitting saber to launch a sneak attack, used Ban Qing's blind spot, and then used the soul-devouring worms. Although they were all successful, if this expert from the Emperor realm insisted on escaping, Yang Kai really didn't have any way to stop him. His space principles might not be able to restrain the movements of a cultivator from the Emperor realm. Once Ban Qing escaped and leaked information about him to others, Yang Kai's advantage would be gone. At this moment, Ban Qing seemed to have gone mad and was in a state of helplessness and despair. Moreover, from the looks of it, he seemed to be walking towards the end of his life. Yang Kai was delighted to see this. In the end, Ban Qing was still a master from the Emperor realm. Even if he had gone mad and acted without order, the soul-devouring worms wouldn't be able to devour him completely in a short time. Yang Kai didn't provoke him either. He just watched him from afar, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. And as time passed, Ban Qing's aura grew weaker and weaker. From the Emperor realm, he fell to the Dao Source realm, then the Origin King realm, then the Origin Returning realm. After a full hour, Ban Qing suddenly stopped and stood there motionless. Immediately after, with a bang, Ban Qing's entire body exploded, turning into specks of fluorescent light that dissipated into the world. The Emperor Realm Master had fallen. And at the location where he disappeared, a cloud of insects rolled, wriggled, and flew up and down. After devouring all the energy of a master from the Emperor realm, the soul-devouring worms seemed to have improved greatly. Yang Kai found that their aura had clearly become much denser. He released his divine sense, wanting to take back these soul-devouring worms. But what made him feel uneasy was that these soul-devouring worms ignored his orders and seemed to want to leave this place instead. Yang Kai became anxious. Although the soul-devouring worms hadn't been of much use to him over the years, after this trip, they would undoubtedly grow and become one of his trump cards. And if he lost control of the soul-devouring worms at this time, he would lose one of his trump cards in the upcoming world experience. What's more, this was the Divine Ascension world. If he allowed existences like the soul-devouring worms to wander freely in this world, Yang Kai didn't dare to imagine what would happen in the end. In the outside world, there might be other ways to deal with the soul-devouring worms, but here, all living beings were spiritual energy, so they were simply food for the soul-devouring worms. They would continue to grow stronger and stronger until they eventually swallowed the entire world. So no matter what, Yang Kai didn't dare to leave the soul-devouring worms here. He had noticed earlier that the soul-devouring worms were showing signs of resistance to his orders, and this resistance was becoming more and more obvious as they grew. But now, they were completely ignoring him. Yang Kai was naturally anxious and angry. He constantly urged his divine sense to transmit messages to the soul-devouring worms, but to no avail. Left with no choice, Yang Kai could only urge the power of the soul-warming lotus in his body. In an instant, a 7-colored light bloomed and radiated in all directions. And this trick worked. Perhaps it was because the soul-devouring worms had always lived on the soul-warming lotus and had long regarded the soul-warming lotus as their home. So when the 7-colored light bloomed, they buzzed and turned into a cloud of insects that flew back to Yang Kai. Yang Kai couldn't help but exhale, flicking his sleeve and collecting them. Standing in place, Yang Kai furrowed his brow and silently sensed the movements of the soul-devouring worms. Strangely enough, after being collected, the soul-devouring worms suddenly quieted down, no longer as unruly as before. However, this made Yang Kai realize a problem. He really had to hurry and refine the insect enslavement bracelet. Otherwise, when the soul-devouring worms grew stronger, he would lose the means to enslave them. The insect enslavement bracelet was an artifact of the insect emperor that could subdue all exotic insects in the world, so it was naturally the best tool to enslave the soul-devouring worms. Although this battle was extremely dangerous, it didn't have much of an effect on Yang Kai's growth, because the reason he won this battle so easily was all because of the power of the emperor artifact and the soul-devouring worms. Yang Kai himself didn't contribute much. Speaking of which, Ban Qing could be considered the first person from the Emperor realm he had killed. Even though Ban Qing didn't have a physical body and only had a soul body, it still wasn't easy to kill him. In the outside world, Yang Kai definitely wouldn't be able to do such a thing. Thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little scared. If Ban Qing had used the divine technique of assassination right from the start, he might not even have had a chance to resist. Fortunately, Ban Qing's orders were to capture him alive, so he gave Yang Kai such a chance. Yang Kai let out a light breath and frowned as he pondered for a moment, not knowing what to do now. According to Ban Qing, the periphery of the heavenly monster mountains had been sealed off, and many cultivators were under Zhou Dian's command to capture the so-called Star of Calamity. He definitely couldn't leave the heavenly monster mountains now, and staying here wasn't a solution either. It seemed that he could only continue to go deeper and hope to escape this calamity. Thinking of this, Yang Kai secretly made up his mind. Looking around, Yang Kai's gaze landed on the unconscious middle-aged man on the ground. He didn't know what Ban Qing had done to this guy, but he still showed no signs of waking up. Xueqi wasn't related to him, nor did he have any enmity with him, so he naturally couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. He left him here to fend for himself. Xueqi continued to search, and his gaze quickly settled in a certain direction. He grinned and waved in that direction. Behind a tree, the purple squirrel peeked its head out to look around, its small eyes full of intelligence. After confirming that it was safe, it tiptoed out and slowly came in front of Xueqi. It looked at him with concern, as if asking if he was injured. Xueqi smiled and bent down to pick it up. He placed it on his shoulder, identified the direction, and then rushed into the depths of the Heavenly Monster Mountains. Tens of thousands of kilometers away from the Heavenly Monster Mountains, in a valley surrounded by mountains on all sides. This valley was incomparably large and filled with fog. The people who lived nearby all called it Fog Valley. The fog that filled the valley didn't dissipate all year round and was extremely dense. Once one entered, they wouldn't be able to see their fingers in front of their face. It was extremely strange. Although this fog was harmless to living beings, it seemed that once one entered, they would completely lose their sense of direction. From time to time, there would be bold people who wanted to explore Fog Valley, wanting to know what secrets were hidden inside and what mysteries there were. However, no matter how high or low one's cultivation was, as long as one entered Fog Valley, they would lose their sense of direction and become lost within. No one had ever found a way out. However, no one had ever been completely trapped inside. This was because whenever these people were trapped to the point of despair, an invisible force would send them out. Chapter 22-24. No one knew what that power was, but when it came, the trapped people found that they had left the Misty Valley and were outside the valley. Some people guessed that there was a hidden expert in the Misty Valley who had concealed his identity. The thick fog that pervaded the valley was created by this expert using a shocking method. His purpose was to prevent others from disturbing his life. Although this master's cultivation was heaven-defying, he was kind and benevolent, so as long as someone was trapped in Misty Valley, he would lend a helping hand, unwilling to commit murder. Of course, this was just the speculation of the people living nearby. As for what was inside Misty Valley, no one knew. At this moment, at the center of Misty Valley, there was a piece of land that covered an area of about 1 mu that was not covered by the thick fog. This was the only place in Misty Valley where one could see. Within this 1 mu of land, there were more than 20 tombs of different sizes, each as tall as a person. These tombs were scattered all over this 1 mu of land, and in front of each tomb, there was a wooden tablet with different names engraved on it. Judging from the method and handwriting, these wooden tablets were obviously made by the same person. In the Divine Ascension world, any living being that died would turn into energy and dissipate into the world, so there would be no corpse left behind. These tombs were naturally empty, but there were still people who set up tombstones for them, obviously to commemorate and remember them. If one looked closely at the names on these wooden tablets, they would find that any one of these names belonged to a famous master in the Divine Ascension world. Of course, that was a long time ago. These masters had long disappeared, and the world did not know whether they were dead or alive, but they had long since passed away. If people knew that the tablets of these masters were all gathered in this place, it would likely shake the world. Inside Misty Valley, it was quiet, as if there was nothing but these tombs. About 30 meters away from these tombs, there was a strange scene. There was a simple wooden house. Inside the wooden house, an old man with white hair and beard sat cross-legged. This old man looked old, but his complexion was bright. He had the demeanor of a transcendent being and was extremely extraordinary. On the surface, this old man did not have the slightest trace of cultivation, nor did he have any energy fluctuations. He was like an ordinary person, but every time he inhaled and exhaled, he could stir up the power of heaven and earth. This person's cultivation had obviously reached the peak of perfection, reaching the legendary state of unity of man and nature. Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes. Divine light overflowed from his eyes. The sun, moon, and stars were vaguely visible. The 10,000 beasts moved quickly, disappearing in a flash. His figure didn't move, but with a slight sway, he suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, the old man had already arrived at a certain part of the Misty Valley. He waved his sleeve, and in an instant, a violent wind blew, blowing away the thick fog in front of him. It was a bizarre pitch-black altar with an inexplicable formation. He suddenly appeared in front of the old man. The old man stared at the altar with a solemn expression and listened attentively. Buzz, a soft, almost imperceptible sound suddenly came from inside the altar. The old man's expression suddenly changed. He didn't seem to dare to believe what he had heard. He verified it again, but the result was still the same. His expression suddenly became unsightly, faintly revealing a sense of sorrow. He suddenly looked at the altar and muttered to himself, "So many years have passed. You've awakened again." It was as if he was talking to an old friend. "What kind of power awakened you?" As the old man spoke, he turned his head to look in a certain direction. After staring for a moment, his figure flickered and disappeared. After a short while, a rainbow light streaked across the sky, rushed out of Misty Valley, and rushed toward Heavenly Monster Mountain. In the depths of Heavenly Monster Mountain, Yang Kai's figure froze in place as he coldly looked around. He had left the place where he had fought Ban Qing and headed deeper into Heavenly Monster Mountain, wanting to hide in a safe place. However, he had not been able to do so. From time to time, people would find him. Although these people were not as strong as Ban Qing and could not pose any threat to Yang Kai, his soul-devouring insects and soul-severing saber killing them all. However, this annoyance still made Yang Kai extremely vigilant. He thought that he was already very careful, but his whereabouts were still constantly exposed. It was as if those people knew where he was. This made him suspect that he had been tampered with, which was why those people kept chasing after him. However, when he examined himself, he could not find anything. What's more, among the people he had met, only Ban Qing had this ability. No one else could have done this. If it was really Ban Qing, then when did he do it? No matter how Yang Kai thought about it, he could only speculate that Ban Qing had done something to him when he was fighting against him. And this method that he didn't know about was the source of those people's attention. Thinking of this, he could no longer care about the dangers and could only head deeper into Heavenly Monster Mountain. However, half a day later, he was blocked by two monster beasts. These two monster beasts were no ordinary monster beast. When Yang Kai released his divine sense, he sensed that they had the aura of rank 12. In other words, these two monster beasts had cultivations comparable to those in the Emperor realm. Just Ban Qing alone had made him suffer a lot. Now that two monster beasts with similar strength to Ban Qing had appeared, Yang Kai could not help but complain incessantly. When Gao Xueqi said that there were many existences in Heavenly Monster Mountain that even she did not dare to provoke, she was clearly not exaggerating and was speaking the truth. There really were many high-level existences in Heavenly Monster Mountain. It was just that Yang Kai had been moving around in the outer regions and had not encountered them. Each of these two monster beasts was extraordinarily handsome. The one on the left was shaped like an ape, with broad shoulders and unusually long arms. Its thick fur was like steel needles, and it stared at Yang Kai with a pair of eyes larger than a baby's fist, its nostrils puffing out hot air as it stared at Yang Kai with an extremely malicious look on its face. The one on the right was a divine deer that was completely white and flawless, as if it was made of white jade. There was not a trace of impurities on its body, and it looked extremely mysterious. There was even a faint halo that appeared on the surface of its body, causing people to feel a sense of dizziness when they looked at it. The two short antlers on its forehead were like the finishing touch of a dragon, adding a trace of beauty to it. These two monster beasts were clearly of different species, but they were able to coexist peacefully and peacefully. Moreover, they immediately rushed in front of Yang Kai and blocked his path. While Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder, he also felt a mountainous pressure. A rank 12 monster beast had a very high chance of developing its own intelligence. In other words, a monster beast that had reached this level of strength had already gotten rid of its animal instincts and could think and see like a human. Of course, there were also some special monster beasts that, no matter how strong they were, would always maintain their animal instincts and not develop their own intelligence. Yang Kai didn't know whether or not these two monster beasts had developed their own intelligence, but he hoped that they would. Otherwise, he could only flee at the sight of them. When these two monster beasts appeared, the purple squirrel was greatly frightened and crawled behind Yang Kai to hide. It was only a rank 9 monster beast, so it would naturally be suppressed by a rank 12 monster beast. While they were confronting each other, the ape-like monster beast suddenly snorted heavily from its nostrils, accompanied by a visible wave of hot air. In an instant, the temperature within a radius of a few dozen kilometers plummeted. Yang Kai's heart also sank, and he instinctively circulated the strength in his body. Have you played enough? The ape suddenly spoke in human language. Kai's expression changed slightly, and he immediately understood that the monster beast in front of him had already developed its own intelligence, and its intelligence was extremely high. If that was the case, he would have a chance to negotiate with the other party. When he thought of this, he hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "This." Senior, the other party was a monster beast, so calling it senior seemed a little inappropriate, but Kai really couldn't think of any other way to address it, so he could only put up with it. But before he could finish speaking, the ape coldly glared at him, and the pressure of the Emperor realm descended from the sky, directly pressing down on Kai's body. The ape coldly snorted and said, "Shut up." Kai was speechless, and he didn't know what the ape meant. Now that he thought about it, the ape's previous question was also baffling. At this moment, the deer god on the right suddenly made its move. Another gentle force diffused from the deer god, dispersing the pressure of the ape's emperor realm on Kai. At the same time, the deer god's body suddenly bloomed with light, and after a series of distortions, it suddenly turned into a beautiful woman with a tall figure, snow-white skin, and a beauty that could turn all living things upside down, wearing a snow-white dress. The woman she manifested looked to be in her early 20s, and her beauty was not enchanting, charming, or dignified, but pure and holy. It was a holiness that transcended the 5 elements and transcended the heavens and earth. Untainted by dust, untainted by foreign things, she was like a fairy who descended from the heavens, untainted by the mortal world. Yuan Fei, be careful. What if you hurt the young master? After transforming into her human form, the deer god glared at the ape and said somewhat reproachfully, "Humph, he deserves it if he gets hurt." When the monster beast, who was replaced by Yuan Fei, answered, the thick hair on its body quickly converging inward, and at the same time, its whole body stood upright. At the same time it stood up, its body underwent a miraculous transformation. When it stood up completely, it had already turned into a middle-aged man around 40 years old with a baleful look on his face. He wore a simple set of clothes. Compared to the deer god, his human form was simply weak, without the slightest sense of beauty, but it was undeniable that this method was very simple and very practical. The two monster beasts turned into human form at the same time, but Kai was not very surprised. He just looked at them suspiciously and said, "Young master?" At this moment, he seemed to understand something. Chapter 22-25. The woman transformed from the divine deer looked at Kai and said lightly, "Young master, it's time to go home." Kai didn't move or answer. He knew that she wasn't talking to him. The purple squirrel rustled behind him and peeked its little head out. It rested on Kai's shoulder and looked at the woman. The woman pursed her lips into a smile and said, "Don't be afraid. Although His Excellency is very angry this time, he said that as long as young master obediently returns with us, he will let you go and won't punish you." The purple squirrel opened its mouth and squeaked a few times. It was unclear what it meant, but Kai didn't understand. "You dare to bargain?" Yuan Fei glared at her when he heard this. As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves and looked like he was ready to go all out. He said, "Bai Lu, don't stop me this time. I'm going to teach him a good lesson." As he spoke, he looked like he was really going to rush over and beat the purple squirrel up. The purple squirrel was so scared that it hurriedly retracted its head. It grabbed Kai's back with its 2 claws and trembled. At this point, Kai had completely understood what was going on. The purple squirrel that he had accidentally encountered clearly had a great background. This was because 2 monster beasts of the Emperor realm had been dispatched to find it. And from the way the 2 monster beasts addressed the purple squirrel, the little purple squirrel seemed to be the descendant of one of the overlords of the heavenly monster mountains. This overlord was very likely to be the master of the heavenly monster mountains. Kai was extremely shocked. On the other side, Bai Lu and Yuan Fei played the good cop and bad cop. They cooperated with each other skillfully. It was obvious that this wasn't the first time they had done this, and the purple squirrel was already scared out of its wits. Seeing that Yuan Fei was really going to rush over, Bai Lu hurriedly said, "Young master, come to me quickly. Big sister will protect you." As soon as she said this, Kai felt the weight on his back loosen. The purple squirrel turned into a streak of purple light and rushed into Bai Lu's embrace, curling up between her arms. A small head popped out and stared vigilantly at Yuan Fei. We fell into their trap just like that. Yang Kai was speechless. Yuan Fei also stopped in his tracks and glared fiercely at the purple squirrel, threatening, "Don't let me catch you, or I'll skin you alive." The purple squirrel didn't dare to leave Bai Lu's embrace after hearing this. It curled up even tighter and playfully stuck out its tongue at Yuan Fei. This is already the 11th time. Bai Lu looked at the purple squirrel helplessly and said, "Young master, you can't do this again. There are many dangers out there." At this point, she glanced over at Yang Kai intentionally or unintentionally before continuing. "Mistress also said that when you grow up a little, she will let you go out. Just wait a little longer." A warm embrace. With the beauty's gentle words, the little purple squirrel naturally nodded its head like a chick pecking at rice, appearing docile and obedient. "When you get back, you have to apologize to the master. Otherwise, no one can save you." Bai Lu added. The purple squirrel naturally obeyed her. The two great emperors, who were both venerable realm monster beast, looked at each other. Their gazes met, and everything was understood without words. "All right, young master's matter has been taken care of. Then." Yuan Fei looked coldly at Yang Kai as he spoke and shouted, "Brat! Who gave you the guts to come to the depths of the heavenly monster mountains?" Yang Kai's expression froze, and he hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Senior, this brat was being hunted down and had no choice but to come here. If I have offended you, I hope Senior. Cut the crap." Yuan Fei didn't want to listen to Yang Kai's explanation at all. He waved his hand and shouted angrily, "It seems that you humans have forgotten the Heavenly Monster Pact from many years ago." Heavenly Monster Pact? Yang Kai frowned. He had only come to the astral world to train, not a native cultivator. How would he know about the Heavenly Monster Pact? Before this, he had never even heard of it. "You really did forget." Seeing this, Yuan Fei's expression turned cold, and he became extremely angry. Humans are indeed hard to trust. "Then let this king send you on your way." As he spoke, he activated the power in his body, and the power of an emperor's pressure instantly spread out. His emperor's pressure was completely different from Ban Qing's. The latter was soft and continuous, while the former was strong and domineering, giving Yang Kai a feeling that he couldn't avoid or block it. It was as if he would be crushed into dust under this emperor's pressure. Squeak, squeak. At this moment, the purple squirrel hiding in Bai Lu's arms suddenly cried out anxiously, its two little claws gesturing at Yuan Fei with an anxious expression. Yuan Fei heard this and couldn't help but pause. The anger on his face faded a lot, and he looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. "You saved young master's life?" Yang Kai immediately understood that the purple squirrel had probably told him about what happened earlier. He nodded without hesitation. It was a coincidence. Yuan Fei couldn't help but frown, looking like he was in a difficult position. According to his thinking, he would kill any human who dared to enter this place. If one came, he would kill one. If two came, he would kill two. There was no reason to reason at all, because it was the humans who broke the Heavenly Beast Pact first. However, this human in front of him had actually saved young master's life, which put him in a difficult position. If he didn't kill him, it would go against his will. If he killed him, it would put young master in an unjust position. If the master found out later, he would definitely be scolded. He immediately scratched his head and looked at Bai Lu for help. Bai Lu also frowned slightly. After a moment of silence she said, "Saving young master is naturally a great merit, but, Junior, I can see that there are many traces of monster beast origins in your body. You must have killed many monster beast origins on your way here, right?" Yang Kai was shocked. He didn't know how she could tell, but there was no benefit in lying at this time, so he could only nod and say, "Yes. The monster beast you killed is a citizen of Heavenly Beast Mountain. This is a great disrespect to Heavenly Beast Mountain, so you cannot escape punishment." "Then I'll kill him." Yuan Fei's murderous intent immediately soared. Bai Lu waved her hand and stopped him, saying, "There is merit, and there is fault. Merit and fault offset. Let the master decide how to deal with him." "All right." Yuan Fei nodded in response. As he spoke, he reached out his hand towards Yang Kai without giving him any chance to explain. He inhaled sharply. Yang Kai immediately felt a strong force coming from in front of him. His mind quickly turned, and he didn't use his cultivation to resist. Instead, He obediently allowed himself to be captured and allowed Yuan Fei to grab him. In this current situation, if he fell out with these two from the Emperor realm, it would definitely do more harm than good. Not to mention whether or not Yang Kai had the ability to escape from under these two people's noses. Even if he did escape, where could he go? And judging from the words and actions of that woman called Bai Lu, she wasn't unreasonable. With the advantage of him saving the purple squirrel, he felt that his life shouldn't be in danger. At worst, he would be imprisoned in Heavenly Beast Mountain. Once the time limit was up, he would naturally be able to return to the outside world. As he was being captured, Yang Kai didn't forget to say, "Boy, there's something I need to tell you. I need to report to the two master. If you have something to say, then say it." Yuan Fei shouted coldly. From what this boy knows, there seems to be a guy called Zhou Dian in Heavenly Beast Mountain. He brought many powerhouses and entered the mountain to search. Zhou Dian? Yuan Fei and Bai Lu's expressions changed greatly as they cried out involuntarily. It seemed that this name was an extremely terrifying existence to them. Yuan Fei even pulled Yang Kai in front of him. He glared at him and asked, "Are you sure Zhou Dian is here? I haven't seen him." "It's just that. I met a guy called Ban Qing. I heard about Zhou Dian from him." "You met that bastard Ban Qing?" Yuan Fei's eyes widened. Bai Lu said in a low voice, "If Ban Qing is here, then Zhou Dian must be here as well. The other three most likely came as well. What are they looking for?" The last question was directed at Yang Kai. "They seem to be looking for some star of calamity." "This boy doesn't really understand," Yang Kai said honestly. "Star of calamity?" Bai Lu frowned. Yuan Fei looked at Yang Kai in shock and said, "Since you met Ban Qing, how did you survive?" "This boy is pretty good at running away." Yang Kai smiled embarrassedly. Yuan Fei looked him up and down a few times, but it wasn't clear whether he believed him or not. On the other side, the purple squirrel in Bai Lu's arms was rolling its eyes. It looked at Yang Kai with a mocking gaze, but it had no intention of exposing him. "Regardless of whether you're telling the truth or not, this matter needs to be reported to the master as soon as possible. Yuan Fei, take him and leave quickly," Bai Lu called out, then immediately turned around and sped off in a certain direction. Yuan Fei carried Yang Kai and followed closely behind. "Senior, this boy can walk on his own," Yang Kai hurriedly suggested, feeling a little uncomfortable being carried by Yuan Fei like this. Yuan Fei glanced at him but didn't say anything. He simply loosened his grip and released him. Yang Kai didn't have any thoughts of running away. Instead, he circulated his strength and followed behind the two. These two powerhouses seemed to want to test whether Yang Kai was really good at running away, so they sped up and didn't give in to him at all. Yang Kai also did his best to chase after them and didn't fall too far behind. The two couldn't help but click their tongues in wonder. Somewhere in the Heavenly Monster Mountains, Zhou Dian was still riding on the nine-horned dragon beast, looking majestic as he stared deeply in a certain direction. A thick battle intent pulsed from his body, so thick that it was almost tangible. Around him, there were 4 or 5 powerhouses scattered in the vicinity. These powerhouses were gathered in a circular open space, and in that open space, many people were sitting on the ground with ugly expressions. Although these people sitting on the ground weren't restrained, the energy fluctuations in their bodies were suppressed to the extreme, and each of them had traces of a seal on them, sealing their abilities. They were all cultivators who had been training in the Heavenly Monster Mountains and had been captured by Zhou Dian's subordinates this time. Xiao Baiyi, Murong Xiao Xiao, and Chen Muji were among them. The 3 of them didn't dare to communicate with each other, but their eyes flickered, conveying some unknown information. Speaking of which, it was actually quite an innocent incident. Everyone had just entered the Divine Ascension world to gain experience, so how could they have known that they would encounter such a situation? Since everyone had parted ways, the 3 of them had been hunting down lone monster beasts in the Heavenly Monster Mountains, absorbing their soul sources to strengthen themselves. However, several powerhouses of the Emperor realm suddenly descended from the sky and captured them without any explanation, then brought them here and placed a seal on them. Chapter 22-26. This unexpected disaster made Xiao Baiyi and the other 2 feel helpless, but at the same time, they were secretly worried. They didn't know what had happened to Yang Kai and Xia Shang, or if their lives were in danger. While the three were communicating silently, a burly figure suddenly appeared not far away from them. The figure was extremely majestic, with a head of fiery red hair. As he walked over, he was carrying a cultivator in his hand. Xiao Bai and the other two looked over, and their expressions couldn't help but change. Because they found that the person being carried was Xia Shang, and the guy who captured him was probably the Lian Yan they had heard of before. A master from the Emperor realm had personally taken action. Even though Xia Shang was strong, he still couldn't escape this calamity and was captured here. And judging from his expression and state, he had undoubtedly put up a lot of resistance before and was now seriously injured. On the other side, Lian Yan walked over with Xia Shang, threw him directly into the crowd, and ordered his subordinates to keep an eye on him. Then, he went straight to Zhou Jian and stood behind him, waiting quietly. Murong Xiao and the others wanted to ask about Xia Shang's condition and injuries, but after seeing Xia Shang slowly shake his head at them, they quickly shut up. At this time, it was better for them not to reveal that they knew each other. If they concealed this, they might be able to do something while the enemy was unprepared. A cool breeze blew gently, making people feel comfortable, but Lian Yan, who was standing behind Zhou Jian, was full of tension and apprehension. Because he could feel the almost tangible fighting intent coming from Zhou Dian's body. It was the instinctive desire of a master to fight. Lian Yan knew what Zhou Jian was longing for. Since the creation of the Divine Kingdom, the world was unified. There were no more wars in the entire world. As a third-order Emperor Realm Master, Zhou Jian was invincible except for a few masters in the world. And among those few, there was one in Heavenly Monster Mountain. Zhou Dian's desire to kill, which had been dormant for 2,000 years, was awakened again. Lian Yan knew how terrifying Zhou Jian was at this time, so even as a direct subordinate, he didn't dare to disturb him. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. As time passed, the fighting intent also fluctuated. Until a certain moment, the thick fighting spirit was withdrawn, and no one could feel it anymore. Lian Yan involuntarily exhaled, his entire body almost collapsing. "What's the situation?" Zhou Jian asked without turning his head. "Master, it's not bad." Lian Yan bowed and replied. "Still." Zhou Jian turned sideways and squinted at Lian Yan. This look. This tone caused Lian Yan's expression to change greatly. He quickly cupped his fists and said, "Only Ban Qing. I lost contact with him." Hearing this, Zhou Jian raised his brows and said, "How could this be?" "I don't know either." Lian Yan looked confused. Earlier, he would occasionally send me messages. But at a certain moment, it's like he suddenly disappeared. I wonder if he's chasing after some powerful guy. Zhou Jian nodded and said, Ban Qing's concealment techniques are unparalleled in the world. Someone who can make him so cautious is probably an extremely extraordinary character. Forget it. This king has rested long enough. Since I received the king's order this time, I may have to personally make a trip." As he spoke, he urged the nine-horned dragon beast under him and walked towards the depths of the Heavenly Monster Mountain. "Master." Seeing this, Lian Yan exclaimed. "What?" Zhou Jian looked back at him impatiently. Lian Yan said, "If we go any further, we will be in the range of the Heavenly Monster Mountain. If we casually step in the Monster Clan, you think this king is afraid of the Monster Clan?" Zhou Jian laughed sinisterly and looked at Lian Yan mockingly. "Lian Yan, your courage has shrunk." Lian Yan's expression changed several times. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "This subordinate will go with master." Zhou Jian stared deeply at him and nodded in satisfaction. "Very good, follow me." After speaking, they continued forward. The nine-horned dragon beast's movement seemed very slow, but its speed was getting faster and faster. In just a moment, it had turned into a stream of light and traveled thousands of meters in an instant. In the depths of the Heavenly Monster Mountain, Heavenly Monster Valley. This was the core of the Heavenly Monster Mountain, and the residence of the Lord of the Heavenly Monster Mountain. This place adhered to the usual rough and bold architectural style of the Monster Clan. All the buildings here were ostentatious and imposing, completely different from the buildings in the human world. Outside the valley, a team of Blood Wolf Clan elites with strength at the peak of the 11th Order were vigilant, preventing irrelevant people from entering. Yuan Fei and Bai Lu brought Yang Kai all the way here and they were unimpeded. After all, even in the Heavenly Monster Mountain, these two were famous existences and capable subordinates of the Monster King, Master. Who would be so blind as to stop them? However, many monster clan masters showed curiosity and hatred towards Yongkai who they brought in. Along the way, every monster clan master they met glared at Yongkai and bared their teeth. If he had not been following behind the two masters of the Emperor realm, he would have been torn to pieces. Not long after, the group arrived at the center of the heavenly monster mountain valley. In this place, there was a giant tree that connected the heavens and the earth. The roots of this giant tree were incomparably wide, the size of several palaces. Yongkai raised his head to look, but he couldn't even see the top of the tree. The crown of the tree that covered the heavens and earth seemed to cover an area of several tens of kilometers. Seeing this magnificent scene, Kai Yong couldn't help but feel amazed. Moreover, after arriving here, Yongkai clearly felt that the world energy in the vicinity had become much richer, making his soul avatar feel comfortable. He immediately understood that this giant tree was probably a divine artifact. In a certain direction at the roots of the giant tree, there was a wooden door. At this moment, this door was closed. When they arrived here, Yuan Fei turned his head and said fiercely to Yongkai, "Boy, wait here obediently. Don't move unless I call you, otherwise you can't blame others if you lose your life." Yongkai nodded quietly, calm as ever. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Purple Squirrel squeaked at Yongkai for a while, probably wanting to say something. Yongkai smiled and nodded. "Don't worry about me, you just take care of yourself. Let's go." Bai Lu said, reaching out to push open the door and walking into the exposed hole in the tree. After a short while, only Yongkai remained. Looking up at the giant tree, Yongkai clicked his tongue in amazement. The surrounding monster race masters gradually gathered around at this moment, each of their eyes flashing with a fierce light and malicious intent. In just 10 breaths of time, the place where Yongkai was standing had been surrounded by 30% inside and 30% outside. Even the trunks above his head were full of monster race masters, all of them looking down at him condescendingly. Some of these monster race masters had already transformed into human form and maintained their human form, while others still maintained their beast forms, strong and powerful, revealing their ferocious nature. However, no matter who they were, they only looked at Yongkai like this. At most, they only revealed obvious malice, but they didn't actually attack him. No matter what, Yongkai was brought back by Yuan Fei and Bai Lu. Before these two masters gave the word, the other monster race masters didn't dare to act on their own accord. In the monster race, the division of ranks was more obvious than in the human race. The strong had absolute dominance over the weak, unless they were like Purple Squirrel, who had extremely powerful parents. The scene in front of him made Yongkai recall the past. He discovered that no matter where he was, there seemed to be an irreconcilable contradiction between the human race and the monster race. Different races had different ideas, and those who weren't of the same race had different intentions. This principle was applicable everywhere. Although he was surrounded by countless monster race masters, Yongkai still didn't show the slightest hint of fear. However, the soul-devouring insects in his sleeve seemed to have gone crazy for some reason. Perhaps it was the soul sources of so many masters here that made them so excited that they actually showed signs of surging out uncontrollably. Noticing this, Yongkai's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly urged his spiritual energy to suppress them. The moment the soul-devouring insects moved, all the monster race masters couldn't help but feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. This feeling was inexplicable, but their monster race instincts made them clearly understand that this wasn't an illusion. Something that could threaten their lives had appeared. This discovery made the faces of many monster race masters turn ugly. They looked at Yongkai suspiciously and vigilantly, as if they were sizing him up again. On the other side, Yongkai was doing his best to suppress the soul-devouring insects. Everyone was watching, and it wasn't convenient for him to use the power of the rainbow soul-warming lotus, so he couldn't help but complain incessantly. At this moment, a wave of pressure suddenly descended from the sky, enveloping Yongkai. This pressure came so suddenly that Yongkai was suppressed on the spot before he could react. However, he soon discovered that this pressure didn't harm him at all. Instead, the soul-devouring insects instantly calmed down. The owner of this pressure seemed to have intentionally helped him. A third-order Emperor Realm Master. Yongkai was shocked. Although he had guessed that the overlord of Heavenly Monster Mountain wouldn't be weak, he was still shocked when he truly understood the other party's cultivation. This was only the Divine Ascension Mirror World. A strange world. The creatures that lived in this world didn't have physical bodies, but even without physical bodies, such a powerful master had appeared. Yang Kai couldn't help but become a little absent-minded, wondering if existences like the great emperors had once been born in this world. If they had really been born, how much did they know about their current situation? Just as these distracting thoughts flashed through his mind, a figure strangely appeared in front of him. Bai Lu had suddenly appeared in front of him. Bai Lu swept her beautiful eyes around before saying to Yang Kai, "Come with me, Master wants to see you." "Thank you for your trouble, Senior." Yang Kai cupped his fists. Bai Lu didn't say anything else and just turned around to lead the way. Yang Kai followed behind her and walked into the tree hole. Only then did he discover that there was a completely different world inside this tree hole. The lowest level seemed to be a large hall, but it was empty at the moment. In a corner of the hall, there was a flight of stairs spiraling upwards. It was unknown where it went, but when one looked up, one couldn't see the end of it. Chapter 22-27. Yang Kai followed behind Bai Lu, following the spiral staircase all the way up. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, they reached the end of the staircase, where a large hall appeared in front of them. The side door of the hall opened along the trunk of a tree, allowing light to shine in from outside. Yang Kai glanced outside and found that this place was already several thousand meters above the ground. Everything below the ground was hazy, making it difficult to see clearly. After he arrived at this place, a gaze that seemed to have substance locked onto his body. Yang Kai immediately became alert and turned his head to look, only to see a middle-aged man with black hair wearing plain clothes. He had an ordinary appearance and was standing to the side with his hands behind his back, looking at him with a smile. Yuan Fei, who had arrived earlier, stood respectfully to the side with a cautious expression. The Lord of Heavenly Monster Mountain. This thought inexplicably popped into Yang Kai's mind. Although he couldn't see anything about this middle-aged man that made his eyes light up, as if he was just an ordinary person in a crowd, Yang Kai could still confirm that he was the Third Order Emperor Realm Master who had attacked just now, the Master of Heavenly Monster Mountain, and also the Purple Squirrel's father. Yang Kai was filled with deep veneration, bowing and cupping his fists. Junior Yang Kai greets Senior. The middle-aged man heard this and nodded slightly, but didn't say anything. Instead, he slowly raised his hand and pointed at Yang Kai from afar. Before Yang Kai could figure out what this action meant, his expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly pushed his spiritual energy and formed an invisible barrier in front of him. A soft sound rang out. A powerful force came head-on. It easily broke through Yang Kai's barrier. Yang Kai was shocked and quickly retreated. But soon, he stopped because he found that the other party's attack was very easy. It only broke through his barrier and didn't continue. In other words, this attack didn't pose any threat to him at all. It seemed to be just a test. "What is the meaning of this, Senior?" Yang Kai asked with a frown. The other party was a Third Order Emperor Realm Master, so why was he testing him like this? He was able to see through his cultivation with just a glance. The middle-aged man raised his brow and looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. "Why don't I see you using a soul-type artifact?" Yang Kai replied, "I met a strong enemy and my secret treasure was destroyed. I can't use it anymore." Before he could finish, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly widened as he stared at the middle-aged man in astonishment. He asked curiously, "Senior, you?" At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly came back to his senses. The other party had actually mentioned soul-type artifacts just now. This was not something a cultivator in Divine Ascension world could understand. Soul-type artifacts were things that only a cultivator in the outside world could possess. In Divine Ascension world, because of the lack of materials to refine artifacts, they would never be able to obtain such things. There was no need to even talk about insight. However, this middle-aged man had said the name of an existence that he shouldn't have known. How could Yang Kai not be shocked? "What's wrong?" The middle-aged man smiled slightly. "Do you think this king doesn't know anything?" Although these words were spoken without rhyme or reason, Yang Kai understood what he meant and was stunned on the spot, not knowing how to respond. "But it seems." The middle-aged man nodded lightly. "You really aren't from this world." Yang Kai took a deep breath and cupped his fists. "Senior's eyes are sharp, but how is Senior?" The middle-aged man smiled slightly and stretched out his hand, summoning a long sword into his grasp. This long sword was glowing brilliantly and pulsing with powerful energy fluctuations. It was extremely extraordinary. This long sword was not condensed from his spiritual energy at all, but a real, soul-type artifact? Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he couldn't believe what he was seeing. In this divine ascension boundary, a cultivator had actually taken out a soul-type artifact, and a high-grade one at that. Judging from the energy fluctuations emanating from the long sword, this sword had reached the level of an emperor artifact. The sword was filled with emperor pressure and emperor intent, complementing the middle-aged man's aura. On the side, Yuan Fei and Bai Lu were also staring at the long sword, dazzled. As capable subordinates of the master of Heavenly Monster Mountain, the two of them naturally knew that their master had a treasure in his hands, but even with their qualifications, they didn't have the opportunity to see it often. Over the past few hundred years, the two of them had only seen it twice. Counting today, it was only the third time. Yuan Fei and Bai Lu didn't know what this treasure was or where it came from. They only knew that it was extremely sharp and powerful, much stronger than the weapons condensed from their spiritual energy. They couldn't understand why their master would show this treasure to Kai, a human he was meeting for the first time. Furthermore, what did His Excellency mean when he said that he wasn't from this world? They looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Yes, this is a soul-type artifact, the middle-aged man nodded. Using his fingers like a sword, he gently rubbed the sword's edge. Under the resonance of energy, the sword hummed as if it had its own consciousness. 800 years ago, I obtained it from a guy named Wen Zishan, the middle-aged man smiled faintly. As he spoke, he paid close attention to the changes in Kai's expression and said slowly, I don't know if you recognize him. So it was Temple Master Wen? Kai's mouth twitched as he suddenly understood. Because according to Wen Zishan, he came to Azure Sun Temple 800 years ago, found the Divine Ascension Mirror, and stayed in the Azure Sun mountain range. At that time, Wen Zishan probably entered the Divine Ascension Mirror as well, then traveled around and met this middle-aged man. As for how this artifact ended up in the middle-aged man's hands, Kai didn't know. That was a very interesting guy. The middle-aged man spoke as a trace of reminiscence appeared on his face. We felt like old friends at first sight, and we had a good chat. This long sword was also won by me from a bet with him. But according to what you said, this artifact was only Dao source grade high rank at that time. After several hundred years of refinement by this king, it became an artifact. That's how it became an emperor artifact. Kai said thoughtfully, it seems that Senior knows a lot about the outside world. The middle-aged man laughed. This king casually gave Wen Zishan a few jars of monkey god wine, and he almost told me the color of his underwear. Do you think this king knows a lot? Hearing this, Kai's face twitched for a while. But this way, he was completely relieved. He didn't need to worry about his own safety, because this middle-aged man didn't have any ill intentions towards him. Moreover, he knew Temple Master One and knew about the outside world. Just this point alone made it impossible for him to do anything to him. May I ask how I should address Senior? Kai asked with a serious expression and cupped his fists. This king is called Yi Quan. The middle-aged man put away the artifact as he answered, then continued, I heard Yuan Fei say that you saved my son's life outside. It was just a coincidence, Kai said honestly. That's still a life-saving grace, Yi Quan said as he reached behind him. He pulled out a small figure. Kai took a closer look and discovered that it was actually a child about 2 years old, wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. His little face was pink and chubby, and his small hands and short legs were exposed, as delicate as a white lotus root. This was a little boy. He even had a braid on his head. He looked extremely cute. Little purple squirrel? Kai looked at him and raised his eyebrows. The little guy seemed to be a little shy. After glancing at Kai, he hurriedly hid behind Yi Quan and grabbed the corner of his father's clothes with his small hands, sticking his head out to look around. Seeing this, Kai was sure that he was the purple squirrel. However, he was now too embarrassed to be as close to Kai as before. What did Daddy tell you? Seeing this, Yi Quan reached out and slapped the back of the little purple squirrel's head, causing him to stagger. He appeared behind Yi Quan. Seeing this, Bai Lu immediately showed a distressed expression. The little guy pouted and looked like he was about to cry. Yi Quan snorted softly. This sound scared the purple squirrel. It hurriedly stopped crying and sniffled. He sniffed and looked at Kai, then murmured a few words. No need to thank me. You've helped me a lot, so I should be the one thanking you. Kai looked at the little guy and said softly. A life-saving grace should be remembered for the rest of your life and never forgotten. Equan said as he stroked the little guy's head and said earnestly, "Remember this." The little purple squirrel hurriedly nodded. "Bai Lu," Equan called out again. "This subordinate is here." Bai Lu hurriedly stepped forward. "Take the young master out to play. Watch him carefully and don't let him run around again. I have some things to talk about with this little brother," Equan ordered. "Yes." Bai Lu responded and then waved at the little guy. This time, he was very obedient and obediently trotted to Bai Lu, extending his small hand for her to hold. Before he left, he even turned around to look at Yang Kai. Yuan Fei also followed them out. After leaving the hall, Yuan Fei asked Bai Lu in a low voice, "Did you understand what Master said?" Bai Lu shook her head and turned to look at him. "Did you understand?" Yuan Fei's face darkened as he said, "If you don't understand, how could I? However, I vaguely remember that 800 years ago, a human came here and talked with Master for 3 days and 3 nights before leaving. And I also remember. That guy was very strong, not inferior to Master at all." Bai Lu nodded slightly. Strange. What is a soul-type artifact? Why did His Excellency seem to be implying that the human brat just now also had one? But why don't even masters like you and me understand? What are you worrying about? If it's possible for us to know, my lord will tell us. Bai Lu glared at him. "That's true," Yuan Fei nodded. Yeah. The little guy who was being held by Bai Lu suddenly interjected at this time. Hearing this, Bai Lu said in surprise, "Young master, you mean that boy named Yang Kai used a soul-type artifact in the battle earlier?" Yeah. The little guy nodded vigorously. "What was it like? Tell me." Yuan Fei suddenly became spirited and asked. But who knew that the little guy would glance at him and coldly snort, turning his head to the side as if he didn't want to talk to him. Chapter 22-28. Inside the great hall at the heart of the tree, Equan invited Yang Kai to take a seat. Since the other party was so enthusiastic, Yang Kai did not stand on ceremony. Although there was a huge gap between their cultivations, Equan was obviously the kind of person who did not care about trifles, so he naturally did not care. Then he took out a wine jar and 2 wine cups as if he was performing a magic trick, then poured wine for himself and Yang Kai. "Is this the monkey god wine that Senior mentioned before?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he took a deep breath. He immediately felt a strange fragrance hit him in the face. The wine fragrance that filled the air seemed to have a great effect on his soul, and when the fragrance entered his body, it actually made him feel very comfortable. "That's right." Equan smiled slightly, then picked up the cup in front of him and took a sip, proudly saying, "Although the things we produce here are completely different from your side, they all have their own characteristics. This monkey god wine was brewed by my Heavenly Monster Mountain Spirit Monkey Clan with great effort and time. It is very beneficial to the soul." "The cup isn't full, Senior." Yang Kai looked at Equan with some embarrassment and pointed at the wine cup in front of him. This was because when Equan poured the wine, he only gave him half a cup. "Ha!" Equan looked at Yang Kai and laughed. "Drink this half cup first. If you can drink more, this king will not be stingy." Hearing him say this, Yang Kai immediately understood that this monkey god wine was probably quite strong and was not something an ordinary cultivator could drink. In Equan's opinion, with his cultivation in the 3rd order Dao source realm, he could only drink half a cup at most. Thinking of this, Yang Kai did not say anything else and picked up the wine cup in front of him. He slowly drank. The spirit wine entered his mouth. It was as sweet as nectar, but when he swallowed it, it was as cold as ice. A chill rushed from his throat to the top of his head, shaking Yang Kai's spirit. When the wine entered his stomach, it brought with it a burning power. It flowed through his limbs and bones. After a few changes, the wine continued to take effect. Yang Kai let out a soft groan and carefully felt the changes in his body. He found that the slight damage his soul avatar had suffered during the battle with Ban Qing was beginning to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. This discovery made Yang Kai's expression shake. Without hesitation, he began to gulp down the food. "Slow down." Seeing this, Equan hurriedly shouted in a low voice, afraid that Yang Kai's greed would cause him harm. But as soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai put down his wine cup. He didn't say anything and just sat upright on the spot with his eyes closed while an expression of reminiscence appeared on his face. Sigh. Iquan sighed softly and muttered to himself, I wanted to talk to you more about the outside world, but it looks like I'll have to wait a few days. In his opinion, Yongkai's insignificant cultivation base. After drinking half a cup of monkey god wine in one go, he would be drunk for at least a few days before sobering up. Iquan couldn't help but smile bitterly at this thought. He had taken out the monkey god wine with good intentions because he could see that Yongkai's soul avatar had suffered some damage during the battle, but he didn't want to delay his own matters. What does Senior want to talk about? Yongkai suddenly opened his eyes. The light in his eyes was clear, without the slightest hint of drunkenness. HM? Iquan was startled as he looked at Yongkai with a strange expression. He asked suspiciously, Are you all right? Does Senior look like I'm not all right? Yongkai smiled slightly. As he spoke, he unceremoniously reached out and took the jar of monkey god wine in front of Iquan. He then poured himself a cup and drank it all in one gulp, praising in a deep voice, Good wine. After drinking a cup and a half of spirit wine, the damage to his soul avatar had been completely healed. Not only that, his soul had also been thoroughly tempered. As for the excess energy contained in the monkey god wine, it poured into the 7-colored soul-warming lotus and was absorbed by this precious treasure. Just like how it absorbed the great-grade soul jade, the soul-warming lotus also absorbed the energy contained in the monkey god wine and then slowly and methodically fed it back to Yongkai's soul avatar, allowing him to continue to benefit. This. Iquan was completely dumbfounded, a dumbfounded expression appearing on his face. At his level of strength, there were very few things in this world that could surprise him, but Yongkai's actions still puzzled him. He couldn't understand why Yongkai wasn't drunk at all. After all, even Wen Zishan, who came here for the first time, didn't dare to drink the fine wine of Heavenly Monster Mountain like this. No one could resist drinking it like this, but Yongkai seemed to be completely fine. It seems, you really are a little different from the rest. Iquan quickly felt relieved and smiled slightly. You outsiders shouldn't all be like this, right? Of course not. Yongkai laughed. It's just that this junior is a little. He hesitated for a moment and didn't know how to explain, so he could only say, there are some methods to resolve it. Iquan nodded and didn't ask any more questions. But just as he was about to speak, he saw Yongkai pick up the wine jug with both hands and say, This junior thanks Senior for the reward. As soon as he finished speaking, he began to drink in large mouthfuls. Looking at him drinking like this, the corners of Iquan's mouth twitched involuntarily. In just a dozen breaths of time, Yongkai had already emptied the jug of monkey god wine, leaving not a single drop behind. He wiped his mouth with some dissatisfaction and looked eagerly at Iquan. This wine. Is there any left? You want more? Iquan glared at him and said, What do you think this is? Even the Spirit Monkey Clan can only brew a jug of monkey god wine once every 100 years. What you just drank was 100 years of the clan's work. Even though Iquan had a good temper, he was still amused by Yongkai's shameless demand. If he had known this would happen, how could he have taken out this treasure to entertain Yongkai? At this moment, Iquan's intestines turned green with regret. Ahem. Yongkai coughed lightly and said under the influence of the wine, Senior has a great family business, don't be so stingy. He also saw that Iquan had no malice towards him, so he dared to speak like this. Otherwise, if he were any other third-order Emperor Realm Master, he would have gotten himself into trouble. I'm stingy. Iquan's eyes almost rolled back in his head. He was a little speechless, but after pondering for a moment he said, Fine, but if you can tell me more about the outside world, this king will give you another jug. Senior means what he says. Yongkai immediately became spirited and asked, What does Senior want to hear? Anything. Iquan's request was not high. When that guy Wen Zishan came last time, he also told this king some things, but unfortunately, that guy got drunk in the end and started spouting crazy nonsense. It was really unbearable. Then let's start with Temple Master 1. Yongkai smiled slightly and coughed lightly. He put on the appearance of a storyteller and slowly told the story under Iquan's close attention. The star boundary was vast, and Yongkai had only been in it for a short time, so he didn't know much about the entire star boundary. He didn't even know all the great emperors, but even so, the information he had was still not available to Iquan. And it was precisely this information about the outside world that he was interested in, so he naturally listened with relish. Azure Sun Temple, Heavenly Martial Holy Land, Orthodoxy Temple, Star Soul Palace, and even the entire Southern Territory. Xueqi told everything he knew. The customs of various places, all kinds of strange stories, large and small sealed realms, and ancient legends passed down by word of mouth. Xueqi didn't have any structure to his narration, basically speaking whatever came to his mind. Quan just listened quietly, only interrupting him at some special moments and asking a few questions before motioning for him to continue. Everything in the outside world seemed to make this lord of Heavenly Monster Mountain curious and yearning. The wonders of the physical body, the mysteries of various secret techniques and artifacts, were all things the creatures of this world couldn't possess. They could never understand what it was like to have a physical body. They chatted for an entire day and night. Xueqi's mouth was dry from talking, so he naturally found an opportunity to ask Quan for another jar of monkey god wine to moisten his throat. Quan was also listening attentively, fascinated by all kinds of information he had never come across before. The Divine Ascension world wasn't big, and the outside world was undoubtedly more exciting. Moreover, Quan was already a third-order Emperor Realm Master, and above that would be the level of the great emperors. This kind of height wasn't something that could be reached through hard work. It required enlightenment and opportunities. On the road to advancement, everything one saw and heard could become an opportunity. The opportunity Quan needed might not exist in the Divine Ascension world, but it might not exist in the outside world. That was why he yearned for the outside world more than anyone else. Perhaps in the world he had never seen before, he could find his own path to the great emperors. Unfortunately, he was just a soul without a physical body, so he couldn't survive in the outside world for long. Once he left this place, he was bound to be rejected by the world principles of the outside world and eventually die. When Wen Zishan came here last time, he told this king that if he could create a physical body that could perfectly integrate with this king's soul, this king might have a chance to escape from this cage. How much do you know about this? At a certain moment, Quan suddenly interrupted Xueqi and asked, "Flesh incarnation pill?" Xueqi raised his brow and replied casually, "What is a flesh incarnation pill?" Quan's eyes suddenly lit up and he hurriedly asked, Xueqi thought for a moment before replying, "It's a kind of spirit pill. Because of the special situation here, there are no such things as spirit pills." "What is a spirit pill?" Quan was at a loss. "Let's put it this way. In the outside world, there is a special group of people called alchemists. They can use special tools and techniques to fuse spirit grasses and medicines together, remove the impurities, and extract the essence to refine them into pills. This is a spirit pill. A spirit pill contains the effects of all the raw materials and can greatly enhance these effects. Then the flesh incarnation pill is a kind of spirit pill." Quan asked with shining eyes. "Yes. It is said that if an existence like Senior takes it, it can give birth to their own physical body." "It is said?" Quan raised his brow. Xueqi smiled, because this is only a legendary spirit pill. As far as this junior knows, no one has ever refined it. Chapter 22-29. Why? Quan suddenly became furious. "Are those alchemists all trash?" Xueqi said helplessly, "As the saying goes, even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. To refine the flesh incarnation pill, you need a main ingredient called the flesh incarnation fruit, which is extinct. Without this spirit fruit, how can you refine the flesh incarnation pill?" "How can that be?" Quan couldn't accept Xueqi's explanation. "Isn't the outside world vast and rich in resources?" Xueqi smiled. "That may be the case, but some things can only be found by chance." Quan suddenly showed a look of disappointment. It took him a while to recover, but soon, he seemed to realize something and looked at Xueqi excitedly. "You know so much about the flesh incarnation pill. Could it be that you're one of those alchemists?" "And sort of." Xueqi nodded. He understood what Quan was trying to do, so he continued without waiting for him to speak. "But Senior should know that alchemists are also divided into grades, just like a cultivator's cultivation. Different grades can refine different pills. The flesh incarnation pill is an emperor-grade pill that requires an emperor-grade alchemist to refine, and this junior is now just a Dao source-grade alchemist." "So what?" Quan shouted. "This king observes that you already have an extraordinary cultivation at such a young age. Given some time, you may have a chance to grow to the emperor grade. When that time comes, how about you refine the flesh incarnation pill for this king? Smiling wryly, Kai Yong replied. You still need the materials. Go find them. Iquan said matter-of-factly. This king is not afraid of waiting. He can afford to wait. When you find the flesh incarnation fruit. When you refine the flesh incarnation pill. This king only needs you to agree to this now. Seeing him like this, Yang Kai's expression couldn't help but become serious. After pondering for a moment he said, since Senior has said so, this Junior will do his best. But Senior may have to wait for a long time, and there may be nothing in the end. It's fine. Iquan waved his hand. As long as you have the heart. Saying so. He seemed to have seen hope and said, come, I'll give you this jug of wine. With that said, another jug of monkey god wine was placed in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned and didn't hesitate, directly drinking from the bottle. Even though Yang Kai had the rainbow soul-warming lotus as a foundation, he couldn't help but feel a little dizzy after drinking 3 jars of monkey god wine in such a short period of time. Iquan's gaze towards him became more and more amiable. Just as he was about to wave his hand to summon someone to take Yang Kai away to rest, his expression suddenly turned cold and he turned his head to look in a certain direction. Yang Kai noticed the change in his expression and couldn't help but look at him with a puzzled expression. Iquan did not move and just watched quietly. After a while he coldly said, You've got guts. Senior. What happened? Yang Kai asked. But before Iquan could answer, a monster race master suddenly flew in from outside and cupped his fists, hurriedly saying, Master, a human master has invaded. The Blood Wolf elites are trying to stop them, but the intruder is extremely strong. It seems that this king understands. Iquan nodded coldly and ordered, Tell the Blood Wolves to retreat, they can't stop them. Let them in. The monster race master did not hesitate to listen. He immediately retreated after nodding. Yang Kai also came back to his senses at this moment and said with an ugly expression, Could it be? Zhou Dian came in person? Iquan's cultivation was extraordinary, and there was no other human master that he valued so highly other than Zhou Dian. His guess was correct. Iquan nodded when he heard this and said, Yes, it is indeed him. He actually dared to break into my Heavenly Monster Valley at the risk of ruining the Heavenly Monster Pact. Could it be that he came for you? Me? Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pointed at his own nose. Having sobered up, he couldn't help but laugh. That's unlikely. This junior only came here a dozen days ago. Before that, he didn't even know about Zhou Dian. Why would he come here for me? This king doesn't know either, but... Iquan's figure suddenly flickered as he arrived in front of Yang Kai and patted him on the shoulder. Yang Kai was slightly surprised, but he knew that Iquan would not harm him, so he had no intention of resisting. A gentle force flowed into his body from his shoulder and traveled to his limbs. After a while, Iquan said with an ugly expression, Sure enough, someone did something to it. This king was negligent. At this point, Iquan's hand suddenly trembled. At the same time, Yang Kai let out a muffled groan, but he could clearly hear a strange sound coming from his body. Immediately after, his body inexplicably relaxed, as if he had broken free from some kind of shackle. My son told me that you met with Ban Qing and used some methods to kill him. Ban Qing is an expert in concealment and assassination, and he is also good at tracking. When he fought with you, he seemed to have left a mark on you. Zhou Dian came here to chase after this mark. Hearing this, Yang Kai's expression couldn't help but sink. Previously, he had suspected that Ban Qing had done something to him, but with his strength, there was no way for him to discover it. Now, it seemed that the cultivator had not been able to track him down by luck. However, from what Iquan had just said, it seemed that he already knew about some of Yang Kai's secrets, but he had never pointed them out. I've caused trouble for Senior, Yang Kai said apologetically. Iquan waved his hand and said, You don't need to be like this. You are my son's savior, so this king should treat you well. As for Zhou Dian, he is simply too arrogant and condescending. After saying this, he continued, As for the methods you used to kill Ban Qing, this king can only tell you that you must not leave those insects here. If you have a chance to enter this place next time, don't bring them in before you can fully control them. This place was once almost destroyed because of these insects. Yang Kai said in surprise. There are soul-devouring insects here. You call them soul-devouring insects? Xueqi showed a look of fear. No matter what they are called, they are still the nemesis of this world. The insects you have right now aren't very strong, so this king could help you suppress them a little, but that was all. If they truly grow, even this king will become their food. This junior understands. Xueqi nodded seriously. Just remember, Xueqi said in a deep voice. Xueqi. At this moment, an earth-shattering voice suddenly came from outside. This voice was actually not very loud, but it was full of energy and was as deafening as thunder. The sound wave set off a storm and swept through the surroundings, reaching the ears of every monster race member in Heavenly Monster Valley. The weaker ones even felt their ears hurt and bleed. Humph! Xueqi turned his head and glared angrily at the source of the sound. He condensed his divine power into his voice and turned it into an invisible attack. Zhou, who gave you the guts to yell in my Heavenly Monster Valley? Ha 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 ha! Zhou laughter was heard. At first, this laughter was calm, but as Zhou emotions fluctuated, it gradually became deranged and insane. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk a series of explosions came from outside, piercing through the void and causing the world to tremble. Xueqi stood in place with an ugly expression, only feeling that his soul avatar was extremely unstable. The light on the surface of his body flickered erratically, startling him so much that he hurriedly urged his strength to protect himself. Only then did he feel a little better. By the time he came back to his senses, Xueqi was no longer beside him. He hurriedly rushed out of the great hole in the heart of the tree, hovered in the air and looked around. Soon, he saw the figures of Xueqi and Zhou. About 50 kilometers away from him, Xueqi, the sovereign of the monster race, stood there quietly. His figure was motionless, and his aura was restrained, making one feel as if they were standing in an abyss. Not far in front of Xueqi, a burly figure was riding an extremely handsome monster beast, looking down at Xueqi condescendingly. Zhou. Even though Xueqi had never seen this person before, he knew who he was. Only Zhou could make Xueqi treat him with such caution. Behind Zhou, an equally tall red-haired master from the Emperor realm stood behind him. His fiery red hair was extremely obvious, and Xueqi immediately understood that this person was Lian Yan. Around the two human race masters were countless monster race masters. Each of these monster race masters was glaring at the two human race masters, their eyes filled with ferocious glints and vicious auras. But none of the monster race masters dared to act rashly. Zhou was calm, and even Lian Yan was not nervous in the slightest. He only smiled disdainfully as he looked around, occasionally meeting the gazes of the monster race masters with provocative eyes. Very good. It's been many years since we last met, Xueqi. You're still as elegant as ever. This general is very pleased. Zhou was the first to speak with a smile on his face, as if the person standing in front of him was not a mortal enemy, but an old friend he had not met for a long time. Xueqi sneered. This king is still the same, but I wonder if Zhou injuries have healed? As soon as these words came out, the smile on Zhou face suddenly disappeared, and a chilling chill descended from the sky, as if it wanted to freeze everything in the world. He took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his expression had returned to normal. Seeing this, Xueqi could not help but raise his eyebrows. Xueqi, if it were possible, this general would not have come to your Heavenly Monster Valley, but this general was ordered by His Majesty to come. Zhou said. Your Majesty's orders have nothing to do with this king. The Heavenly Monster Valley's agreement states that humans are not allowed to set foot within 30,000 kilometers of Heavenly Monster Mountain. This is an agreement between the two races, yet you personally broke it today. Is the credibility of the human race really not worth mentioning? Xueqi shouted angrily. Zhou said today, this general only came for one person. If you hand him over, this general will immediately withdraw and will absolutely not make things difficult for your Heavenly Monster Valley's masters. You should have seen that this general did not kill anyone from your Heavenly Monster Valley along the way, which is enough to show this general's sincerity. Is Heavenly Monster Valley a place where you can come and go as you please? Xueqi raised his eyebrows. This king also knows who you are here for, but he is this king's honored guest. You want to take him away? You'll have to see if this king agrees. Chapter 2230. Honored Guest. Zhou Jian raised his brow and looked at Yi Quan mockingly. Are you joking? He thought that Yi Quan was just joking. After all, even from 50 kilometers away, he could clearly see Yang Kai's figure and understand Yang Kai's cultivation. How could such a human race brat become Yi Quan's honored guest? This king is not in the mood to joke with you, Yi Quan coldly snorted. Get out of my heavenly monster valley, or don't blame this king for being impolite. It seems that you don't intend to hand this person over. Zhou Dian's eyes darkened as he stared coldly at Yi Quan. Yi Quan coldly snorted and no longer said anything, slowly pushing his strength to the limit. At this point, both great masters knew that it was useless to rely on words. They could only see the truth through their actions. Everything in the world seemed to freeze at this moment. The gazes of the two third-order great emperors collided, sending invisible sparks flying into the void. Many monster race masters saw that the situation was bad and used their movement skills to disperse, not even looking back. Lian Yan did the same. His entire body turned into a red light and retreated several dozen kilometers away in an instant. Unparalleled fighting intent filled the air as a terrifying emperor pressure descended. Space began to tremble as the gravel on the ground slowly floated up. Even though he was 50 kilometers away, Yang Kai still felt cold all over. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't have a body of flesh and blood, even breathing would have become a luxury. In a flash, Yuan Fei and Bai Lu, the two monster race masters, appeared beside Yang Kai and nodded slightly to him. The two no longer had the hostility and rejection from before. Their purpose in coming here was only to protect Yang Kai. Where's Purple Squirrel? Yang Kai asked. Young Master has been placed in a safe place. Bai Lu replied softly. Young Master Yang doesn't need to worry. She even changed the way she addressed Yang Kai. Obviously, it was because Yi Quan had called him honored guest. Yang Kai nodded slightly and focused his strength into his eyes, looking into the distance. This was a battle between third-order Emperor Realm Masters. If he could observe it, it would definitely be of great benefit to him, so he didn't want to miss such an exciting event. Right at this moment, Zhou Jian had moved. He leaped. Zhou Jian flew up from his mount and charged high into the sky. A ball of light burst out from his body, and when the light dissipated, a halberd had shockingly appeared in his hand. The halberd was over 10 meters long and as thick as a person's arm. Its might was heavy, and it swept through the spirit chi in all directions. He seemed to have the ability to stir up the world. As soon as the halberd appeared, the aura on Zhou Dian's body increased explosively. The energy on the surface of his body surged like boiling water. This was not a soul-type artifact, but a weapon condensed from Zhou Dian's own spiritual energy. However, this halberd had been with Zhou Jian for many years and had been refined by him using a secret technique. Although it was not a soul-type artifact. However, it had many miraculous uses, many of which were not inferior to any soul-type artifacts. Holding the halberd in his hand, Zhou Jian laughed maniacally. His entire body turned into a stream of light as he swooped down towards Yi Quan. His roar resounding through the world. Yi Quan, let this general see if you've made any progress over the years. This strike was like a startled swan, like a falling star. It was as if it was about to split the world apart. Every spectating cultivator, regardless of their cultivation, felt a stabbing pain in their eyes, as if they were about to be blinded. At the same time, a chill ran down their spines. Yang Kai was greatly shocked. Although he had witnessed the brilliance of several third-order Emperor Realm Masters during this period of time, he had never seen such a master go all out. Only at this moment did he understand how powerful a third-order Emperor Realm Master was. They were almost invincible existences in this world. Facing this shocking attack, Yi Quan just stood in place, motionless. He looked ahead with contempt, as if he didn't put Zhou Jian in his eyes at all. Asterisk chi chi. Asterisk a thick pillar of energy visible to the naked eye rushed out from the halberd, transforming into the shape of a dragon. It roared as it pounced towards Yi Quan with bared fangs and claws. It seems, Yi Quan said indifferently, you've forgotten the pain after the scars have healed. That battle 2,000 years ago, have you forgotten? Saying so, Yi Quan flicked his finger. A thin and weak gadfly-like attack flew out to meet the dragon-shaped energy. The gap between the two was immeasurable, giving off the feeling of an ant trying to shake a giant tree. But, when the gadfly-like attack met the dragon-shaped energy, a dazzling light burst out. The light was so bright that it covered everything in the world and swallowed the giant dragon whole. The giant dragon roared again and again, causing Zhou Dian's face to change drastically. Yi Quan stepped on the spot and disappeared. Asterisk ding. Asterisk a light sound rang out, and by the time everyone came back to their senses, they were shocked to find that Yi Quan had already arrived in front of Zhou Dian and stabbed the long sword in his hand into Zhou Dian's halberd, causing sparks to fly everywhere. Zhou Dian looked at the long sword with a blank look on his face. When he fought Yi Quan 2,000 years ago, the other party did not use such a weapon. Furthermore, this long sword did not look like it was condensed from spiritual energy at all, so he did not know what kind of treasure it was. But this doubt only lasted for a moment. In a battle between masters of this level, the slightest hesitation could cost them their lives. So Zhou Dian quickly calmed himself down and shook his halberd, forcing Yi Quan to retreat. At the same time, a burst of pure spiritual energy suddenly burst out and bombarded Yi Quan. It was unknown what kind of exquisite soul secret technique he was using. Yi Quan's face turned solemn as his spiritual energy surged and he used a soul secret technique to neutralize this attack. Both of them were third-order Emperor Realm Masters, so even if there was a slight difference in strength, it was not by much. So, even though the onlookers could not see clearly what was going on, it was definitely extremely dangerous. One man, one monster. The long-cherished wish that had been unfulfilled for 2,000 years finally collided today, bursting into dazzling sparks. As their souls collided, the light on their bodies flickered wildly, but their hands did not stop moving either. As the long sword and halberd clashed, a dense clanging sound rang out. The sword stabbed, flicked, cut, coiled, intercepted, gently and nimbly, while the halberd slashed, hooked, chopped, chopped and chopped. The two divine armaments, two great masters, seemed to be stirring up the world. In an instant, the battle became a mess. Their figures crisscrossed, back and forth, and the sound of metal clashing rang out. The sword was complex and gentle. The sword light was like a star that shot out in all directions, overwhelming the onlookers. The halberd was fierce and overbearing. The halberd was like a wave that slapped against the shore, rolling out a supreme power. Secret techniques, energy, and exquisite movements intertwined to create an intoxicating scene, dazzling and colorful. All the onlookers stared at the battle intently. On the battlefield, time seemed to have become erratic. The man and the monster were sometimes as slow as a turtle, and sometimes as fast as lightning. The visual conflict between the front and back seemed to have an invisible impact that shook the hearts of every spectator. Ugh! Finally, a monster race master could not bear it anymore. His face darkened as he took a few steps back, as if he had suffered some kind of injury. He clutched his chest and slowly closed his eyes, not daring to watch anymore. As time passed, more and more people were in this situation. At first, it was only the cultivator of the first-order Dao source realm. Then it was the second-order, third-order. After an incense stick worth of time, even Yuan Fei and Bai Lu of the Emperor realm had to push their strength to resolve the discomfort in their bodies. They forced themselves to continue watching. They did not want to miss this wonderful battle. In a trance, Yuan Fei seemed to catch a glimpse of something from the corner of his eye, and quickly turned to look at Yang Kai. The next moment, Yuan Fei's mouth suddenly opened wide, revealing a dumbfounded look. Because he found that Yang Kai's eyes were wide open as he stared fixedly at the battlefield. His pair of clear eyes reflecting the figures of the two masters fighting a few dozen kilometers away, as if he was completely unaffected by the battle taking place. Not only that, he also showed a thoughtful look from time to time. This scene stunned Yuan Fei and he couldn't help but quietly poke Bai Lu. "What are you doing?" Bai Lu was paying close attention to the battle over there when she was disturbed by Yuan Fei, so she snapped angrily. Yuan Fei pursed his lips to the side. Bai Lu looked over suspiciously, but in the next moment, she also showed a look of astonishment. "This little brat is very strange," Yuan Fei whispered to Bai Lu. Even as strong as the two of them were, they still felt somewhat uncomfortable at this moment. At most, they could only watch the battle for a while longer, but Yang Kai, who was weaker than them, was completely unaffected. How could they not be concerned? The person Master has taken a fancy to is really extraordinary. Bai Lu gently nodded. Just as the two of them were whispering to each other, a pure spiritual energy suddenly spread out from Yang Kai's body and enveloped him. From this spiritual energy, an indescribable charm gradually emerged. Yang Kai's entire being seemed to be undergoing some kind of magical change. Emperor intent. Yuan Fei exclaimed involuntarily. He's actually touched Emperor Intent? At this moment, Yuan Fei clearly sensed something and cried out in alarm. Bai Lu also looked at Yang Kai with bright eyes, and after a while, nodded slightly. Indeed. Although it's still very shallow, there is no doubt that it is Emperor Intent. Could it be that he wants to break through to the Emperor realm here? As soon as this thought came to mind, Bai Lu was shocked. Breaking through in the Divine Ascension world was not a simple matter. Every breakthrough was a life-or-death situation, and a single mistake could result in the destruction of one's soul. Because the living beings here did not have flesh and blood, they could not rely on the power of their flesh and blood to resist the world energy baptism. All they could rely on was their own soul, so naturally, it was much more difficult for them to break through here compared to a cultivator outside. At this moment, Yi Quan was still fighting, so if something happened to Yang Kai while he was breaking through, they wouldn't be able to explain it to Yi Quan. For a moment, Bai Lu couldn't help but be on edge. She was obviously overthinking things. Yang Kai was not a living being in the Divine Ascension world. Although he entered here as a soul avatar, he still had his own physical body. At this moment, even if he was affected by the battle between the two masters and had touched some Emperor Intent, before his physical strength improved to a certain level, even if he could make his soul break through to the level of an existence in the Emperor realm, it was impossible for him to truly reach that level. Chapter 22:31. There was a gap between the Tao Source Realm and the Emperor Realm. If a Tao Source Realm cultivator's spiritual energy was compared to a wooden stick, then the Emperor Realm was an iron stick. In terms of sturdiness, the latter was naturally superior. In the First Order Tao Source Realm, the difference between the Second Order and Third Order realms was only the thickness and length of the wooden stick. If one wanted to upgrade their wooden stick to an iron stick, they had to cross that gap. Yang Kai was currently in the middle of that gap and had not completely crossed it yet, but because he had touched upon Emperor Intent, his wooden stick had been plated with a layer of iron. It had some of the capital that only the Emperor realm could have, but it was still very different from the Emperor realm. But this was enough. In this world, besides him, who else in the First Order Tao Source realm had touched upon the existence of Emperor Intent? Even the 10 great emperors who were famous throughout the star boundary could not do this when they were at Yang Kai's level. Touching upon Emperor Intent in advance would naturally be of great benefit to his future growth. Yang Kai was still watching the battlefield intently. The double impact of the visual and spiritual energy that was unbearable for others was like a gentle breeze to him. He didn't need to care too much about it. Because as soon as the impact was transmitted to his soul avatar, it was completely neutralized by the 7-colored soul-warming lotus, so it had no effect on him at all. Time passed slowly. Yang Kai's harvest was getting bigger and bigger, and on the battlefield, the battle between the two masters had obviously entered a white-hot level. Zhou Dian roared from time to time, his anger unstoppable. Yi Quan's expression was dignified. He was no longer as relaxed as before. His long sword moved leisurely as he unleashed secret techniques one after another, fighting endlessly with Zhou Dian. With Yang Kai's cultivation and eyesight, he could not tell who was stronger between the two, or who had the upper hand. He only felt that the two of them were evenly matched. However, judging from Zhou Dian's gradually fretful voice, it seemed that he was at a slight disadvantage. This was not surprising. From the bits and pieces he had heard before, Yang Kai had inferred that Zhou Dian and Yi Quan had once fought 2,000 years ago. At that time, Zhou Dian should have been injured and Yi Quan won. Now that 2,000 years had passed, both of them had grown, but Yi Quan had obtained an Emperor-grade soul-type artifact. On top of his strong foundation, he naturally had an additional advantage. It was natural for him to be able to suppress Zhou Dian. But if they wanted to determine the victor, it would be difficult. Yang Kai estimated that even if these two fought for 10 days to half a month, they would not be able to end the battle. He was happy to see such a situation because in this way, he would have plenty of time to continue observing and comprehending. At this moment, but Kai Yang's brow furrowed. He keenly sensed that there seemed to be a trace of abnormal energy fluctuation in the space. His face sank as he turned to look at Bai Lu and Yuan Fei, only to find that the two of them did not react. Immediately thinking that it was just his imagination, Yang Kai was preparing to continue watching the battle when he suddenly discovered something and his expression changed drastically as he shouted, "Senior, be careful." Before he could finish his words, another figure suddenly appeared in the middle of the anxious battlefield. This figure was tall and mysterious. The newcomer was completely wrapped in a black cloak, making it impossible to distinguish his body shape, and he was also wearing a demon face mask. It was a terrifying sight to behold. This person had appeared without warning, and even masters like Yi Quan and Zhou Jian had failed to notice him. If it were not for Yang Kai cultivating the Tao of space and being proficient in the space divine technique, he would not have noticed him either. Although the other party acted mysteriously, Yang Kai still keenly sensed the slight fluctuation in space when he arrived. But his words were still too late. As soon as the masked man appeared, he arrived next to Yi Quan and slowly pushed out a palm towards Yi Quan. Yi Quan's expression changed drastically as he retracted his sword and stabbed to the side, trying to defend himself by attacking. He had already put his full strength into this attack. Above his sword, energy surged like a tsunami, seemingly capable of swallowing the heaven-devouring Great Emperor whole. The demon face's attack was barely blocked. However, Zhou Jian took the opportunity to attack. With a stab and a flick of his halberd, he broke through Yi Quan's defenses and directly opened a hole in his shoulder. Yi Quan grunted as his figure retreated rapidly. When he stood still, he reached out and patted his shoulder repeatedly in an attempt to relieve his injuries. However, how could Zhou Dian's full-powered attack be so easily neutralized? The shockwave that had penetrated Yi Quan's body had clearly injured him severely, and pure spiritual energy was leaking out from his wounds, flowing freely between the heavens and earth. Master! The expressions of Bai Lu, Yuan Fei, and the other monster race masters changed drastically as they cried out in alarm, their figures flickering as they rushed over to help. Yi Quan raised his hand and stopped them, his eyes slightly sinking as he stared at the demon face who had suddenly appeared, his expression fluctuating. Zhou Jian did not seem to have expected that this demon face would appear here and take advantage of his battle with Yi Quan to launch a sneak attack. If not for this person interfering, he would not have been able to hurt Yi Quan at all. The other party's actions displeased Zhou Jian and made him feel that this sacred battle was being sullied. Even so, Zhou Jian did not dare to show the slightest neglect, cupping his fists and bowing. "Your Majesty, why have you come?" "To help you," the demon face slowly replied, his voice hoarse, like the friction of metal, extremely uncomfortable to listen to. "But this subordinate..." Zhou Jian seemed to want to argue. The demon face directly interrupted him. "There's no need to say more. Take him back to the palace, I'm here." Zhou Jian had no choice but to obey the orders of His Majesty, so he could only grit his teeth and shout, "Yes." Saying so, he glanced at Yi Quan helplessly before his figure flickered and he flew towards where Yang Kai was. Yi Quan turned his head slightly, looked at Yang Kai, and said concisely, "Run." Yang Kai also reacted quickly. Although the change in front of him was extremely sudden, he had vaguely deduced everything in this short period of time. This demon face was undoubtedly Zhou Dian's master, and also the one who gave the order to capture him. Since this person could order Zhou Jian to act for him, it was obvious that he was also a third-order Emperor Realm Master. And judging from this person's appearance and the method he used to launch a sneak attack on Yi Quan, his strength was probably even higher than Yi Quan's. With this person restraining Yi Quan, Zhou Jian would be invincible. How could Yang Kai hesitate? When Yi Quan shouted the word "run," his figure flickered and he instantly traversed 1,000 meters. At this moment, he had already used the space divine technique. In front of a third-order Emperor Realm Master like Zhou Jian, he couldn't think of any other way to escape other than using the space divine technique. At the same time that Yang Kai left, Bai Lu and Yuan Fei stood side by side, blocking Zhou Dian's path. Seeing that a powerful enemy was approaching, these two monster race masters couldn't help but let out a deep roar and reveal their true forms in a flash of light. Roar! Yuan Fei roared and took the initiative to meet Zhou Jian, wanting to stop him. As for Bai Lu, she was shrouded in white light. It was unknown what kind of mysterious source secret technique she had used, but it actually turned an area of 30 kilometers into a pure white world, making it impossible to distinguish between north, south, east and west. "Those who block me will die." Zhou Jian roared angrily, his halberd dancing in his hand. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk the sound of something tearing through the void rang out. Before Yuan Fei could get close to Zhou Jian, he was sent flying by an inexplicable attack and fell far away, his fate unknown. The difference in strength between the two was too great, and Yuan Fei was no match for Zhou Jian at all. The pure white world also emitted cracking sounds, and in less than 2 breaths of time, it had already shattered. Bai Lu's figure reappeared, but the light radiating from her body was extremely dim. Zhou Jian turned into a streak of light and flew over the two's heads, not even sparing them a glance as he chased after Yang Kai. He runs so fast. Zhou Jian couldn't help but be surprised as he looked at the figure in the distance. He originally thought that with a master like himself taking action, capturing Yang Kai would be a piece of cake. But when he really tried, he discovered that this boy from the Third Order Dao Source Realm actually knew a mysterious secret technique. When this secret technique was used, it completely ignored the obstruction of space and rapidly moved from one place to the next. In the little bit of time he was delayed by Yuan Fei and by Lu, Yang Kai had almost escaped the range of his divine sense. Interesting. Zhou Jian snorted coldly. His speed, which was already as fast as lightning, suddenly increased by several notches. On the other side, Lian Yan, who came with Zhou Jian, saw that the situation was bad and took advantage of the fact that no one had recovered to quietly escape from Heavenly Monster Valley. In Heavenly Monster Mountain, Yang Kai was running for his life, using his space secret technique from time to hide his aura. He didn't dare to run in a straight line and constantly changed directions in an attempt to escape from Zhou Jian. However, all his efforts were in vain. No matter how he moved, there was always a powerful divine sense that locked onto him. It was just that he couldn't understand it when he was watching, but when he really faced it, Yang Kai deeply understood the terror of a Third Order Emperor Realm Master. The huge gap in cultivation between him and Zhou Jian wasn't something the space divine technique could make up for. The distance between them was getting closer and closer, and for the first time, Yang Kai understood what despair was. The space divine technique couldn't get rid of the other party, and he didn't know how to resolve this crisis. His soul-devouring insects probably wouldn't work, because Yi Quan had said that they weren't strong enough. Yi Quan had even suppressed them before. Zhou Jian and Yi Quan were masters of the same level, so what Yi Quan could do, Zhou Jian could do as well. The soul-splitting saber might have some hope, but it wasn't very likely. After all, Yang Kai hadn't refined it and couldn't display its full power. The reason why he was able to successfully sneak attack Ban Qing was that Ban Qing wasn't strong enough, and Yang Kai had caught him off guard. After thinking about it, Yang Kai found that he had no countermeasures left. It seemed that he could only wait to be captured. And just as he was thinking, Zhou Jian was only 30 kilometers away from him. At that moment, Yang Kai suddenly felt a powerful force coming from behind him. He hastily turned his head to look, and in the next moment, his face turned ashen. Because he found that Zhou Jian had directly thrown the sky piercer in his hand at him. Although he didn't know what mysteries this attack had, Yang Kai still tried his best to dodge. Chapter 2232. Xiao. Yang Kai's figure fluttered left and right in an extremely nimble manner. Under the effect of the space divine technique, he was constantly teleporting. But he still couldn't get rid of the flying halberd. The halberd followed him like a shadow, constantly closing the distance between it and Yang Kai. At this critical moment, Yang Kai couldn't care too much. Pure spiritual energy burst out of his body and turned into a violent attack to meet the halberd head-on, trying to stop it. Hong. With a loud bang, Yang Kai's body shook and his face instantly dimmed. But the halberd remained motionless and continued to descend. Kai Yang's all-out attack was unable to stop it in the slightest. In the next moment, the halberd landed not too far away from Yang Kai. Half of the halberd's body had sunk into the ground, and at the same time, a clearly discernible ripple spread out from the point of impact. In just a breath's time, the area within a 10-kilometer radius was bound and imprisoned by an invisible force. This force was so strong and overbearing that Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a sense of despair that he couldn't resist. He wanted to use his space force to teleport again, but he helplessly found that under the influence of this mysterious force, he couldn't move. Even his thoughts had become slow. In his field of vision, Zhou Dian's tall and sturdy figure slowly walked over, his face as cold as ice. After a short while he arrived in front of Yang Kai and looked down at him contemptuously, coldly snorting, "Boy, you have some skill, but that's all you have." As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his finger. A burst of energy flew out from his fingertip and entered Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai's body stiffened. In an instant, he felt that his strength had been completely sealed, and he couldn't use it at all. "It's over." Yang Kai's face was ashen. Although he knew that he probably couldn't escape under the nose of a third-order Emperor Realm Master, after being captured, Xueqi realized how insignificant he was. If it weren't for the Space Divine technique, he probably wouldn't have been able to struggle. A third-order Emperor Realm Master wasn't someone he could compete with right now. Zhou Jian waved his hand and the halberd stuck in the ground flew back to his hand and was immediately sucked into his body. The Divine Ascension country's National Guardian General turned his head again and glanced in the direction of Heavenly Monster Valley. His expression fluctuated. After a while, he sighed heavily and lifted Xueqi with endless regret. He flew out of Heavenly Monster Mountain. He understood that since the king had personally taken action, Xueqi didn't have a chance. Even as someone who had been following him for many years, he couldn't understand. If possible, Zhou Jian naturally hoped that he would be the one to defeat Xueqi. But this time, he obviously didn't expect Yang. There was Yang was Xueqi's. What kind of secret did Xueqi have that caused the king to leave the palace and personally take action? No matter how he looked at it, Xueqi was just a cultivator in the third-order Dao Source realm. There wasn't anything special about him. If he had to say something, it would be that this boy's escape secret technique was amazing. If he hadn't chased after Xueqi and had called Lian Yan over, Xueqi might have really escaped. Boy, do you know why the king is looking for you? Zhou Jian suddenly asked. Xueqi was depressed. Hearing this, he replied angrily. Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? He hadn't even finished speaking when his entire body stiffened while he revealed an expression of pain. Because Zhou Jian had actually secretly attacked him, and the pain he felt from his soul was simply heart-wrenching. Realizing that he was under someone else's roof, Xueqi didn't dare to be too arrogant and could only say, "Senior, did you catch the wrong person? I heard that you were looking for some kind of star of calamity. Look carefully, do I look like one? This general is only responsible for catching people. Everything else has nothing to do with me." Zhou Jian replied indifferently. After a pause, he continued. "Let me ask you, where is Ban Qing? You met him before, right? Why can't I see him?" "Ban Qing? You mean that short sneaky guy?" Xueqi pretended to be confused and casually said, "He was killed by a demonic beast race master." Hearing this, Zhou Dian's eyes flashed coldly and his murderous intent almost solidified, causing Xueqi to shiver. But soon, he restrained his murderous intent and coldly snorted. "This debt will be settled sooner or later." He didn't ask Xueqi too much, nor did he suspect that Ban Qing had died at Xueqi's hands because he felt that this was impossible. Only a demonic beast race master had the ability to kill Ban Qing. Half an hour later, Zhou Jian brought Xueqi back to where they had been previously stationed. At this moment, almost all of the human race masters who had followed Zhou Jian into Heavenly Monster Mountain were gathered here. Yu Man, Yuan Qing, and even Lian Yan, who had escaped from Heavenly Monster Valley, were all here, but Ban Qing was nowhere to be seen. Beside these people, there was a group of dispirited people who had been captured with helpless expressions on their faces. Seeing Zhou Jian return, everyone hurriedly came forward to salute him. "Take everyone back to the palace." At Zhou Dian's command, everyone responded in unison. As he spoke, he had already casually tossed Xueqi into the group of people who had been captured. Chen Muji discreetly helped Xueqi up so that he wouldn't fall to the ground, then nodded slightly at him. Xueqi looked around and immediately saw his fellow sufferers. When their eyes met, they couldn't help but smile bitterly. None of them had expected that after just 1 month of training in the Divine Ascension Mirror World, they would be captured by a native cultivator. The group moved very quickly. 10 breaths after Zhou Jian gave the order, they had already set off in the direction of Divine Ascension City. Along the way, Xueqi didn't dare to exchange information with the others, so he could only remain silent. Even now, he still didn't know why he and the others had been captured, nor did he know what the Star of Calamity Ban Qing had mentioned was. However, it was obvious that this matter was very important. Otherwise, there would be no need to mobilize so many masters, including Zhou Jian and that devil-masked human king. Xueqi faintly felt as if he had fallen into a giant whirlpool. It seemed as if he couldn't escape. 1 day later, Heavenly Monster Valley. Xueqi sat cross-legged on the ground. He circulated his qi and adjusted his breathing, a divine light flickering on his face. Many demonic beast race masters looked at him worriedly and spread out in all directions. Yesterday, Xueqi had fought a great battle with Zhou Jian, then fought with that devil-masked human, so he had expended a lot of energy. Coupled with the fact that Zhou Jian had injured him when he was ambushed by the devil-masked human, he had suffered even more injuries in the final battle. If not for the devil-masked human not being strong enough to crush Yi Quan, the master of Heavenly Monster Mountain would have already lost his life, and Heavenly Monster Valley would no longer exist. Fortunately, the devil-masked human's purpose this time seemed to be to capture someone and not to eradicate Heavenly Monster Valley, so after fighting with Yi Quan, he took the initiative to retreat. Even so, Yi Quan's injuries were not something that could be healed in a short time. Just as he was silently adjusting his breathing, Bai Lu's tender voice suddenly rang out in his ears. "Who is it?" Yi Quan abruptly opened his eyes and stared ahead, his eyes overflowing with light. In front of him, an old man with white hair and a white beard was strolling over. This old man didn't have the slightest energy fluctuation, as if he was an ordinary person who had never cultivated before. It was unknown where he came from, but after arriving here, he walked straight towards Yi Quan. The demonic beast race masters naturally couldn't just stand by and watch. At this moment, Yi Quan was at a critical juncture of healing and couldn't be disturbed in the slightest, regardless of whether this old man was friend or foe. They couldn't let him approach. So, after Bai Lu shouted those words, her figure flickered and she turned into a white streak of light that rushed towards the old man. But what shocked this First Order Emperor Realm Master was that she was clearly rushing towards the old man, but when she revealed herself, she found that her path had inexplicably changed and she had fallen behind the old man. *Xio. Countless monster race masters responded and moved to block the old man's path. But none of them succeeded. All the masters who rushed towards the old man froze in place in a very short time, their eyes wide open, as if they had seen an extremely terrifying scene. They didn't see any signs of the old man making a move, but all of them failed. The old man's pace was not fast, but in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Yi Quan and lowered his head to stare at him. "You." Yi Quan frowned and looked at the newcomer seriously with a suspicious look on his face. But in the next moment, his eyes flashed, as if he had thought of something, and he said in shock, "You are." The old man raised his hand slightly, stopping Yi Quan from speaking, and then placed his seemingly withered hand on Yi Quan's shoulder. A pure energy slowly poured into Yi Quan's body. Even someone as strong as Yi Quan couldn't help showing a satisfied look. Obviously, under the nourishment of this energy, the injuries in his body had been alleviated. After a short while, the old man withdrew his hand. Yi Quan was shocked to find that most of the injuries in his body had been healed, and the rest would only require the accumulation of time to recover without leaving any hidden dangers. He stood up and cupped his fists respectfully to the old man in front of him. "Junior Yi Quan thanks Senior for his help." As soon as these words came out, there was complete silence inside and outside Heavenly Monster Valley. Countless monster race masters looked at Yi Quan in horror, almost unable to believe what they had just heard. In this world, Yi Quan could be said to be one of the most powerful and most senior people, but in front of this human race old man, he actually called himself Junior. What kind of seniority did this old man have? Who was this person? The monster race masters were completely dumbfounded. "Since you recognize this old master, you should know why this old master is here." The old man finally spoke and looked at Yi Quan seriously. "Where is it?" Yi Quan showed a look of shame and replied, "It was taken away." The old man raised his brow. "Who took it away, and where did they take it?" "Divine Ascension Country. Royal Palace." The old man nodded slightly. "It seems that I was still a step too late." "Fine. This old master will make another trip." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure suddenly blurred and faded, disappearing from this world in less than 3 breaths. Yi Quan stood in place with a look of awe and yearning, but soon, he couldn't help laughing out loud. His laughter rolled like thunder and spread throughout Heavenly Monster Valley, attracting the attention of countless monster race masters. Chapter 22:33. None of the monster race masters knew why Yi Quan was smiling so happily. In the end, Bai Lu stepped forward and asked softly, "Master, this old man. Who is he?" Of course, she could tell that the old man was extraordinary, but she could not recall such a person in this world. Yi Quan looked in a certain direction and slowly said, 10,000 years ago, during the Holy War." Holy War. Bai Lu's tender body trembled as a terrifying light flashed across her beautiful eyes. She cried out involuntarily, "Could it be that this old man Yi Quan nodded lightly. With this old man, young boy will definitely be safe. At this point, he frowned slightly, as if he was worried about something. Divine Ascension City. Inside the palace. 3,000 meters underground. There was a heavenly prison. The environment inside was so bad that it was unbearable. Although this heavenly prison was a place to imprison prisoners, it was not very useful normally because no one dared to break the law in the entire Divine Ascension country. Once they did, they would be killed on the spot, so there was no need to use this prison. Therefore, the heavenly prison was only a symbolic existence. Many people did not even know if it was just a rumor or not. At this moment, Yang Kai and the others were imprisoned in the heavenly prison, looking at each other through the bars. The surrounding area was filled with the cries of grievances of the captured martial artists. None of the prison guards paid any attention to them. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai and the others quietly exchanged the information they had. In fact, there was not much information. It was just that Zhou Dian had brought people into the heavenly monster mountains to capture the Star of Calamity. Basically, all the human race cultivator in the heavenly monster mountains had been captured. Yang Kai and the others naturally could not escape this calamity. Everyone thought that they were innocent bystanders who had been caught in the crossfire. Things had come to this point. Everyone could only place all their hopes on Gao Xueting. This time, Gao Xueting was the one leading the team into the Divine Ascension world, but she left alone after sending everyone into the heavenly monster mountains. No one knew what she was doing. If she could get the news, she would definitely find a way to rescue them. However, with her First Order Emperor realm strength, she might not be able to do so. Yang Kai could only hope that she had a way to contact Wen Zishan outside. If Temple Master Wen personally entered the Divine Ascension world, perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. Just as he was thinking about this, a series of footsteps suddenly came from outside the prison cell. At the same time, a wave of pressure from the Emperor realm descended from the sky. In an instant, everyone kept quiet out of fear. The sound of footsteps continued to move deeper into the prison. When it reached a certain location, it stopped and pointed at the cultivator locked up in the cell. The king has ordered you to bring him out. Listen to the sound. It seemed to belong to Deputy Commander Yuman. Yes, sir. The prison guard quickly opened the door of the cell. Yang Kai and the others all paled. The person Yuman was referring to was none other than Xia Shang, the chief disciple of Azure Sun Temple. Soon, Xia Sheng's side was filled with shouts. He seemed to be struggling, but after being taught a lesson by the prison guard, he gave up. Xia Sheng had no choice but to behave. He obediently accepted his fate. After a while, Yuman took Xia Sheng away. Although Yang Kai and the others wanted to help, there was nothing they could do. They could only secretly pray that Xia Sheng would be blessed by the heavens. After waiting anxiously for less than a quarter of an hour, the sound of footsteps came from outside again. Kai Yang hurriedly looked outside, and what he saw caused his face to sink. He saw that Xia Sheng's eyes were dull and his body was trembling and spasming, as if he had suffered great damage. Under the lead of the prison guard, he returned to his cell like a walking corpse. No one knew what had happened to him that caused him to be in such a miserable state, but when they saw this scene, they naturally felt sorrow in their hearts. As for Murong Xiao Xiao, her heart was filled with sorrow, and she began to cry. She did not dare to call out to Xia Shang and could only cry silently. Yuman also returned. He stood at a certain spot and looked around. Then he pointed and said, "This." Xiao Baiyi's face suddenly changed, because the person Yuman was pointing at was actually him. The prison guard opened the cell door again and took Xiao Baiyi away. After they left, Yang Kai hurriedly looked at Xia Shang and whispered to him, but Xia Shang seemed to have lost his soul at the moment and did not respond. Junior brother Yang. Brother Xia, will something happen to him? Murong Xiao Xiao asked worriedly. Yang Kai shook his head. I don't know, but looking at brother Xia, he doesn't seem to have suffered any serious injuries. Perhaps his soul is just a little unstable and he will be fine after some rest. At this moment, he was more curious about what happened to Xia Shang that caused him to become like this. If the power in his body was not imprisoned, he could release his divine sense to investigate carefully and maybe find some clues. Unfortunately, he could not use any of his power now and could only rely on his own observations to speculate. He casually comforted Murong Xiao Xiao with a few words, but deep down he was anxious. Looking around, and seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Yang Kai quickly ran to a dark corner and sat down cross-legged. He tried his best to calm his mind and adjust his divine sense. The seal in his body was personally issued by Zhou Dian, so it was impossible to rely on his own ability to break it, unless a master like Zhou Dian took action. However, Yang Kai had the soul-devouring insects. The power of the seal was also a kind of spiritual energy, so it was still suppressed by the soul-devouring insects. As long as he could mobilize the soul-devouring insects, he had hope of breaking the seal and restoring his strength. As for what to do next, he could only take it one step at a time. Time passed slowly. While Yang Kai was trying to use the soul-devouring insects to break the seal, Chen Muji and Murong Xiao were taken out one by one. Without exception, their situation was the same as Xia Shang and Xiao Baiyi. Yang Kai did not know what happened, but after returning, they were in a trance and their eyes were dull. They did not respond to the calls of others at all. Obviously, their souls were greatly shaken and they could no longer maintain a clear mind. Kai Yang gradually realized that something wasn't quite right. This time, the number of cultivator captured by Zhou Dian and the others from Heavenly Monster Mountain was as many as 70 to 80. Among these cultivators' cultivations, there were different levels of strength. However, the others were all fine. On the other hand, the people from Azure Sun Temple were all taken out. This was obviously not a coincidence. It was some kind of targeting. Was there any difference between him and the other cultivator who had entered the Divine Ascension Mirror world from the outside? Yang Kai could not help but suspect this. Otherwise, how could he explain why everyone else was fine while Xia Shang and the others suffered? However, no matter how he thought about it, he could not figure it out. Just as he was about to break the seal, Yu Man suddenly came to his cell and pointed at him with a smile. "Take him away." Just like the previous situation. The prison guard opened the door and carried Yang Kai out of the prison. Following closely behind Yu Man, Yang Kai remained silent the entire way, only constantly observing the situation around him. This place should be the Divine Ascension Country's palace. The interior of the palace was extremely luxurious, but it looked very quiet, as if there were not many people living here. Yu Man led Yang Kai around the palace and soon arrived in front of a large hall. They walked here. Yu Man stopped and turned around to look coldly at Yang Kai. "Go in by yourself. His Majesty is inside." Yang Kai nodded and showed no intention of resisting. He stepped forward. After taking a few steps, he suddenly turned around to look at Yu Man. He asked, "Big sister, who are you calling big sister?" Yu Man smiled charmingly. The prison guard stood next to her and did not dare to look at her, as if he was afraid that his soul would be taken away if he did. Yang Kai also showed an infatuated expression, his eyes shining with a terrifying light. He did not do this on purpose, but because his strength was sealed, he was affected by Yu Man's charm technique. However, Yu Man did not dare to continue like this. His Majesty was waiting inside, so if she delayed this important matter, she would not be able to bear the consequences. So in the next moment, Yu Man withdrew her charms. Yang Kai shuddered and came back to his senses, cursing in his heart. If he had not been sealed, he would not have been so easily tempted. He continued, "This little brother wants to ask, big sister, why did you only bring those people here? What is different about them from the others?" Yu Man curled her lips and said, "I am just following orders." "His Majesty's orders?" Yang Kai raised an eyebrow. "Boy, you talk too much." Yu Man's face suddenly turned cold, her expression changing faster than flipping a book. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Just asking." "Hurry up and go in." Yu Man shouted. "Yes, yes." Yang Kai responded and stepped forward again. Not long after, he came to the front of the hall and pushed open the door. As soon as he entered the hall, Yang Kai felt a delicate fragrance hit him in the face. When the fragrance entered his nose, he felt light as if he was floating in the clouds. Looking around, Yang Kai could not help feeling surprised. Because this hall looked no different from a woman's boudoir. The decorations here gave off a feminine charm, with pink curtains and light red carpets, giving off an elegant and noble aura. At the same time as he entered the hall, a pair of bright eyes stared at him from the side. Yang Kai turned his head and looked in that direction. A dozen steps away from him, there was a pink gauze curtain, faintly revealing the scenery inside. Behind the curtain, there was a lazy figure reclining on a bench, and the bright eyes came from this lazy figure. A powerful divine sense swept towards Yang Kai, as if wanting to penetrate his soul avatar and unearth the deepest secrets buried inside. Yang Kai raised his brow and frowned for a moment before calling out, That masked man. He suddenly discovered that the aura fluctuations coming from the person behind the curtain were exactly the same as the one he had sensed in Heavenly Monster Valley. This person was obviously the master who had attacked Yi Quan. Yang Kai never expected that this person would be a woman. Although he could not see her face clearly, with such an enchanting figure, her appearance was definitely not bad, not to mention her earth-shattering strength. Chapter 22:34. Ghost-Face Man. While Yang Kai was still in shock, a soft and pleasant voice came from behind the pink curtain. This voice seemed to be able to penetrate one's soul and set off invisible ripples, causing Yang Kai's mind to become unsteady for a long time. Yang Kai quickly took a deep breath and calmed his soul. If you call this queen that, it's not unreasonable, the woman behind the curtain continued speaking, her tone neither too fast nor too slow. Could it be that Senior is the ruler of this divine ascension country? Yang Kai frowned. Indeed, the woman admitted frankly, but no one has ever known this queen's true face, not even Zhou Dian. Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this, but soon, a bad premonition arose in the depths of his heart. Although her words didn't reveal any important information, it gave Yang Kai a very bad feeling. It was as if she had exposed a big secret of hers in front of Yang Kai, and Yang Kai had to pay a price for it. Yang Kai couldn't help smiling awkwardly and said, Junior is honored, but why does Senior want to treat me so well? As he spoke, his mind was racing, but he couldn't think of any key points. Because this queen must. The languid figure on the couch finally got up slowly, sat up straight, and gently beckoned to Yang Kai through the curtain. Come here. Yang Kai frowned, his eyes filled with a cold light as he said lightly, Junior can't refuse, can he? You can try. Yang Kai couldn't help curling his lips and could only slowly walk forward. As he walked forward, he clearly sensed that the woman's soul fluctuated unstably for a moment. It was as if she was looking forward to something, longing for something. This kind of expectation and longing almost made it impossible for such a master to stabilize their soul. Yang Kai wasn't naive enough to think that the other party had taken a fancy to him. If that was the case, the other party didn't need to go through so much trouble. With the strength she had shown before, she could have easily forced him to submit to her. Since she hadn't taken a fancy to him, she must have taken a fancy to something on him. Considering this, Yang Kai was startled. He arrived in front of the curtain. Yang Kai took a deep breath, raised his hand, and looked inside. Not far away, the woman's appearance was instantly imprinted in his eyes. Yang Kai couldn't help but become a little absent-minded. His opponent's appearance was truly devastatingly beautiful, capable of toppling cities and overturning all living things. There was almost no flaw to be found. She was so perfect that it didn't seem to belong to this world. But, the moment Kai Yang saw this woman, he didn't know why, but he had a strange feeling. He seemed to recognize this woman. It was as if he had seen her somewhere before. Carefully recalling the faces of all the experts from the Emperor realm that he had encountered, Yang Kai found that there was no one to compare them to. Deep in his heart, he was puzzled. When their eyes met, the woman's beautiful eyes burst out with a terrifying light. The light almost materialized and enveloped Yang Kai. Yang Kai froze on the spot. He felt as if he was about to fall into an abyss. There was no end. He hurriedly exclaimed in shock, Senior. The woman didn't pay any attention to him and instead said excitedly, You are the last person left. As expected, that thing must be in your possession. If I can obtain that treasure, this queen can refine this world and truly become the master of this world. Cooperate obediently, and this queen may spare your life and guarantee you a lifetime of glory and wealth. If you dare to resist, I'll make you wish you were dead. When she said the last sentence, the woman's originally beautiful face became extremely ferocious. Her tone was also extremely eerie, as if she had gone mad. Yang Kai listened with a blank face. He had no idea what kind of treasure the woman was talking about was used to refine this world by the last person she was talking about. He wanted to resist, but under the influence of the woman's soul secret technique, he was powerless to even think, let alone fight. The woman stood up and arrived in front of Yang Kai in a flash. She stretched out a jade finger and tapped Yang Kai's forehead. In the next moment, a pure spiritual energy entered Yang Kai's body through her finger. Yang Kai trembled and his eyes suddenly became dull. At the same time, His whole body convulsed and trembled as if he was suffering unbearable torture. His consciousness was sinking and his thoughts were in chaos. This was a normal reaction when one's soul was disturbed. Yang Kai finally understood why Xia Shang and the others became like that after being brought back. They had obviously encountered the same thing as him. Under the powerful soul attack of a third-order Emperor Realm Master, how could a Dao Source Realm cultivator maintain their sense of self? The fact that their souls were not scattered was proof of their strength. The woman continued to cast her secret technique, as if she was searching for something in Yang Kai's body. Her expression kept changing, but Yang Kai's mind was in a daze, as if he was half awake. While he was in a daze, he heard the woman exclaim in admiration, "What a pure spiritual energy! Little brat, you're really different from the masses. You actually possess such powerful spiritual energy with just a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivation. In time, you'll definitely become a great talent." After a short while, the woman suddenly laughed wildly. "Found it! Ha 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 ha! It really is the soul-warming lotus. It really is the soul-warming lotus. This queen was right. And it has reached the seven-colored realm, so it can bear the needs of the realm's soul. Wen Zishan, when this queen refines this world, I will not let you off easily." As soon as she finished speaking, an extremely ruthless look bloomed in her beautiful eyes. Her delicate body turned into a stream of light and shot directly into Yang Kai's forehead, entering Yang Kai's soul avatar as if it was nothing. If this scene was seen by others, they would probably be greatly shocked because such a method was extremely dangerous. It was impossible for two different souls to merge easily, and the slightest carelessness would lead to the destruction of one's soul. Unless one had an extremely strong ability to control one's soul, otherwise, even if one succeeded, they might be contaminated by the other's thoughts and lose themselves. But the woman obviously had a strong ability to control her soul, so she was not worried that Yang Kai's thoughts would contaminate her soul. She shot into Yang Kai's soul avatar and went straight to the seven-colored soul-warming lotus. In an instant, she landed in the center of the soul-warming lotus. Pure energy enveloped her from all directions, and that kind of gentle feeling made her involuntarily moan. The soul-warming lotus was a treasure that nourished the soul between heaven and earth. There was no other treasure that could compare to it. Even in the entire star boundary, it was a treasure that could only be found but not sought. Although the soul-warming lotus was recorded in ancient books, it had only appeared 2 or 3 times in the past tens of millions of years. If it were not for a coincidence, the woman would not have known that Yang Kai had the soul-warming lotus. She laughed happily, as if she saw a broad road stretching out in front of her. However, just as she was about to refine the soul-warming lotus, a 7-colored light suddenly bloomed from the treasure, forming a layer of 7-colored halo. The halo seemed to have an unstoppable force of heaven and earth, and it collided with the woman's soul avatar, causing her face to darken. Her expression changed drastically as she shouted again and again, trying to resist the repulsion from the soul-warming lotus. But before she could do anything, a strange buzzing sound suddenly entered her ears. The woman was startled and looked up, only to see a dense swarm of tiny insects in front of her. They had gathered into a swarm of insects and were flying towards her like a swarm of locusts. Soul-devouring insects. The woman's expression changed drastically as she cried out, "How can there be soul-devouring insects?" The next moment, she suddenly recovered and shouted in disbelief, "Boy, you actually raised soul-devouring insects on the soul-warming lotus? You're crazy, you're crazy." Asterisk Hong Hong. Asterisk as soon as these words fell, the 7-colored halo of the soul-warming lotus rushed over again, and even someone as strong as the woman had no choice but to retreat. She was simply unable to resist because this was the repulsion from the treasure itself, a counterattack to any aura other than its owner. The light on the woman's body dimmed again, and seeing more halos rushing towards her and the soul-devouring insect swarm, she shouted in exasperation and had no choice but to retreat for the time being. Inside the room, a light flashed and the woman's figure reappeared, but compared to her previous calmness, she was now in a slightly difficult situation. Before she could regain her footing, a chill suddenly fell from the sky and slammed towards her. This chill was so strong that it actually made her feel slightly threatened. The woman was shocked and her tender body shook as an invisible force burst out like a tsunami, radiating in all directions. With a muffled groan, Yang Kai's figure was sent flying. Asterisk Wang Wang Wang. Asterisk the soul-devouring insect swarm flew out from Yang Kai's body and enveloped the woman. For the soul-devouring insects, a powerful soul like this woman was the most delicious meal in the world. So, even without Yang Kai's deliberate command, the soul-devouring insects swarmed towards the woman like they had gone crazy. In an instant, she was completely surrounded by 3 layers of insects, leaving no room for escape. Seeing this, the woman did not dare to be careless. With a shake of her tender body, she formed a layer of protection on the surface of her body, preventing the soul-devouring insects from hurting her soul source. The soul-devouring insects were the nemesis of all souls, so even if the woman had a powerful cultivation, she could not kill them. At most, she could only suppress them and guard against their attacks. However, this was not a long-term solution. The protection she formed on the surface of her body was also condensed from her spiritual energy, and the soul-devouring insects gnawed on it for a while, weakening it greatly. The woman had no choice but to continue urging her strength to maintain this layer of protection. She turned her head again and looked gloomily at Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes fixed on the long saber in Yang Kai's hand. Slightly moved, she exclaimed in shock. An Emperor artifact. And it's actually a Soul Emperor artifact. The chill she felt before, and the attack that could threaten her, obviously came from this Emperor artifact. Only an artifact of this grade could achieve this. She could not help but sneer coldly as she looked at Yang Kai and said, "Boy, you have some skill. Not to mention the help of these strange treasures, you were actually able to undo the seal and restore your strength right under this queen's nose. That alone is enough to make this queen look at you in a new light." Chapter 22:35. Hehehe. Yang Kai struggled to stand up and pointed the soul-splitting blade at the woman from afar. The corners of his mouth rose into a subtle smile as he said, "This junior is truly honored to receive such praise from Granny." The woman's expression changed slightly as she said coldly, "What did you say?" Yang Kai shook his head and sneered. "Are you still going to play dumb at a time like this? Do you really need this junior to point out your identity? Granny you." As soon as the 3 words Granny you came out of his mouth, the woman's expression suddenly became as cold as ice. Yang Kai continued, "This junior was also a little confused at first. I didn't know where I had seen you before, but I kept feeling that your appearance was a little familiar, but no matter how I thought about it, I couldn't figure it out. Then when did you remember?" The woman didn't seem to have any intention of denying Yang Kai's guess and instead asked with great interest. She also ignored the soul-devouring insects that had gathered around her body. "I just connected the past and the future." Yang Kai grinned. "There are so many people locked up in the heavenly prison, so why did you only see the cultivator from Azure Sun Temple? There's obviously a special reason. Either you know all these people, or there's something different about them compared to the local cultivator. Everyone's souls are condensed, so there's naturally not much difference. In other words, the reason you only saw them is because you know them and want to find something from them. And, as for what you're looking for, it's probably the soul-warming lotus. Earlier, you even said Temple Master Wen's name and acted like you had an irreconcilable hatred for him. That ferocious expression of yours at that moment." Yang Kai smiled faintly. "I can't help but think of a lot of things." It was also when he heard the other party call out Wen Zishan's name in his hazy state. Only then did he suddenly understand. The woman in front of him was Granny Yu, who was guarding the Divine Ascension Mirror, which was why he found her familiar at first glance. Since Granny Yu guarded the Divine Ascension Mirror all year round, she could naturally enter and exit it freely. It was just that Granny Yu was old while the woman in front of him was as beautiful as a flower, so Yang Kai didn't connect the two at first. "So you recognized this consort?" Yang Kai sneered. "An old woman came here and transformed into a stunning beauty. You have the nerve to call yourself this queen?" Granny Yu sneered. "Are you trying to provoke me? If so, then your method is too childish." Yang Kai couldn't help curling his lips when he saw that his scheme had been seen through. Yang Kai knew very well that facing a master like Grandma Yu, if they were outside, he might still have a chance of survival. But in this Divine Ascension world, Grandma Yu's strength would be greatly enhanced, so he had no hope of winning or even escaping. He could only hope that the other party would make a mistake in her rage. That was why he had been so sharp-tongued. Who would have thought that the other party would see through him with a single glance? At least this kid has some brains. Grandma Yu nodded slightly at Yang Kai and praised. "If I'm not wrong, you used these soul-devouring insects to break the seal in your body, right? So what if I am?" Yang Kai's attitude suddenly became arrogant, and he pointed his soul-severing saber at Granny Yu from afar. He said, "Old woman, you'd better be sensible. Since you recognize these soul-devouring insects, you naturally know how powerful they are. Obediently let this uncle out, otherwise, this uncle will order them to devour you until not even your bones remain." He said it as if he could really kill Granny Yu here. Humph, if they were to grow for a few decades or 100 years, this queen might be a little afraid. But with these soul-devouring insects of yours? Granny Yu sneered disdainfully, and with a shake of her delicate body, she sent the soul-devouring insects surrounding her flying. Many of the soul-devouring insects were shaken to the point of dizziness. They flew around like headless flies, but they soon recovered and surrounded Granny Yu again. "Since we've come to this point, then this consort will be frank with you." Granny Yu ignored the soul-devouring insects outside her body and said to Xueqi, "Obediently erase the mark on the soul-warming lotus and give this treasure to this queen. This queen will definitely not treat you unfairly." "Why should I?" Xueqi said angrily. "What do you think?" Granny Yu sneered. Xueqi had a helpless expression on his face and hesitated for a while before saying, "Let's not talk about this for now. Before that, I want to ask you something." "What is it?" "Granny, how did you know that I have the soul-warming lotus?" "I hid it very well, and no one has ever known about it." Granny Yu frowned and said, "There's no harm in telling you. This queen has guarded the divine ascension mirror for more than 2,000 years, and although this treasure has not recognized me as its master, this queen has done some research on it. When your soul avatars passed through the divine ascension mirror and entered this place, this queen was able to pry into the situation inside your bodies. It was at that time that this queen caught a glimpse and discovered something. But you didn't dare to confirm it, right? That's why you didn't know if you were mistaken, and you didn't know who had the soul-warming lotus. You also knew that we would head to Heavenly Monster Mountain to train after entering the divine ascension mirror. So you ordered Zhou Jian to lead people to Heavenly Monster Mountain to capture the so-called Star of Calamity. After capturing us, you checked us one by one." Xueqi continued to speculate. "That's right. However, this queen thought that the soul-warming lotus was with that brat Xiaoshang, or at the very least with Xiao Baiyi. I never expected that it would be with you, the weakest among us. This queen is truly surprised." Xueqi nodded, indicating that he understood. He finally understood why Xiaoshang and the others were the only ones who had been brought out of the heavenly prison despite so many people being imprisoned. He also understood what Granny Yu meant when she said he was the last person. She had checked Xiaoshang and the others but hadn't found anything, so of course he was the last person when it was her turn. "There's one more question," Xueqi suddenly said. "Brat, you better not push your luck." Granny Yu's expression turned cold. Xueqi chuckled meaningfully. "Granny, if you don't want to see my soul-burial soul-warming lotus, you better not talk to me like that. Also, you're getting old, so don't get angry too often. It's bad for your health." His expression of extreme concern made Granny Yu furious, but there was nothing she could do. After glaring at Xueqi for a while, Granny Yu said gloomily, "Brat, you better understand your situation." "I understand." Xueqi gritted his teeth. "I hope Granny will cooperate, otherwise I'll really kill Soul Burial. Anyway, I won't have a good time after falling into your hands, so it's better for us to just go our separate ways." Granny Yu really didn't dare to be rough with him when he kept calling him Soul Burial. The soul-warming lotus was a supreme treasure of heaven and earth. Over thousands of years, it would only appear once in a blue moon and be obtained by a lucky person. If the owner of the soul-warming lotus died, the soul-warming lotus would not disappear, but would instead absorb all of its former owner's spiritual energy and leave it in this world, waiting for the next fated person. When Xueqi obtained the soul-warming lotus back then, it was only in its tricolor form. At the time, it had retained its former owner's spiritual energy, allowing Xueqi to benefit greatly. Although the soul-warming lotus would not disappear with the death of its master, if a special method like Hunzong was used, the soul-warming lotus could be erased from existence by using the power of a cultivator's soul. Granny Yu was much stronger than Xueqi. Even though Xueqi had the soul-severing saber and the soul-devouring insects, if Granny Yu really wanted to attack Xueqi, how was he supposed to avoid her? The reason why she did not act rashly was because she had her reservations. She was worried that Xueqi would fight to the death with her in desperation, and use soul burial to kill the soul-warming lotus. Previously, Xueqi's strength had been sealed and his spiritual energy had been attacked by her. Xueqi could not resist at all and could only let her do whatever she wanted. But now that Yang Kai had regained his freedom, he had the opportunity to use soul burial. Granny Yu stared deeply at Yang Kai for a long time before closing her eyes. When she opened them again, they were completely calm. This is the last question. Kid, you should know when to stop. Of course. Yang Kai grinned. Granny is cooperating with me, so this kid naturally won't mess around. That would be for the best. Granny Yu nodded. Yang Kai's expression was solemn as he asked, Granny, what do you want this soul-warming lotus for? Granny Yu frowned and fell silent with a frosty expression. Yang Kai said, You definitely don't just want to nourish your spiritual energy. Granny, you said some things before, as if you can harm Temple Master 1 if you obtain this soul-warming lotus. How about this? This kid will ask another question. At this moment, Yang Kai's eyes became extremely sharp as he stared straight into Granny Yu's eyes. That so-called mirror soul. What is it? Why does it need the soul-warming lotus to bear it? As soon as he said this, a ruthless look immediately appeared on Granny Yu's pretty face as killing intent faintly seeped out. Granny, we had an agreement. You're going back on your word. If you do this, this kid will also go back on his word. You can't blame me for being unjust. Don't cry your eyes out after I soul burial the soul-warming lotus. Yang Kai hurriedly urged when he saw that she did not answer. Granny Yu laughed in anger. You really dare to soul burial? If you really dare, you can try it. This queen will wait and see. She suddenly assumed a posture of watching a good show. Yang Kai could not help rubbing his nose and shaking his head. In any case, Granny, don't force me. If you force me, I'll soul burial. Humph. Little brat. Granny Yu was in a bad mood and cursed angrily. For a master like her to be threatened by Yang Kai, her mood was naturally not good. After a long silence, she gritted her teeth and said, Boy, you should know that in this world, there are some artifacts that by chance, give birth to their own wills over the years. These special wills are called artifact spirits. When Yang Kai heard that she was going to explain, he immediately perked up and listened attentively, nodding, Of course I know this. Lu Yan was an artifact spirit, so Yang Kai naturally had a deep understanding of this. Artifacts with artifact spirits often have great power and are much stronger than those without artifact spirits. There are hundreds of millions of artifacts in the world, but there are not many that can give birth to artifact spirits. Artifact spirits are also extremely rare. Chapter 22:36. The birth of an artifact spirit is based on the luck of heaven and earth and is more of a coincidence. It doesn't have much to do with the grade of the artifact itself. Of course, some people say that the higher the grade of the artifact, the higher the chance of an artifact spirit being born. This may be true, after all, it takes a very long time for an artifact spirit to be born, perhaps thousands or even tens of thousands of years. If the grade of the artifact is too low, it won't be able to be preserved for that long. Grandma Yu continued. Yang Kai didn't say a word as he listened quietly. And this divine ascension mirror has its own artifact spirit. Grandma Yu stared deeply at Yang Kai when she said this. Is this the mirror soul you speak of? Yang Kai raised his brow. That's right. Grandma Yu nodded lightly. Ever since this queen discovered this divine ascension mirror, this queen has studied it for thousands of years, but has never been able to refine it for her own use. That was until one day, when I coincidentally sensed the will of this world, and that was the mirror soul. Without subduing the mirror soul, there is no way to refine this world. But how could subduing the mirror soul be so easy? That's the world force of this world, and even a soul avatar of this queen's cultivation isn't enough to bear its will. If I forcefully tried to subdue it, my soul would be destroyed. The strength of that will. Perhaps even a cultivator on the level of great emperors wouldn't be able to contain it. Yang Kai couldn't help but be moved as he exclaimed in shock. So you thought of using something else as a medium to bear the will of this world? Grandma Yu coldly snorted. Is there any other method besides this? And the requirements for this method are far too harsh. In this world, how many divine artifacts can achieve this? After saying this, she suddenly looked towards Yang Kai with a fiery gaze. She continued. And the soul-warming lotus you possess is one of those. This is one of them. So that's how it is. Yang Kai nodded, suddenly enlightened. As long as this queen can obtain the soul-warming lotus, This queen can use this treasure as a medium to fuse with the mirror soul of the divine ascension mirror and completely refine this world. At that time, this queen's soul will be able to reach the level of great emperors. A mere Wen Zishan. She sneered and shouted. What does he amount to? Granny, you have such a deep resentment towards Temple Master One. Xueqi sighed. Don't mention that bastard to me. Grandma Yu suddenly became furious. If it weren't for him, this queen would have been able to study this divine ascension mirror in peace, and this precious treasure would have been mine. But 800 years ago, he suddenly came to the Azure Sun Mountain Range. After defeating me, he actually wanted to get his hands on this treasure. I couldn't stand it. Is that so? Xueqi answered casually. Granny Yu glanced at him, the anger on her face slowly receding. Her tone also began to soften as she said, Kid, I've already told you everything you need to know. It's time to hand over the soul-warming lotus to me. Don't worry, this queen only wants to deal with Wen Zishan. After this wish was fulfilled, you can do whatever you want. Then I'll have to thank Granny. Xueqi grinned and changed the topic, but this matter will be difficult to handle. Granny Yu's expression turned cold as she stared at Xueqi and said coldly, Kid, are you going to go back on your word? No. Xueqi denied. It's just that even if I wanted to, Temple Master Wen wouldn't agree. Don't you think so, Temple Master Wen? As he finished his last sentence, he suddenly shouted at the void beside him. What? Granny Yu's expression changed drastically when she saw this, and she looked around as she shouted. She cried out in alarm. Wen Zishan is here? She looked like a mouse that had seen a cat, as if she was extremely afraid of Wen Zishan. But in the next moment, she understood that she had fallen into a trap. There was no sign of Wen Zishan in that void. Instead, it was Xueqi who took advantage of the moment she panicked and lost her composure that Xueqi flew out. Damn you, kid! Granny Yu was furious, and her pretty face had turned completely ferocious. With a flicker of her tender body, she chased after Xueqi. Even though Xueqi had used his space secret technique, he could not get rid of Granny Yu's figure. As soon as he ran out of the palace, Granny Yu caught up and blocked his path. Granny Yu pointed a finger at Xueqi, and at the tip of her finger, an energy vortex surged, seemingly containing great power. Xueqi was shocked and his expression changed drastically. But he still shouted without hesitation, Blossoming Lotus. As soon as he finished speaking, a white lotus bud suddenly bloomed around his body. Unlike when he used the Blossoming Lotus secret technique in the outside world, when he directly used the Supreme Soul-type artifact in his soul avatar, the lotus bud directly revealed itself, allowing Granny Yu to see it clearly. Soul-warming lotus. Granny Yu's face lit up with joy when she saw this, and her hand movements paused slightly. At this moment, the lotus bud shook slightly and suddenly disappeared, turning into a stream of light that shot into Granny Yu's body. Even someone as strong as Granny Yu could not help but groan, and her tender body swayed slightly. The next moment, her delicate face turned pale. This was because she sensed that the spiritual energy in her body was rapidly depleting, as if something in her body was devouring her spiritual energy. As her spiritual energy was depleting, the lotus bud quickly bloomed and emitted an enchanting fragrance. Xueqi did not stop after his move succeeded, and with the soul-splitting saber in his hand, he viciously slashed at Granny Yu. Although Granny Yu was slightly affected by the Blossoming Lotus secret technique, she was not completely defenseless. She just raised her hand and a sudden gust of wind blew Xueqi's body from side to side. The difference in strength between them was too great, and even if Xueqi used all his tricks, he still could not do anything to her. Xueqi cursed and did not dare to stay any longer. Activating his space secret technique, his figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he fled out of the palace. Granny Yu's angry roar came from behind him. Inside the palace, everyone was silent. Zhou Dian, Yu Man, and Yuan Qing all looked towards the source of the sound, their faces filled with shock. After a short while, outside the palace, Xueqi's figure moved like a meteor. He did not know what to do now, but he knew that once he was caught by Granny Yu again, he would not be as lucky as before. At that time, Granny Yu would definitely suppress him with absolute strength and forcibly take away the soul-warming lotus in his body. He could only take one step at a time. But just as he was pondering, an astonishing pressure spread out from behind him, pressing down on him like a mountain. Xueqi staggered and almost fell down. Taking the time to look back, He saw Granny Yu chasing after him from a few dozen kilometers away. Her aura was fierce, and as she chased after him, she did not forget to threaten Yang Kai. Boy, this queen will make you die a horrible death. How could Yang Kai care about her? He had already pushed his space principles to the limit and was busy running for his life. But with the difference in strength, this method of his could only prolong his last breath. Even Zhou Dian was able to capture him, let alone Granny Yu. Although both of them were third-order Emperor Realm Masters, Granny Yu had studied the Divine Ascension Mirror for thousands of years. Even if she could not refine it, she could still use some of its divine technique. In less than 30 breaths of time, Granny Yu's figure arrived. She grinned from afar and with a single thought, used a shocking method to lock down the space around Yang Kai, making it impossible for him to use his space force to teleport. This time, she obviously did not intend to waste any more words with Yang Kai. She directly flew over and stretched out her hand in an attempt to capture and suppress Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face turned green as he racked his brains, but he could not think of a good way to resolve the crisis in front of him. Hun Zhang's soul-warming lotus was probably not enough to make Granny Yu stop. This was only a last resort and a last resort. Yang Kai did not dare to use it until the very last moment. Seeing that he was about to be captured, Yang Kai was prepared to fight to the death once Granny Yu got close. But at that moment, a sudden change occurred. However, from the west, a stream of light suddenly appeared and blocked Yang Kai's path. A beautiful figure with cold, murderous intent. A beautiful face with a piercingly cold sword chi. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he saw this person's beautiful back. He called out in a low voice, "Elder Gao." This person was Gao Xueqi, who had separated from them at the beginning. For some reason, she suddenly appeared and stood in front of Yang Kai at this critical moment. Yang Kai noticed that she was holding a long sword in her hand. The blade of this long sword was extremely sharp, and the aura it gave off was extraordinary. This was an Emperor artifact, soul-type artifact. But looking at the appearance of this Emperor artifact, it seemed to have just been refined. But soon, Yang Kai realized that something was wrong and shouted, "Elder Gao, you're no match for her. Run." Gao Xueqi was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Even if she had entered the Divine Ascension Mirror World 4 times and her spiritual energy was slightly stronger than her physical cultivation, she would still be no match for Granny Yu. She would be of no help here. Facing Yang Kai's shout, Gao Xueqi was indifferent. She just stood there calmly and said calmly, "Don't be nervous." On the other side, Granny Yu also recognized Gao Xueqi. Her expression changed slightly as she stopped and shouted, "Get lost." She didn't seem to dare to attack Gao Xueqi, and her face was filled with fear. Gao Xueqi ignored her and turned to look at Yang Kai, asking with concern, "Are you hurt?" Yang Kai shook his head. "I'm fine." "What about Xia Shang and the others?" "They're all locked up in the heavenly prison, but Brother Xia and the other souls are a little shaken. Fortunately, their lives aren't in danger." "That's good." Gao Xueqi also let out a sigh of relief. "Elder Gao, why are you here?" Yang Kai looked at her in astonishment. "I went to Heavenly Monster Mountain and wanted to secretly investigate your training, but I didn't expect to find out some information that I didn't want to hear, so I chased you all the way here. Fortunately, I arrived in time." Hearing this, a look of understanding appeared on Yang Kai's face. However, Gao Xueqi had indeed arrived in time. If she had been a little later, he would have been captured by Granny Yu. Chapter 2237. Outside the palace on the plain, Gao Xueqi was facing the third-order Emperor Realm Grandma Yu with her first-order Emperor Realm cultivation, but she was fearless. She brushed her hair behind her ear and said calmly, "Grandma, how about we end this matter here?" Grandma Yu was slightly taken aback when she heard this, but she soon laughed out loud and shouted, "Little girl, who do you think you're talking to?" "Of course, I'm talking to you, Grandma." Gao Xueqi was indifferent, her expression still cold. "If you agree to end this matter here, the Temple Master and Master may be lenient and not make things difficult for you, but if you insist..." "Grandma, I've known you for hundreds of years, and although you're not a member of my temple, we still have some feelings for each other. There are some things that I don't want to go too far." "Are you threatening me?" Grandma Yu's expression turned fierce, and her voice became sharp. Gao Xueqi shook her head. "Grandma is a senior, so Xueqi doesn't dare to threaten you. It's just that Xueqi is under the orders of the temple master to bring a few disciples into this divine ascension mirror to train, so I must ensure their safety. No one can hurt them. Not even you, Grandma. Not even you. Haha. Grandma, you laughed, little girl. You're not very strong, but you talk big. What do you think you can do to this queen with your abilities? If it weren't for the fact that you've been obedient all these years, do you think this queen would talk to you nicely? Does Grandma still remember when Xueqi secretly brought you food when she was young? Gao Xueqi suddenly brought up the past. Grandma Yu's expression turned cold as she said coldly, "Why bring that up?" A look of reminiscence involuntarily flashed across her eyes, and her violent expression softened for a moment. Xueqi sincerely hopes so. Grandma won't stop here. Gao Xueqi sighed slightly. Impossible. The coldness in Grandma Yu's eyes reappeared. She said coldly, "This queen has waited for so many years, and now there's finally a little hope. You want this queen to give up with just a few words? Dream on." Gao Xueqi frowned. "I don't know what Grandma is waiting for or what you hope for, but... Grandma, do you have to do this? It's been 800 years, and although you haven't entered the temple, Xueqi has long regarded you as a member of the temple. Xueqing's elder, Xueqi really doesn't want to hurt you." Cut the crap. Granny Yu also lost her patience and snapped. "You can either scram right now, or I will kill you. You can choose between the two." Hearing this, Yang Kai could not help but become nervous. Although Gao Xueqi was also considered a powerhouse, Yang Kai estimated that she was definitely no match for someone like Granny Yu. If Gao Xueqi was implicated because of him, he would feel guilty. Sigh. Gao Xueqi suddenly sighed deeply. She stared at Grandma Yu and said, "Grandma, the temple master already knows that you've always held a grudge against him and that you still hold a grudge against him for that battle. But even so, he still allowed me to lead the team into the divine ascension mirror. I'm not worried that you'll be able to control my vital points. Why do you think this is?" As soon as he said this, Granny Yu's expression changed slightly, and she frowned in contemplation. Gao Xueqi continued, "Over the years, many of the temple's disciples who entered the divine ascension mirror died because of you. But the temple master didn't hold you responsible and only tacitly agreed that it was a test for the disciples. First, it's because you didn't do it yourself. Even if you sent your subordinates, you only sent a cultivator whose strength was on par with theirs, so it was indeed a test for them. Second, the temple master felt guilty towards you. After all, you were the one who discovered the divine ascension mirror. Although he didn't take it by force, he did treat it as the temple's most precious asset and repeatedly sent the disciples into this place to train. Wen Zishan felt guilty towards this queen? Granny Yu suddenly sneered. How could someone like him, whose conscience has been eaten by dogs, feel like that? What a joke. Gao Xueqi said indifferently. That's why the temple master instructed me not to use this method unless it was absolutely necessary. That's because he sincerely hoped that the divine ascension mirror would always be guarded by you. What method? Granny Yu's expression suddenly became tense as she stared at Gao Xueqi with wide eyes. Gao Xueqi didn't answer her, however. Instead, she quickly formed a seal with her hands and said, "Granny, don't worry. I've already informed the temple master of this matter through a secret technique. He should be waiting in the cave right now. When your soul returns, you can discuss it with him in detail." After saying this, she held her hands together and a circle of light bloomed between them. She gently pushed forward and the light shot straight towards Granny Yu. This light clearly didn't have any killing power, nor did it pose any threat, but Granny Yu's expression changed drastically when she saw this light and she cried out in fear, "No!" As she spoke, she actually turned around and tried to flee. But even though she was fast, the light was even faster. In an instant, it hit her body and merged with her soul. In the next moment, an inexplicable force rose up and a vortex strangely appeared above Granny Yu's head. The vortex spun and emitted a powerful suction force that tried to suck Granny Yu away. Granny Yu naturally wasn't willing to sit still and wait for death. In her anger, she let out a hysterical roar and an extremely pure spiritual energy shot out towards Gao Xueqi. Gao Xueqing's expression changed drastically. Granny Yu's attack was obviously the full extent of her strength. It wasn't something Gao Xueqi could resist, so her only option was to dodge. But just as she was about to dodge, a figure suddenly appeared in mid-air. This figure was an old man with a transcendent aura. His hair and beard were all white, and his entire appearance was ordinary. If he hadn't taken the initiative to appear, no one present would have noticed his existence. As soon as this old man appeared, he waved his sleeve. A gentle force spread out and dissolved Granny Yu's soul attack into nothingness. You. Granny Yu's eyes widened as she stared at the old man. Her face was filled with disbelief, as if she had seen a ghost in broad daylight. At that moment, the power from the vortex above her head finally couldn't be resisted and her body was sucked in as she let out an unwilling roar. Immediately after, the vortex disappeared, and so did Granny Yu's figure. Yang Kai's thoughts raced as he watched this scene. Granny Yu's body had probably been tampered with by Wen Zishan. Perhaps he had used some kind of secret technique on her, and he had taught Gao Xueqi how to use this secret technique. Once this secret technique was used, Granny Yu's body would automatically suck in her soul. This was the reason for the current situation. After Granny Yu, who was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, was struck by this secret technique, she couldn't remain in the Divine Ascension Mirror World. Although this was only Yang Kai's guess, it should be pretty close to the truth. After all, only the physical body and the soul were inseparable, so the only thing that could attract Granny Yu's soul was her own physical body. While Yang Kai was speculating, Gao Xueqi was looking at the old man who had suddenly appeared suspiciously. She released her divine sense, but when she came into contact with the old man, she was shocked to find that he didn't exist at all. In other words, her divine sense couldn't detect any trace of him. This discovery made Gao Xueqing's expression turn solemn. Because even if it was someone like Granny Yu or Wen Zishan, with her current cultivation, if she released her divine sense, she would still be able to detect some details about the other party. However, this was the first time she had encountered such a situation when facing this old man. There was only one explanation for this situation. This old man's cultivation was higher than both Granny Yu and Wen Zishan. The former two were already third-order Emperor Realm Masters, so existences higher than them had a special name in this world: Great Emperors. There was actually a Great Emperor in the Divine Ascension Mirror World. Wen Zishan had never told her about this, so perhaps even Wen Zishan didn't know about it. Gao Xueqi was filled with respect and bowed. Junior Gao Xueqi greets Senior. The old man nodded lightly. Senior, are you with Granny Yu? Gao Xueqi asked again. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Gao Xueqi with a strange expression, suddenly discovering that this frosty elder Gao actually had such a cute side to her. If this old man was with Granny Yu, he wouldn't have needed to help her just now. He would have already subdued her and wouldn't have given her a chance to use her secret technique. No, the old man slowly shook his head. Junior thanks Senior for saving my life. But Senior? Gao Xueqi asked tentatively. Although she didn't feel the slightest hostility from this old man, she didn't dare to be careless in the slightest because of his divine transcendence cultivation. She was afraid that she would accidentally anger him. If that was the case, then even Wen Zishan wouldn't be able to save her. This old master came here. As the old man spoke, his gaze turned to Yang Kai and continued, For him. For me? Yang Kai's face was filled with astonishment. Gao Xueqing's expression was also quite interesting. She turned to look at Yang Kai, wondering what was so special about him that the great emperors had come to see him. Because as far as she knew, this was the first time Yang Kai had entered the Divine Ascension Mirror, so he didn't even know about the existence of this unique treasure. It was impossible for the two of them to know each other before this. After calming herself down, Gao Xueqi asked again, May I ask why Senior is looking for him? The old man smiled slightly and said with a kind expression, Don't worry, this old master won't make things difficult for him. I just want to take him with me for a few days and need his help with some matters. I will send him away from this place later. Gao Xueqi raised her eyebrows and asked in surprise, Leave this place? What does Senior know? When the old man said, Leave this place, it was obvious that he had revealed some unusual information. The old man smiled and said, This old master can see some of the scenes in the outside world, so I know that you are not from this place. Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this. Yiquan only knew that this was the Divine Ascension Mirror World because when Zishan told him about it after he was drunk. But this old man was able to see the outside world with his own abilities. This meant that this old man's strength had truly reached the level of the great emperors. Only someone with this level of strength could see through the power of this world and see through reality and illusion, allowing him to freely use his divine sense to investigate the situation in the outside world. Chapter 22:38. You don't have to worry about his safety. This old man won't hurt him. I just need his help for one thing, the old man patiently explained to Yan Xingting. The old man explained patiently to Gao Xueqi. After that, he looked at the palace and said, "Your disciples are still inside. Although their souls aren't too damaged, they were still shaken up. It's best to take them away from here as soon as possible so that they can recuperate." "Thank you for your reminder, Senior," Gao Xueqi quickly said. The old man nodded lightly, then turned his gaze to Yang Kai and said kindly, "Little friend, come with me." After saying that, he waved his hand. Yang Kai immediately felt a gentle force wrap around him and involuntarily flew to the old man's side. Then, he followed behind the old man and quickly rushed in a certain direction. Gao Xueqi opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but the old man and Yang Kai were nowhere to be seen. They had disappeared in the blink of an eye. Gao Xueqi frowned slightly as she stared in the direction the two disappeared. She knew that with the old man's cultivation and strength, there was no need for him to lie to her. If the old man really had any hostility, he could crush her with just a finger. However, he had taken Yang Kai away so inexplicably, which made Gao Xueqi feel a little uneasy. She didn't know what kind of power the old man wanted to borrow from Yang Kai, and what he wanted to do. After thinking for a while, she knew that she couldn't solve this problem. She didn't even have a way to track the old man's whereabouts. She could only go to the palace first and rescue Xiaoshang and the others. Then, she would use a secret technique to send a message to Wen Zishan, asking him to find a way to retrieve their soul avatars. They traveled as fast as lightning, and the wind whistled in their ears. The ground was moving backwards rapidly. Yang Kai's expression was solemn. The old man beside him. He was the first master at the level of great emperors he had ever encountered. Before this, he had only heard about the existence of the great emperors, but had never seen them with his own eyes. Of course, Yang Inflammation might be one of the great emperors, but it was only a possibility. However, even if Yang Inflammation was one of the great emperors, he wasn't very strong when he was with Yang Kai. Only when she returned to the star boundary would her cultivation gradually recover. He had never really seen the means of the great emperors. But today, he was able to fulfill his long-cherished wish. Granny Yu's third-order Emperor Realm-trapped beast attack was like a light breeze in front of this old man, not even worth mentioning. At this moment, he was carrying Yang Kai, and he was actually dozens of times faster than Yang Kai using the Space Divine technique. Yang Kai couldn't even observe the scenery as he passed by. He was deeply shaken in the depths of his heart. Only now did he understand the height of the great emperors. It was simply not something an ordinary cultivator could reach. Along the way, Yang Kai remained silent. He didn't ask what the old man wanted him to do, because it was meaningless to ask at this moment. He would naturally know when the time came. The old man wasn't hostile, so he naturally didn't think about running away. He just silently sensed the emperor intent and emperor pressure emanating from the old man, using it to temper his own will. He didn't speak. The old man didn't seem to want to take the initiative to speak either. He just kept his head down and hurried along. From time to time, a complicated expression would appear on his face. After a long day, the old man brought Yang Kai to a mountain valley. Only after arriving here did the old man slow down. Yang Kai looked around and found that the mountain valley was covered by a thick fog. Once inside, he couldn't even see his own fingers in front of him. This thick fog was obviously not ordinary, because even when he probed it with his divine sense, he found nothing. It was like a stone sinking into the sea, disappearing without a trace. After a while, the two landed on a flat ground in the mountain valley. The gentle force that had been enveloping Yang Kai slowly dissipated. After regaining his freedom, Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked around. Soon, he discovered that this place seemed to be the only place in the valley that was not covered by the thick fog. The area was not large, and as far as his eyes could see, there was only a simple wooden house. In front of Mu Wu, there were 20 to 30 graves. In front of each grave, there was a wooden plaque with a person's name engraved on it. Yang Kai was shocked. Although he knew that there must be no corpses in these graves, or even nothing at all, when he saw these graves, he inexplicably felt that there were many great master beings lying here. His eyes swept over these names one by one, but he didn't recognize any of them. These names were written in a flamboyant style, and each stroke and line of handwriting was natural and smooth, faintly containing the heavenly way, causing Yang Kai's heart to tremble. "Little friend, how should I address you?" the old man suddenly asked, looking kindly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai hurriedly cupped his fists and introduced himself. "So it's little friend Yang. Nice to meet you." The old man nodded slightly. Yang Kai asked solemnly, "May I ask Senior's name?" The old man was silent for a moment, then said, "This old man is Tian Yen." Yang Kai bowed solemnly once again. After Tian Yen responded, he pointed to the dozens of graves in front of them and said, "Little friend Yang, do you know who these people are?" Yang Kai said solemnly, "Although this junior doesn't recognize any of their names, I know that these seniors must have been some great master beings, whose cultivation was extraordinary, and whose hands and eyes reached the heavens." Haha. Tian Yen smiled slightly. "You're right. Then do you know, how did they die?" Yang Kai shook his head blankly. In fact, he was also thinking about this question at this moment. Tian Yen was such an extraordinary master, but he seemed to have been guarding this place, and that simple wooden house was obviously the place where Tian Yen usually meditated and rested. For an existence at the level of great emperors like Tian Yen to guard these graves, these dead masters were definitely not nobodies. But, since they were not nobodies, who could have killed them? Could it be that Tian Yen did it himself? Yang Kai didn't think the old man was the kind of person who liked to kill. Tian Yen said, "A long time ago, the martial Tao flourished in this world. Masters at the Third Order Emperor realm emerged one after another, and various sects flourished and flourished." He didn't answer the previous question, but suddenly recalled the past. Yang Kai didn't dare to interrupt him and quickly put on a focused expression to listen. "Back then, this old man was only a Third Order Emperor realm master, the same cultivation as the woman you met today," Tian Yen continued, and Yang Kai knew that he was referring to Grandma Yu. Although this world is very different from the outside world, since it exists, it has its own trajectory and principles. Many masters explored the path to becoming stronger under the trajectory and principles of this world, seeking common ground while reserving differences. It was a happy and harmonious life. Tian Yan's eyes showed a look of reminiscence. Hearing this, Yang Kai suddenly had a bad feeling that there was going to be a big twist or something. Sure enough, Tian Yen continued, but the appearance of an object changed this world greatly. "What object?" Yang Kai asked in surprise. He really couldn't think of what it was that could cause such a drastic change in the entire world, and the masters buried here obviously died because of that object. In other words, that object had the power to destroy an entire world. Tian Yen looked at him meaningfully and said unhurriedly, "A swarm of insects." Yang Kai's expression changed as he suddenly remembered what Yiquan had said to him before and cried out involuntarily, "Soul-devouring insects?" Back at Heavenly Monster Mountain, Yiquan had told Yang Kai that the Divine Ascension Mirror World had almost been destroyed because of the soul-devouring insects. Yiquan had warned him that if he ever had the chance to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror World again, he shouldn't bring the soul-devouring insects in before he could fully control them. He also shouldn't leave them behind when he left. Yang Kai clearly remembered Yiquan's serious expression and solemn tone when he said those words. Combined with Yiquan's words, Yang Kai suddenly realized what the old man was talking about. "That's right." Tian Yen nodded seriously. "That swarm of insects, I don't know where they came from. In the beginning, they were very weak, so not many people paid them any attention. However, their unique characteristics and their ability to restrain this world allowed them to rapidly grow stronger as they continued to kill and devour. Wherever they went, all living beings would be plunged into misery and suffering. Any living being with their own will would be devoured by them, and no one was able to resist. Families were destroyed one after another, and cities were devoured one after another. In just a few short years, their growth was unimaginable." When Tian Yen said this, a dark look flashed through his eyes. By the time the powerhouses of this world realized that something was wrong, this swarm of insects had already grown to a point where no one could suppress them. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. As the master of the soul-devouring insects, Yang Kai understood better than anyone else just how destructive the soul-devouring insects were to this world. He had once predicted that if the soul-devouring insects were given enough time, they would definitely grow into an existence that could dominate everything in this world. However, this was just a hypothesis, and Yang Kai did not know if it would actually succeed. However, from Tian Yen, Yang Kai learned that this hypothesis had really happened. Even though he had not personally experienced that scene, Yang Kai could almost imagine that sorrowful scene. Wherever the soul-devouring insects passed, there would be a deathly stillness, and there would be no more signs of life. They were too powerful, and their ability to restrain the living beings of this world was too obvious. Furthermore, they could continuously devour the souls of powerhouses to strengthen themselves, becoming stronger and stronger. Tianyan took a deep breath and continued. Therefore, at that time, almost all the powerhouses joined forces to fight the soul-devouring insects to the death for themselves and for this world. Yang Kai felt his blood boil inexplicably. Even though Tianyan did not describe the scene of that battle, he seemed to see the magnificent scene of dozens of powerhouses from the Emperor realm fearlessly using their divine technique to besiege the swarm of soul-devouring insects. That battle would definitely cause the world to lose its color. That battle would definitely cause the sun and moon to lose their light. That battle was destined to be forgotten by the world. This was because after that battle, all the experts had turned into empty tombs with only their names recorded on them. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.